Good morning. I'm Terry Well, President of the Eau Claire City Council. And on behalf of our entire City Council and the City of Eau Claire, I am pleased and honored to welcome all of you today as we share in recognizing and celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in honor of his birthday and his many inspiring achievements. For all of us, it seems like a lifetime ago since we last celebrated Dr. King's birthday. So much has happened, and so much in our world and in our lives has changed. If he stood beside us here today, there would be tears of sadness and disappointment. But in his heart, there would be this glowing warmth of pride of this community and this nation for how we've come together to face these challenges. As Dr. King once said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Today, January 18th, 2021, we pause, we reflect, and we join here together as a neighborhood, a community, and as a nation. Today, an opportunity to remind ourselves and others that we all can do more and be better, that we must do more and be better. He reminded us that we fail to get along because we fear each other. We fear each other because we don't know each other and because we have not communicated with each other. That there is a time when we must take a position that is neither safe nor political, nor popular, but take it because your conscience tells you it is right. To trust and know that our pain will heal, the lives lost will not be forgotten, and as a society, we will learn to love and respect each other. Throughout Dr. King's life, he inspired us to believe in many things, and that everything and anything is possible. That we can become the beloved community of what he dreamed, a community based on justice, equal opportunity, and love of one's fellow human beings. He showed us that his hopes and his dreams were not intended to just be words on a piece of paper. They were and are to be real experiences, real challenges, and eventually successes that we all hope to understand and realize in our lifetime. I am confident this community will be a leader in this charge, and that we will continue to be a community that does not accept violence or hate or racism, a community that believes injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, a community that believes forgiveness is not an occasional act, but a constant attitude, and a community that will see all individuals as equals. Thank you, and peace be with us all.
You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so forth? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are quite right in calling for negotiation. Indeed, this is the very purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and foster such a tension that a community which has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks to so dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. My citing the creation of tension as part of the work of the nonviolent resistor may sound rather shocking, but I must confess that I'm not afraid of the word tension.
I have earnestly opposed violent tension, but there's a type of constructive, nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth, just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfretted realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal. We must see the need for nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will help man rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood.
The purpose of our direct action program is to create a situation so crisis-packed that it will inevitably open the door to negotiation. I therefore concur with you in your call for negotiation. Too long has our beloved Southland been bogged down in the tragic effort to live in monologue rather than dialogue.
One of the basic points in your statement is that the action that I and my associates have taken in Birmingham is untimely. My friends, I must say to you that we have not made a single gain in civil rights without determined legal and nonviolent pressure. Lamentably, it is an historical fact that privileged groups seldom give up their privileges voluntarily. Individuals may see the moral light and voluntarily give up their unjust posture, but as Reinhold Niebuhr has reminded us, groups tend to be more immoral than individuals.
We know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Frankly, I have yet to engage in a direct action campaign that was well-timed in the view of those who have not suffered unduly from the disease of segregation. For years now, I have heard the word wait. It rings in the ear of every Negro with piercing familiarity. This wait has almost always meant never. We must come to see, with one of our distinguished jurists, that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
They have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone. As we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our bodies, heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the cities.
When you suddenly find your tongue twisted and your speech stammering as you seek to explain to your 6-year-old daughter why she can't attend the public amusement park that was just advertised on TV. And you see tears welling up in her eyes as she's told that Funtown is closed to colored children. And see ominous clouds of inferiority beginning to form in her little mental sky. And see her distort her personality as she develops an unconscious bitterness toward white people.
When you have to concoct an answer for a 5-year-old son who is asking, "Daddy, why do white people treat colored people so mean?" When you take a cross-country drive and find it necessary to sleep night after night in the uncomfortable corners of your automobile because no motel will accept you. When you are humiliated day in and day out by nagging signs reading white and colored. When your first name becomes nigger, your middle name becomes boy, however old you are, and your last name becomes John, and your wife and mother are never given the respected title, Mrs.
When you are harried by day and haunted by night by the fact that you are a Negro, living constantly at tiptoe stance, never quite knowing what to expect next, and are plagued with inner fears and outer resentments. When you go forever fighting a degenerating sense of nobodiness, then you will understand why we find it difficult to wait. There comes a time when the cup of endurance runs over, and men are no longer willing to be plunged into the abyss of despair. I hope, sirs, you understand our legitimate and unavoidable impatience.
Though I was initially disappointed at being categorized as an extremist, as I continue to think about the matter, I gradually gained a measure of satisfaction for the label. Was not Jesus an extremist for love? Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Was not Amos an extremist for justice? Let justice roll down like waters, and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Was not Paul an extremist for the Christian gospel? I bear in my body the marks of the Lord Jesus. Was not Martin Luther an extremist? Here I stand, I cannot do otherwise, so help me God. And John Bunyan, I will stay in jail to the end of my days before I make a butchery of my conscience. And Abraham Lincoln, this nation cannot survive half slave and half free.
When I think about what Black Lives Matter means to me, I think to myself that it's not just about Black people being upset now. It's not just about the riots and the looting and the marches down the street. It's the understanding that racism has been around for thousands of years. This country was founded on racism, and understanding that the anger that people have regarding it is real. And it's not until we accept the fact that racism is real can we evolve past levels of understanding that it's not about Black Lives Matters. It's how can you say every life matters until you don't understand that Black lives don't matter, Asian lives don't matter, Hispanic lives don't matter. Only you can't tell me that one group of people's lives matter more than anything else. If it's social economic levels of understanding that people aren't trying or people aren't doing, you have to understand years of systemic racism has beaten people down for years, destroyed lives, destroyed families, destroyed history. It's not until we recognize and say racism is real from a national level, not just a local news story, not just a snippet in the newspaper, but from a federal level saying, yes, racism happened. This is what we need to do to fix it. Everybody hears that story. Everybody understands that story. It's not just about an NFL player kneeling. Black Lives Matter is a belief system that we are here. We have been here for thousands of years, and you need to respect our existence. And it's not until we, as a people, learn to evolve that mindset of racism isn't real, racism didn't happen. Well, how can we evolve as a people if we don't understand why something happened or what we're doing to continue the belief system that Black lives don't matter? So in that context, I think my photography is putting that face to Black Lives Matter, as opposed to some news story about people rioting or some news story about a march or how they shut down the street. It's not just about that. It's not just about the inconvenience of them shutting down a store because there are riots or protests. If people understand what's behind that protest, what's behind that riot, what's behind that anger,
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Thanks
afternoon.
for joining us.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tim Scheel. I'm moderator for this session. We will be discussing lessons from the Klan in the Chippewa Valley. I'm a professor of philosophy at UW Stout and director of the civil liberty focused Menard Center for the Study of Institutions and Innovation. I think I'll invite all the others here to introduce themselves, and then we'll launch. Salika, you want to go first?
Hi, I am Salika Ducksworth-Lawton. I am a professor of African American and military history at UW Eau Claire, and I am the president of Uniting Bridges, which is our race-building organization in Eau Claire, and Uniting Bridges is the main organizer for the program today.
Thanks. How about Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm Mitchell. I am a current graduate student at UW Eau Claire, where I did my undergraduate. I'm currently working on my thesis, which is on the 1920s Klan in Wisconsin. I've been working on this topic now actually since my undergraduate, so I've been working around this topic for about 6 years, going to different regions, conducting research, including Madison, Milwaukee, Racine, and of course Eau Claire. And I'm currently on the graduate council at UW Eau Claire as well.
Thanks. And John?
My name is John Kinville, and I'm a graduate of the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, and Professor Ducksworth-Lawton was a former professor of mine, and got my master's degree at the University of Wisconsin-River Falls, and I currently am an American government teacher at Chippewa Falls Senior High School, and I recently wrote a book called The Gray Eagles of Chippewa Falls, A Hidden History of a Women's Ku Klux Klan. And like Mitchell, I've been studying this topic for quite a while.
This is excellent. So I think a lot of people may not know much, if anything, about the Klan history in the Valley. So before we really get to lessons that we could draw from this history, maybe we could just hear from each of you, some of the key points from your research. Who was involved, how many people were involved, what did they do, how long did they last, some of the details like that. And let's start with John there.
So the Ku Klux Klan is going to arrive in Wisconsin, and of course it's a national movement in the 1920s and 1930s, but it's really going to arrive in Wisconsin, or in the Chippewa Valley, in my city of Chippewa Falls here, in January of 1924. And they are going to privately get organized, schedule meetings, etc. There's going to be a women's auxiliary, and they're going to be in this area active until the spring of 1931. For a 7-year window, they're primarily focused on Catholics, immigrants, those who are consuming and selling alcohol, labor unions, and a whole host of other people who they believed did not fit into what they referred to as a 100% American. And of course, the Klan is more famously known for their racial components, and there's certainly racial components to the Chippewa Valley Klan as well. But due to these small, in particular, African-American population in Chippewa County, it just wasn't a primary emphasis for them in this area, at least not through the documentation that we've seen. And of course, as historians, it's very difficult because they're not going to document everything that they're thinking or saying or feeling into the meeting minutes. But my book in particular, it sort of tracks this group of 42 women with a median age of 43 and a half, which is that sweet spot of the ruling class of America, if you will, in terms of the prime of their life. And it chronicles this group of 42 women who are a part of this organization, and they are trying to do their part, if you will, to save us as a country from some of the threats that they believe wholeheartedly are coming to this country and are an immediate threat. And I think I can probably turn over to Mitchell, and he can add a little bit more, and then we can get into more of the nuances as to what their plan was.
Before Mitch jumps in, a shameless plug for John. Is there some way we can get a link available so people who are interested in reading more about the Women's Auxiliary Group, the Gray Eagles, would be able to find an easy link to go purchase that?
Sure. Can you drop a link into the chat, and I will try to find a link to drop into the Facebook Live.
Fantastic. Okay, sorry, Mitchell, for that interruption. Please proceed.
Yeah, no, totally fine. Very similar to what John just said. Yeah, 1924 is really when the Klan starts to come into the region of the Chippewa Valley. And really, I would say that the Klan, you know, it's the organizers coming from the South who are bringing the Klan with them. And, you know, the Klan's focus here was not really on race because there were not many people of color here. Had there been a larger population, like what we saw with Indiana, there definitely would have been more of a focus. I will say, while I don't know what happened at the meetings, and I think it's pretty near impossible to find out just because of how secretive of an organization the Klan was. That's definitely one of the largest drawbacks, is that because it was a secret organization, they're not going to go out and publish, you know, much of what they're doing. But we do know in the Pearl Seguin papers, which is located with the UW Eau Claire archives, there was a racial component to their Klan that they believed that they needed to continue on, which was white supremacy. It was a white supremacist organization, and if you were not fulfilling their ideas of what an American looked like, so for them that was white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, you were actually deemed not white. So Catholics were viewed through a lens of the other. The same thing goes with Jews. The same thing goes with immigrants. And we're talking not just, you know, Irish immigrants or, you know, Eastern European. We're talking actually Germans as well, who are viewed as barbarians for what they did in World War I. And we're also, you know, and if you dared try to oppose the Klan, you were also deemed not white as well. So whiteness seems to be something that can be lost, and it's also something that seems to be, and it can be given in some instances, but it seems to be something to them that was a lot easier to lose than it was to gain.
So what activities did they engage in? I mean, the cross burnings, I imagine, but what else did they do in the Chippewa Valley?
In Cornell, in particular, Cornell, Wisconsin, which is just 45 minutes northwest of Eau Claire, there were many cross burnings. And actually, they happened near the Catholic priest's house. They were burning crosses. Groups as many as 50 people were burning these, yelling obscenities at the Catholic priest. And he dared oppose the Klan himself. There were instances of gossip squads, in particular. That was pretty much more common in Indiana. However, here in Wisconsin, most times the women auxiliary organizations were the ones who were going out and organizing parades, and the Ku Klux Klan would go out and basically participate in that, or they would also attend state convocations, is what they're called, so big gatherings, and not just that, but also national convocations. We have records of Wisconsinites traveling to Kansas City, Missouri, where they were participating in one of those convocations. And one would certainly expect to see Confederate flags, but there were in fact no Confederate flags. It was all U.S. flags that were there, at least from the pictures that we have now. So very interesting in the fact that the Klan knew how to tailor their ideology to different regions of the states, especially knowing that in the North, using an ideology of Confederacy and rebelling against the government would not work.
John, what could you add there?
Yeah, so in terms of the 42 different meetings that the Women's Auxiliary in Chippewa Falls, they call themselves the Gray Eagles, in terms of what they're going to document, they're sort of all over the place. I mean, clearly they're there to support their men. And so they're doing a lot of very 1920s stuff, like they're doing different picnic lunches as fundraisers to try to raise money for their Klan building, what they referred to as a clavern. But they're also engaging in more serious stuff as well, in terms of trying to raise money for, at that time, they were trying to get a Klan radio station across the United States. And so they sent in a donation. But a lot of it is they are there to spread clannishness, if you will, throughout the family, throughout the home. to keep their husbands on the straight and narrow, to try to keep them away from liquor. They also try to donate blankets and such to families, a family in need that popped up. So it's this interesting meeting point between Protestant, conservative, church-going women and this new aspect of political activism that is really just coming into its own after 1920 with women getting the right to vote in federal elections. And so we're in the sort of the incubation period, if you will, of women having a full seat at the table. And these are conservative women who want to try to do what they think is right. And some of the stuff they believe, and I to be honest, I see some parallels with today, but the Klan has a love-hate relationship with the media in this period of time, because on one hand, they need the media to cover the cross burnings, to get the attention and to get the buzz around town, to try to get more membership. But on the flip side, they don't like the media because they don't feel like they're reporting on the problems that they think are the real problems of America, such as immigration, alcoholism, the rise of private schools, etc. And they feel like the media is not hearing them and what they have in store. So as a result, the Klan becomes this cottage industry in not only novelties rooted in American symbolism, but also within their own media publications. And so these people are getting a steady dose on sometimes a weekly, but most certainly on a monthly basis, whether it's through the Klan magazines like the Courier, you've got other Klan mouthpieces like the Fellowship Forum, and you have these media outlets that are feeding them propaganda based upon these grand conspiracies. Conspiracies of Catholic global domination, that the Pope is not just a religious figure, that he is also the head of state of Vatican City, and that immigration is just one gigantic conspiracy to try to overthrow the good Protestant democracy that we've created here. And they believe it. And this is not coming in through what we would refer to today as necessarily the mainstream media, although most cities have a Republican or Democratic newspaper or media outlet, but they have their own cottage industry that's feeding the beast. And even when the Klan organizer is coming into Chippewa Falls and he gets off the railroad station, the first question he asks is, okay, who are you people afraid of in town? I got to find out who they're afraid of. Open up the suitcase, and they have a whole assortment of literature that is ready to be distributed on a massive scale to feed the fears that people have. And so on one hand, the Klan needs the media, but on the other hand, they're creating their own media. And of course, in today's world, we're having a debate about the media, about what's mainstream, can we listen to the mainstream media? But then you have this whole outside group of, in particular, right-wing media that is portraying a whole different universe. And I always sort of make the comment that for people back in the 20s and 30s who were really not approving of alcohol because it got people intoxicated, that these people were very drunk on propaganda.
Well put. So Mitchell, I'm curious, who were the local leaders? I mean, were they ministers? Were there politicians? Business leaders? Do we know who the leadership of these local chapters were across the state and in the Chippewa Valley?
That's the thing, is that most times, the leaders like to, really play it down. We do know the leader of the Wisconsin Klan as a whole was William Wiseman, who took over after the Klan was founded in Wisconsin in 1920, where it was actually founded in Milwaukee, I believe, on a ship in Lake Michigan. And after a year, he was pulled, the original man who founded it. Let me see if I can find it really fast. But either way, William Wiseman was the one who took it over, and in a dissertation that I found, said that he helped facilitate the Klan's emergence in just about every single county in Wisconsin. And we do know of business leaders being involved in it. However, in the Klan in Cornell, it's not just who we would think of in terms of Protestant ministers or business leaders. It's teachers, it's principals, It's the editor of the Chippewa Courier, which was very widely spread in Cornell, Wisconsin itself. And so there we see a widespread number of people. And I think it really breaks the barrier in terms of, we think of the Klan as being this rural phenomena, or sometimes we think of it as an urban force. But really it's a melding of both. The Klan was, as John put it, I mean, they were putting out their own media. And the reason being is that the Klan hired a media firm in the 1920s. They knew that in order to reach the population at large, they had to tailor their message to each region where they could play on their fears. And by using those fears, they could misrepresent what they wanted to in terms of Catholics looking like they're stockpiling weapons against Protestants to try to take over the U.S. One of these big fears was that the Pope was going to come to the U.S., Catholics were going to join him in this fight, they were going to follow the railroad system and take over the entire United States. And that was one of their big fears. And where did that come from? Well, it had to have come from somewhere, and most likely came from Klan leadership. So it's really a melding of a lot of different life experiences. And we simply cannot stereotype and say, well, it was primarily this group of people who would join the Klan. It was really a melding of many people. And I think we tend to look at history through our lens of the present, and we apply our present day lens to the past. And we like to say, well, if I lived in the 1920s, there's no way I would have joined the Klan. Well, the reality is that if you are white, Anglo-Saxon, and Protestant, if you lived in the 1920s, the reality is that the stats are that you may have been influenced by the Klan and may have even joined yourself, which is very stark to kind of think about. It's a big reality check to really think of the amount of power that white people can have, and the amount of influence that one has as well.
So do we have any reliable numbers for membership in the Chippewa Valley or across the state?
Go ahead, John.
Well, here's what I can tell you about the Ku Klux Klan was that they were very good at propaganda. And so whenever we're shown membership numbers, there's a really good bet that they're being inflated for just propaganda purposes. And so the numbers are all over the place. It could be nationwide, anywhere between 1 and 3 million. It could be less than that. The way that a lot of the Klaverns set up their dues was that you paid a quarterly fee. So, for example, the 42 women who were in the Chippewa Falls Klan, most of their correspondence at the meetings is, how do we get these women to pay their dues on time? And so with the quarterly dues system, it becomes really, really difficult. And to complicate that even further, the National Klan, the way that it was structured as a pyramid scheme, they weren't in it for the long haul. All they cared about was sending out the field organizers and getting them to pay the initial $10 in dues. And that's where the real money ball was for this organization. And then the local clans themselves were the ones that were sort of left with the responsibility of keeping the thing going. And one of the ways that they were able to spread so quickly, and this was very much like a locust going on. I mean, this thing went from 0 to 90 overnight. And part of it was because of this pyramid scheme. What they would do is they would give a free membership to the movers and shakers within a city or a town. And Mitchell alluded to this. And the same thing happened in Chippewa Falls. Now, I know who the men's leader of the Chippewa Falls Klan was back in the 20s. And I've been working with their family within the confines of writing my book. And they were a lawyer, and so they got free membership right away. And you don't just get free membership, you get a leadership position. But ironically, those are the ones that leave just as quick because they are prone to economic boycotts. They are prone to the fame or the infamy, if you will, of belonging to a secret society such as the Klan. And in my research, the way that I sort of uncovered it was it was the farmers who were the last ones to leave, because they were so difficult to boycott in the global economy, if you will. But a lot of your shopkeepers and a lot of your business owners who join right away, they are normally the ones who are also jumping ship right away, because they're the ones that all of a sudden a group of Catholics are walking in the door and they want to know why their fancy car was at a Klan rally, because they saw their license plate there. And so it's a very interesting period of time. And it also, I think, shows you the weapons that are available in a peaceful sense to the opposition of such movements that still exist in the 21st century, and how to combat this type of stuff.
Mitch, do you want to follow up that? Oh, sorry, Salika, go ahead.
We have a question in the chat. Dr. Sanislow is asking, can you talk about the crossover with other organizations? Do you have any membership lists or anything like that? Just wondering about the KKK women who were in the Women's Christian Temperance Union or the suffragette groups. And she thanks you, Mitchell, for addressing her questions earlier. So I'm going to hand that over to both of you and turn it back to Dr. Shield. I'll just be grabbing questions as they show up in either of the two places.
So in one of the comments that Mitchell had said about it's really hard to box all these people into one reason why they belong to this organization, because the Klan is very nimble. If you have any fears about anybody or anything, they've got supposedly a space for you. And the leader of the Women's Ku Klux Klan in Chippewa Falls, her name was Tess Traynor, and she had a very bad first marriage by all accounts. He was likely an alcoholic. He was selling alcohol to minors in Indiana. And so for her, I think a lot of it was rooted in alcohol and the notion that these immigrants are bringing this alcohol culture over with them across the boat, and they're perpetuating this. And she was a member of the WCTU, the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Several members were. This was also the height of fraternities. So a lot of these people belonged, this is the type of entertainment they had. They didn't go on social media. Their social media was to join a fraternity, and they would meet together. So there was overlapping with the Freemasons, and there was overlaps with the Knights of Pythias, the Odd Fellows, and some of these other groups, church social groups. There's a lot of overlap to all of this as well. So to answer your question, absolutely. And one of the ways I was able, and again, I just have a small microcosm with the 42 women that I was researching, but you go through the newspaper archives and you look at the different meetings of the other groups, you can see which groups they belong to. But it's not exclusive, and part of it is money, and yeah, the WCTU and the Klan are working together, but they're also competing, because they're competing for the time of these women, the focus of these women, and most importantly, you can only afford so many dues memberships to so many different organizations.
One of the things people have to understand is this was an environment here in northwestern Wisconsin, and Dr. Shield, your research goes to that, where we already had a surveillance culture. We already had a problem with people being afraid of Germans. And a lot of this was aimed at German Americans who were not seen as white. And I think we have to make that very clear, that people didn't see them as white. Even if they were naturalized, people didn't really see them as citizens. And when you look at Wisconsin, Mitch and I had run the numbers through Social Explorer. Wisconsin had one of the largest German and Irish immigrations in the 1880s to 1920s of anywhere in the United States. So some of this is the tipping point, but some of this is an environment where you're still having minstrel shows that are in blackface, where it was considered acceptable to see these people as traitors, and World War I really had affected that. We have a question we have two questions. One is, how did the Masons and Job's daughters fit into this? Friends belonged to, but were told not to share, and their dads were Masons. And I will do Eric Lindquist's question afterwards.
I mean, I can take that because I'm actually a member of the Freemasons. So I can tell you that when William Simmons creates the fraternity known as the Ku Klux Klan in the 1920s, he actually creates it in 1915 after watching the movie Birth of a Nation. He was a Mason, and if you open up a copy of the Quran, which is the the official handbook, if you will, of the Ku Klux Klan fraternity, the whole clavern is based on Masonic symbolism, the layout of the clavern, where the offices are seated. And there's 3 different rites of passage that you have to go through, just like you find in Freemasonry. And he did it more out of convenience. It's like, hey, the Masons are the most popular fraternity in America. Why reinvent the wheel? So I'm just going to repackage this and sort of borrow some of this stuff. But the Freemasons as a national entity, now be careful with that phrase, because there is no national Freemasonic fraternity, but it's a confederacy, if you will, of Grand Lodges state by state. But very, very quickly, the Freemasons in particular are coming out against the Klan. And they are noticing that a lot of their members are becoming very infatuated with this organization and joining. And part of it's because they're becoming a competing interest. But part of the whole Freemasonic teachings is that religion is not supposed to be something that divides you, and you're not supposed to talk about that in lodge. And you also have several African-American lodges that have been organized. And obviously it's not complete harmony, but there is a relationship between the white lodges and the African-American lodges, even in Wisconsin, that does exist. So the Masonic fraternity does come out against it pretty firmly, and a lot of it depends on state. And the other thing I'll say about the Klan was it hit the Republican and Democratic parties hard, because the Klan is going to infiltrate the Democrats in the South. And it's the Republican Party in the South that gets, or in the North, excuse me, that gets infiltrated. And in a state like Wisconsin, there was no Democratic Party to speak of as we would know it today. There was the Republican Party, and there were the sort of the old school conservative Republicans, and then you had the progressive Republicans. And so within Republican circles in the North, the Klan is literally ripping this, and there's a fight that's brewing within the Republican Party. And that's a huge, intriguing dynamic that's happening across the state.
We have a question about the Oddfellows, because some people don't know who they are. Could you address that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and Google this, but the Oddfellows are one of the oldest fraternities in the world, and they really kind of nosedive. The Masons have been able to at least stay at least level within their memberships, or try to stay relevant, probably through National Treasure and their connection to George Washington and all the other good stuff. But yeah, the Oddfellows are just one of many fraternities. They all have rituals. It was just a sense of belonging. I call it social media pre-electronics.
Well, Eric is asking, what parallels do you see with the movements of today, and what lessons can we learn from this history? And I know all 3 of you have done work that talks about the lessons from this history. So I'm just going to throw it out there and let whoever wants it take it.
Yeah, and I'll just say we'll have to be quick, because we're supposed to be done in a minute.
Well, they're giving us 15 extra minutes. So
okay. Well,
I
good.
saw
Good.
that on the team chat.
Okay. Well, how about Mitchell? You want to go first on that one?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. This is actually part of my conclusion now with my thesis, is writing about lessons learned from the Klan. And it's seen in national discourse. We see it, each and every day of our lives. And sometimes I think we just kind of read over it, and we ignore the underlying issues. So 100% Americanism is the big ideal being pushed by the Klan. And I truly think that the Second Klan's ideology that they used there was so malleable that it's still being used to this day, and it lives on in certain colloquial phrases. We have America First politics. We have back-to-back World War chants being used in memes, as well as America. And personally, I think that the phrase "I stand for the flag" fits in as well. All of these are kind of, portrayed as patriotic messages. That includes 100% Americanism. The Klan thought that they were the best patriots, the best Christians, whatever the Klan believed, they were the best at it. But quite frankly, we need to define our terms. Patriotism is devotion to one's country, whereas nationalism is exclusive. And so I would personally phrase the Klan's messages and the colloquial phrases that I just listed as nationalism. That is exactly what it is. We see a rise of it stemming from World War I. And so where patriotism is inclusive, we see nationalism, which is exclusive and it's exclusionary. And today, who made it right for us to tell any other person whether it's right or wrong to protest, and what ways that they should protest? I saw a meme recently that said, that was talking about a book on, and it was written by a white man. And so this is a very, it's just a meme, but saying basically, how a black person should protest is kind of what it was. And well, we do not get to tell someone else how they should protest and how they should use their First Amendment right to protest. That's not our job. Our job is to use that First Amendment right to know our rights as citizens, and to use them in the ways that we see fit. And we see much of this discourse rising. There's this fear of the media, and yes, we should all be critical consumers of media. Using just one side of the spectrum is never good. But when we start to fact check sources, we learn in high school about what a good source looks like. And it seems that sometimes we can just kind of throw that right out the window and we listen to just about any source that comes our way. When instead, and that includes social media, which during the 1920s, that would have been newspapers. There were many fringe newspapers that you could buy, including Klan newspapers. So it's all about what you're listening to and how you are fact-checking those sources. Making sure that what we are consuming is not just even what the media says. I personally think that the media is flawed in many ways. It plays on the violence that we see in the United States, and we really play up that violence, and we start to miss the underlying nonviolent protests going on all across not just Wisconsin but across the United States as a whole, where we focus on the 10% of protesters, or even fewer than that, who choose to be violent, and we ignore the much broader, the majority of people who choose to use their First Amendment right non-violently.
John, I saw you looking like you had something to put in here.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of extremes. I guess I never have. I'm a very moderate kind of guy, politically center left. But the whole thing is, and I guess in the spirit of Martin Luther King, and I'm not trying to say that I know everything about Dr. King, because I don't. But one of the things that I've discovered by researching the surviving descendants of the Gray Eagles of Chippewa Falls is that most of them had no clue. And if you want to move away from groups that are extreme, then what you have to let them come back into the mainstream. You can't have a former Ku Klux Klan unless people walk away from it. And these women walked away, whether it's the Klan sort of went too far for their taste, or they decided that and maybe part of the issue of them not being able to collect the dues payments was that was a confession that this just wasn't for them. And in a free society, people are always going to have the ability to go down these rabbit holes of conspiracy. And that's a challenge. And free societies where we don't have an information censorship board like some of the European countries do, where they'll sit there and process, what gets to be disseminated and what doesn't. Our citizens are going to be brought down these rabbit holes. And so it's important, and it's important that we don't fall into overreaction traps to try to cure one issue by solving another. Things like cancel culture, for example. The idea that we're canceling Abraham Lincoln and we're possibly maybe taking down a Ulysses S. Grant statue. Like, we have to be able to have nuance across the board. And on the far right now, we have some very extreme thoughts and beliefs that are manifesting on the far right. And if we end up canceling things like Lincoln, they will adopt Lincoln. And when I heard the speeches after the Capitol was sieged, I've never heard Lincoln used more by both sides in my entire life. But the ironic twist is they both feel like Lincoln is speaking to them. And so when you outsource American iconography, what's going to happen is people will adopt it. They adopted George Washington. They adopted Abraham Lincoln during the 1920s and essentially said he's a Klan brother from a different time period. And so it's much more complex, because when you start wrapping some of these very extreme ideas in the flag, you're looking at some very systemic problems that are going to hit this country, and there's no easy solution to getting out of this. But when we see an opening culturally where we can rescue somebody from a QAnon or some of these far right things, I think it's upon us to not just cancel them as a person, but to take our moment to be able to try to get them out and to make them part of the solution.
And if you don't mind me building on that, does anyone here know who has the most statues made in their likeness in the United States? We would think of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson. I will actually tell you that it's Nathan Bedford Forrest who has the most statues made in his likeness. So the Confederate statues being torn down, excuse me, if we're tearing down Colonel Nathan Bedford Forrest, the original founder of the Klan, I am more than okay with that. Let's tear that statue down. We don't need that. Ulysses S. Grant, and even Robert E. Lee, yes, they are flawed characters within our nation's history. We can have conversations about them. We can juxtapose Robert E. Lee with a different sort of statue, perhaps of Jesse Owens, or someone that we can juxtapose it with to have that discussion. If we ignore the discussion, then we're not talking about it. And I think that's very, very important in today's culture. And most of those Nathan Bedford Forrest statues going up, we especially see that in 1950, right in the 1950s. And what's going on then? Well, it's the civil rights movement. So it's very interesting to look at, okay, well, we're going to start putting up these statues. And essentially what they're doing then is they're telling people of color in those areas, this is what we believe, and this is who we are going to put up a monument to, and we're going to look at their likeness. And even Professor Lawton growing up, Professor Lawton got off a bus and had to view a memorial to white supremacists who took over the state government. These statues are used to terrorize black communities. And that needs to be talked about. It's something that simply cannot be ignored any longer.
That statue is called the White Supremacy Obelisk, and it was one of the ones removed 2 summers ago. And Dr. Scheel is nodding his head because he's heard me talk about it. That was the monument to a white supremacist takeover of the state of Louisiana's government in 1876. And it says very explicitly that it is a monument to the restoration of white supremacy. So, of course, we would go and wipe our feet on it. It used to be at the top of Canal Street where Canal and North Rampart were. So people in my generation really do remember that statue. Finally got removed by Mayor Morial to a different spot and finally put in the Louisiana State Archives this past year. We have another question. Do we see a bigger anti-Semitic, or wait, Dr. Scheel, did you want to answer the lessons question, or do you need me to go on to the next one?
I'll just say something really quick. So I don't know the Klan history like our 2 panelists, but it sounds like the Klan sort of flamed and went out. And what contributed, at least in part, to its flaming out was there were social costs started to be imposed. So that you're not going to buy from that businessman anymore who is a Klan participant. So this is really interesting to me as a First Amendment scholar, what protests people engage in, what boycotts people engage in. The laws on all this have changed dramatically since the 20s to now. What's protected and what's not protected. And, we all wrestle with this even today. What's more effective in terms of resisting? What's more effective in terms of protesting? Because those who share the goal of a more egalitarian, more equal society in terms of race and class and gender, there aren't easy answers to this, and what works in one situation may not work as effectively in another situation, and so it gets, as John was saying earlier, it's very complicated, and we always want to think there's a silver bullet, and that's going to be the thing that does it for us. And we always have to keep in mind there isn't a silver bullet, there isn't one answer, there isn't one way, and we have to wrestle with all the different ways to be effective in the long term.
Well, and in a response to that, I would say that even Dr. King was starting to realize that a lot of these issues that are socially are rooted in economics. And when we have an economic system that's incredibly capitalistic versus our more socialistic European counterparts, where it's a little bit more balanced, people are legitimately competing for resources. And it's a tough slog out there for people. And one of the easiest ways to ensure your own economic productivity is to try to keep somebody beneath you, right? Whether it's socially or otherwise, to get that advantage. And I think the economic issues that we have in this country are still fostering some of this stuff, where corporate America constantly, each new generation needs new influx of workers to work at the terms that they deem to be necessary and to be acceptable. And so there's always going to be a new group of people coming to America who has to work in those occupations and conditions. And then you have the larger society trying to react to these new arrivals. And there's this constant repeat. And I would say you have to look at corporate America, because change tends to be coming from corporate America more so than government, partly because we live in a country where the Electoral College, a president can win the popular vote by several million and still lose the presidency. We have gerrymandering in the House of Representatives, and we have the U.S. Senate, which is structurally not designed to reflect population. So we can't expect government to be an easy backup plan for us. That's the long game. And obviously you have to vote and all of that. But in the short term, I think if you look at the past, that economic influence that customers can put on a business owner, I think is very, very important, especially in that short term.
Yeah, and if I may add on, it's not just the laws that are important, but it's also the enforcement of said laws. Currently we have an overrepresentation of blacks in prisons, and we need to look at that and start saying, okay, clearly these laws are not being, equally enforced all across, color lines. Clearly there's something that's going on here that we need to start addressing. A law is only as good as the enforcement of it, which is a saying that Professor Lawton has. And so if we make the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments where we give blacks the right to vote, and we give, the Equal Protection Clause, and we start getting into, all these different things, we abolish slavery. Well, if you never enforce that law, if the federal government never looks at it and says, we're going to enforce that, well, then it's probably not going to be enforced by states. And if the states don't enforce it, localities won't enforce it. So really, I think it gets down to how we are enforcing laws as well, not just the laws themselves, too.
We have time for one last question. We have 1 minute. And Jackie is asking, are there still remnants of the Klan here in the Chippewa Valley? I will say yes. We've seen Proud Boy, people wearing Proud Boy memorabilia. And I know for a fact we have 3%ers here. And the Proud Boys and the 3%ers are the descendants of Aryan nations and the United Klans, who we talk about today. But we do have some places here, unfortunately, in the Chippewa Valley where it's not a good thing for some bars where Black people really, it would be a smart thing not to go in there. All right. We are coming up on 1 o'clock. I want to give everybody one last comment.
I'll just jump in and say, what I really hope for sessions like this is to stimulate people's interest to look more into the issues, to think more about the issues, to engage others with the issues, and to try to effect positive change.
Yeah, my goal as a historian is to study the past, to change our present in order that my kids and future generations have a better future. And so that's my ultimate goal, not just as a historian, but also as a person. Constant personal growth, and not just looking at history or even the present through my own lens, but looking at it through the lens of someone else, someone who perhaps has been disparaged throughout life, someone who has been downtrodden throughout life, and really putting on that lens and seeing it from their perspective as well. The ability to empathize with someone is something that I think will never go away, and something that simply cannot be ignored either.
Yeah, I would just leave by saying, we because of what happened in the 1920s and 30s, and I touch on this in my book, you got to feel bad for some of these women, because since they belong to the Ku Klux Klan and they had a uniform, there's this belief that that's what racism looks like, that it's just a Klan uniform. It's just the neo-Nazi outfit. Racism can come in many forms. It can come in many different ways. It can be situational. And I think on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, it's important to remember that the work is never done. And I'll go back to what I said earlier. When you have a free society where people can go down their rabbit holes, they will go down rabbit holes. The important thing is to try to bring them back. And so that's just something that I at least think about. I think of all of my students. Being a teacher, I love all my students. I do anything for all of my students. They go down rabbit holes. And it's important to have a dialogue with people. Don't cancel those family events because you have a partisan difference in the family. That's when things get worse, when people start to self-segregate themselves and they become in their own little echo chambers. The dialogue needs to happen.
The next up will be the City of Altoona. Will have an artist piece and then anti-Semitism and racism discussion. After that, Chief Rokus is going to talk about what we'll be doing here in Eau Claire to make sure that our policing is anti-racist. And at, I think, 2:05, we will have the Race and Religion panel. So please stay tuned. There's more coming up. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I really appreciate this, and everyone seems to be really loving it in the comments. So thank you to our experts.
Great.
God bless America, everyone. Chin up.
Amen. Yes.
Good afternoon. I am Mayor Brendan Pratt, and on behalf of the City of Altoona, I want to welcome you to our celebration of the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man who brought hope and healing to communities across our great nation. On this day, we honor Dr. King's courage, leadership, and determination in the face of unimaginable opposition. We honor a man of action who put his life on the line every day for freedom and justice and paid the ultimate price. Dr. King's words and actions inspired a movement that forever changed the complexion of race relations in our country and provided focus on how much work still needs to be done to achieve equality for all, regardless of race, creed, religion, sexual orientation, or anything else that makes us unique and defines who we are as individuals. And now, more than ever, it is important to learn from Dr. King's approach to changing long-standing embedded customs and social norms by peaceful protest and sharing knowledge rather than by violence and the spread of misinformation. I deliver this message when our country stands more divided than at any time I can recall in my lifetime. Longtime friends and even family find themselves at odds with our over values central to what defines us as Americans. This deep division was on full display this past year as we collectively confronted the killings of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and many others as our nation's capital came under siege by many still flying the Confederate flag. I stand proud of our community's peaceful yet potent response to the killing of George Floyd. Protests here were a powerful testament to the character of our citizens who are respectful, peaceful, and committed to transforming our community in ways that we make it the most welcoming, inclusive, and vibrant region in the Midwest. Chippewa Valley residents have a history of working together on difficult issues and tackling those issues with the same fortitude and courage demonstrated by Dr. King. We can't ignore the centuries of institutional racism that still plagues our community. We must come together and stand in unity. We must do all our part to make Chippewa Valley a welcoming and inclusive place for all. Dr. King was a dreamer. He committed himself to action to realize his dreams. We at the City of Altoona stand committed to this dream, and I call on each of you to come together to do your part as advocates and allies for people of color and all marginalized groups in order to make the Chippewa Valley a safe and welcoming place for all.
Greetings for Martin Luther King Day. My name is Zita Holbourne, and I'm an artist that's based in London in the UK. I'm also a writer, an author, art curator, civil rights campaigner, and trade union leader. And I'm honoured to have 3 pieces of art in the Black Lives Matter exhibition. My 3 pieces of art were produced during the first lockdown. We've had 3 in the UK now, and we're in the 3rd currently. When I started producing daily art from March 2020 to document my feelings and thoughts and events that were happening, initially in relation to the pandemic, but also to other social issues and justice campaigns that I'm involved in. And that included the Black Lives Matter protests that were happening globally, including here in the UK, in response to the horrific murder of George Floyd, and in solidarity with those impacted. We've been going through, as people of colour, we've been going through a collective trauma over the last year because of institutional and systemic racism we face in society, which is something that we face deeply here in the UK as well as in the USA. And because coronavirus has impacted disproportionately on people of colour who are contracting and dying of the virus disproportionately and are at high risk. So our lives of obviously all of us have changed beyond anything we could have imagined over the last year. And so the art that I've been producing, daily art, has been as an act of self-care as well as documenting what's happening. And so the 3 pieces of art that are in the exhibition, the cities in the UK, including my local neighbourhood in London, the local mayor lit up the town hall purple, and this happened in other cities. So the light up purple was done as a solidarity act with the family and friends and loved ones of George Floyd, and in solidarity with those protesting against racism and police brutality. The piece of art, which is a tribute directly to George Floyd, documents alongside the image the final words he said, pleading really for his life in those final moments. And the 3rd piece of art is an image which is showing demonstrators and people protesting against racism, saying that Black Lives Matter. So I campaign for equality, justice and human rights through arts and activism. So I see the art that I produce very much as an extension of what I do as a campaigner. I'm the national chair of Barrack UK, which is a civil rights organisation which focuses on race and justice and equality in the UK. And you can see some of my art behind me right now, and the image of the woman Sarah Reid, Say Her Name, This was a campaign that I was involved in for a young woman who died in a prison, who had mental health conditions and faced horrific systemic racism and sexism in the UK, which ultimately led to her death. She ended up in prison, not because she had committed any crime, but because she defended herself in a mental health hospital from somebody who was trying to abuse her. So do look her up, look up Sarah Reid, and you can find more information online about her and her story and the campaign we've been running for justice for Sarah Reid. Solidarity with everyone on Martin Luther King Day. Our struggle is connected and racism is a global issue, so we must stand united together. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patricia Turner. I'm a professor of history at the University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. And first I want to begin by thanking the organizers of this celebration of Martin Luther King and his legacy, as well particularly my colleague, Professor Salika Ducksworth, and who invited me to give this talk to you today. I approach the subject of civil rights and social justice and issues of race from a different perspective than my colleagues who are American historians, and in that I'm a European historian. And my interest in this subject, aside from my broader interest in understanding race in European culture and globally, it stems from a class that I created and in 2018 and have been teaching since then on global anti-Semitism. I was very fortunate as an undergraduate to have as a mentor Albert Linderman, who was a scholar of German history and later became, or in the course of his career, became a scholar in anti-Semitism and in fact taught one of the first classes in the United States in anti-Semitism. And that, I took that course and was fascinated by this example of discrimination and trying to understand how anti-Semitism has evolved from the ancient world to the present, different forms, different rationales, and it's often been called, in fact, the world's oldest hatred. So that's what inspired me to create the class on history of global anti-Semitism. And in teaching it for the first time, I encountered, I guess the best word is skepticism on the part of my students when I made what I thought was a pretty straightforward statement that reflected certainly the scholarship, global scholarship on anti-Semitism, which the statement was that anti-Semitism is typically seen, particularly modern anti-Semitism, say from the 19th century to the present, as a form of racism. And my students, at least some of them, kind of raised their eyebrows. They saw racism in particular terms that reflected their own experience as Americans, and didn't necessarily see anti-Semitism, in which, with the notable exception of blacks who are Jewish, as something that would apply to, certainly not apply to white Jews. And it was trying to answer or address their skepticism that led me to really emphasize and explore Black and Jewish relations in the 20th century and then into the early 21st century, and to add that to my course, to make that a particular emphasis in my class. So I wanted to, in this brief talk, to share the tumultuous, conflictual, inspiring, and very important relationship between Jews, American Jews, and Blacks and the struggle for racial justice in the 20th and then the 21st century. And I wanted to focus in part on the golden age of Jewish-Black alliances, partnerships in the civil rights movement, and the very important critical role that Martin Luther King played in that. And then also look at it moving forward and end with looking at today and the really compelling need for a new civil rights alliance between American Jews and Blacks, and the hope that we see that indeed, particularly in the past year, that this indeed is becoming a reality. As I said a moment ago, my field of study, my research is modern European history. And so I want to first give credit to the whole array of scholarship that focuses on Black and Jewish relations and anti-Semitism in the United States, on Jewish identity, that really have shaped my understandings and have influenced greatly what I'm going to be sharing to you today. And I want to point out three recent works that I think are particularly notable, and that if you are interested in this topic and like to pursue it further, I strongly recommend that you look at any of these books. The first and the most recent actually is by Mark Dollinger. He is a scholar at San Francisco State University. I think he's in the Jewish Studies and yes, the Department of Jewish Studies there. He's written a number of books, but his most recent book is Black Power, Jewish Politics, in which he focuses specifically on the alliance between American Jews and Blacks during the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s. And he tries to, what he says, explode some myths as to what enabled this alliance. And I'll speak a little bit to that in this brief talk. The second book is by Eric Goldstein. He's at Emory University. He's a professor of Jewish history. And his book is The Price of Whiteness, Jews, Race, and American Identity. And he looks very specifically, he does talk about the Civil Rights Movement, but then also talks about after that, because it was in the period after World War II, and that Jews began to embrace, as they began to be seen as white. Now that might seem, again, this is something I work hard to explain to my students, that during the 19th century, with the pseudo-scientific racism and arguments about that the human species can be divided into distinct racial and exclusive racial categories, Jews were singled out as a separate and distinct Semitic race. They were given certain phenotypical characteristics. I'm sure some of you could think of some, whether it's height or particularly large noses, or a whole host of physical characteristics that were deemed to identify someone as Jews. And more particularly, although the issue of religion and issues over religion certainly didn't die away, this racial depictions of Jews and the anti-Semitism that stemmed from it really comes to define Jewish identity, certainly in Europe, and then by extension to the United States by the early 20th century. So anti-Semitism becomes racialized. Now, that has a fairly limited lifespan, certainly in the United States. I think it's definitely different in other parts of the world, in that by the post-World War II period, Jews begin to be pass as white. They begin to be seen within the broader American culture, except at the margins, which we'll talk about in just a few moments, as white. And that comes with a price. And I'll speak a little bit to that later in the talk. And the final book I'd like to introduce is Troubling the Waters Black-Jewish Relations in the American Century by Cheryl Greenberg. She is a professor of African American history at Trinity College, and this book takes a broader approach and really looks at Black-Jewish relations throughout the 20th century. And what she emphasizes into much greater detail than I'll be able to is how, yes, inspiring and very real it was. That these were not just words or rhetoric, that these partnerships, this political engagement was not just prominent within the Jewish community as well as within Black communities, but also had a real reciprocal positive impact on both. Okay, that's one side. The other side is that it was often very conflictual, tumultuous, conflicting, contradictory, and so she paints a very nuanced and wonderfully in-depth portrayal of Jewish and Black relations. So I recommend, again, all three of these books very highly. I want to begin by talking about the origins of the Black-Jewish Alliance in the United States. And I think the most, although you can look back to abolition movements, but really the most significant event that really doesn't just speak to an engagement by individuals, but in terms of a movement, would be the founding of the NAACP in 1911. As many of you, I'm sure, know, it was founded in the aftermath, in the wake of a horrific race riot in Springfield, Illinois, in which 9 Black Americans lost their lives, countless others were injured, entire blocks were destroyed due to arson. And in the immediate aftermath, there was a recognition that you needed to organize in order to combat the Ku Klux Klan and other organizations that were bent on violently repressing and oppressing Black Americans. And the first Jewish leader who participated or actually helped to spearhead the creation of the NAACP was a rabbi, and he was a rabbi of, his name was Rabbi Stephen Wise, the head of the reform movement of Judaism in the United States. And I mention that specifically because if there's a common thread through engagement, Jewish engagement in social justice, it's been the leadership of the reform movement. Not to say that conservatives and Orthodox have not played important roles, but the reform movement in particular, as it embraces very much political liberalism, which many scholars argue is at the heart of the impetus for Jewish engagement in social justice issues. I want to speak to that and mention their very early on leadership in this. Very quickly after the Rabbi Wise's participation, dozens of Jewish leaders joined the movement, which resulted in 1911 with the NAACP. Jews played prominent roles in the leadership of the NAACP in its early first decades, helped to write its first legal briefs. So there was a real coming together for the purposes of addressing injustice. The other example of kind of early 20th century, all the way up until I'd say the 1940s, of Black-Jewish alliance and partnership was historical Black colleges. Jewish philanthropists and other organizations helped to raise funds for more than 20 of historical Black colleges and hundreds of Black segregated elementary, in most cases, elementary and secondary schools. There's a nice footnote in the 1940s, after the world end of, or actually beginning in the late 1930s, and then increasing in the 1940s. many hundreds, in fact, of faculty from European universities fled Europe in the wake, even in Germany before World War II broke out, and then in the wake of the war. And they found not just refuge, but jobs at these historically black colleges, which went out of their way to hire these refugees from Europe, these Jewish faculty members. And one example of that is, it was known as Hampton Institute at the time, but Hampton University is a research university now in Hampton, Virginia. That was one of the schools that welcomed these faculty members. So nice reciprocal alliance there. I want to speak briefly now, and I'll pick up on this in the next, as we move on to the civil rights movement and after, and about why. What were the rationales for this Black-Jewish alliance? And Greenberg speaks specifically about this and how difficult it is, how complicated it is, because in some cases it seemed pure altruism. In some cases it was example of a political liberalism geared toward social justice. In other cases, it seemed to reflect a recognition of the racialization of anti-Semitism, that the Ku Klux Klan was not just vehemently opposed, embracing white supremacy, but in that vision of white supremacy, Jews were not considered white. And so there was this shared history and a shared experience of oppression. So I'll follow these through. And again, I just want to stress that the scholarship is very contested as to, and I think it depends upon which groups you're looking at and why, but there is no doubt, and there is a consensus as I move on, that the golden era of Black-Jewish partnership and alliance was undoubtedly the civil rights movement beginning in the late 1950s. So focusing now on what has been described almost universally as the golden era of the Black-Jewish engagement, partnership, alliance, and that of course is the civil rights movement of beginning in the late 1950s to the mid to late 1960s. And what 2 points I want to emphasize, one could spend a lot more time, and is that first of all, just how widespread it was. That Jews in the marches in the South, protests in the South, as well as when they began to move north after 1964-65, Jews were disproportionately among the white participants and protesters. Just to give a couple of examples, in the Mississippi Freedom Summer in 1964, more than half of the white participants, protesters, were Jewish. In the same year, 1964, in St. Augustine, Florida, it was leaders of the Reform movement, again, the same movement I referenced back in talking about the founding of the NAACP. It was these leaders who were arrested along with Martin Luther King as they protested for against the segregation of housing in St. Augustine. Women, and here I want to give a shout out to Deborah Schultz's really excellent book of oral histories of women who participated, Jewish women who participated in the civil rights movement, many of whom had close relatives that were involved in a couple cases who died fighting for civil rights in the South, and they went down afterwards or with them and continued the struggle. So women played Jewish women played a particularly important role. So it was very widespread. That's the first point. The second point was just how important Martin Luther King was to this alliance. He was the linchpin in it, and for several reasons that I would like to emphasize. First of all, he sought to create a broad footing for this alliance that did not just recognize a common interest in justice, but also was sensitive to the issues that American Jews themselves were either experiencing or things that they felt passionate about. And he took it upon himself to make public statements that reflected his own deep beliefs, but also was so instrumental in sort of creating this broad umbrella of shared mutual support. And I think I want to speak to one. I could give a number of examples, but speak to one issue, and that is the issue of Zionism. Zionism is nothing more or less than Jewish nationalism. Dates back to the late 19th century, when it had become clear to many Jews in Europe, particularly in Western Europe, France being one particular place where experiencing a lot of anti-Semitism, political anti-Semitism, arguments that Jews could simply not really be French. They weren't truly French. They were separate people of their own. And Theodor Herzl, who wrote The Jewish State, at the end of the 19th century, makes the argument that Jews simply have tried, have worked, have been devout patriots, and they're not being allowed to assimilate. And he was among the first to argue that they needed a home of their own. So that's the origins of Zionism. Now, by the 1960s, of course, Zionism had become it always was political, but it become very politicized within the context of the establishment of the State of Israel, the reaction by nearby Arab states, the series of Arab-Israeli wars, and there were criticisms within the United States against Zionism. And Martin Luther King, really sort of saw through some of the arguments that were being made and here's a quote by him, that when people criticize Zionists, they mean Jews. You're talking anti-Semitism. And so he really didn't, he sort of occupied a ground where he was simultaneously arguing for racial justice and also simultaneously grappling with anti-Semitism. And that created this sort of foundation for this alliance, I think. So I think you have to, you can't underestimate his role, of course, in the broader civil rights movement as a whole, but in this in particular case. And then also something that was very real, but also incredibly important symbolically, was his deep friendship and partnership with the Rabbi Abraham Herschel. They were close friends. They began collaborating on civil rights issues in the late 1950s. As you see here in the picture, the rabbi presented Martin Luther King with the Judaism and World Peace Award in December 1965. They continued to appear together in protest after protest. They marched in Selma together. Martin Luther King had already scheduled to share Passover with the rabbi and his family, that would have taken place just 2 weeks or nearly 2 weeks after he was assassinated in 1968. So this deep friendship, partnership, I think also sort of gave voice to the broader alliance and partnership during the civil rights movement. The last thing I want to speak about, though, is why? What was motivating it beyond what I've just suggested? And can we make some connection to earlier partnerships? And this is where Dollinger's work that focuses on the civil rights movement, I think really makes some very interesting, not necessarily universally agreed upon, but nonetheless really interesting arguments. And that is, he says that it really is not about racial identity any longer, because by the 1960s, Jews are passing as white. And they, by and large, by the public as a whole, at least broad mainstream American culture, are being seen as white. That doesn't mean there isn't anti-Semitism. That doesn't mean there isn't discrimination. That doesn't mean there isn't a reluctance, perhaps, to vote for a Jewish politician. But in terms of racial identity, they're seeing themselves as white, and that they're passing as white. And so this sort of shared racial oppression no longer really holds water in the way that it would have perhaps at the beginning of the 20th century. Instead, Dollinger argues that what you're really seeing is a cementing of political liberalism, and that this is the civil rights movement is the high watermark, if you will, of liberalism and liberal reforms, and that Jews were disproportionately engaged in that, disproportionately motivated by that, and therefore they sought out these alliances. And again, as I've suggested, Martin Luther King creates this broad umbrella under which they can be full participants. So we now enter a period beginning, some would say, to the very end of the end of the 1960s, all the way up through the early 2000s. And as an historian, I hesitate to give precise dates because this, from a historical point of view, is a very recent past. And what Greenberg calls troubled waters. And I think it's too strong to call it well, maybe not too strong, but a falling out, certainly a disengagement between the activists, Jewish activists, and leaders of yes, continuing civil rights, but also other Black leaders. And often what's pointed to, and again, this is there's a variety of different perspectives on this, is the rise of the Black Power movement beginning in the very end of the 1960s, focusing on empowerment of Blacks, but also focusing on racial identity. And as I just suggested a few moments ago, Jewish racial identity becomes less a focus of Jewish identity generally after World War II, certainly by the mid-late 1950s, and as Jews are being seen more and more as white and are seeing themselves as white. And so as the Black Power movement grows, there is, and that becomes, and racial identity becomes more specifically the focus, then that the sort of umbrella of creating this wide net for collaboration seems to be closing off, or less championed is probably a better way of putting it. Now, Dollinger takes a different take on this and makes I think a really interesting argument, and that is he says that as Jews, and this is something that The Price of Whiteness also addresses, that as Jews are being assimilated into sort of definitions of whiteness, then what should and can become sort of the focus of Jewish identity, beyond, of course, religion, which from the ancient world to the present is absolutely at the center of identity. But how else would Jews organize their own sense of empowerment or need to mobilize, for example, in promoting Jewish schools or other aspects of their culture? And what Dollinger suggests is that the Black Power movement may indeed have seemed to close off at least some of the avenues for engagement and collaboration that was so clear in the civil rights movement. But at the same time, they become a model for Jews and in American Jews. They became a model for how to focus on identity and how to use it to empower cultural activism and new institutions and organizations and things like Jewish day schools. And I think he has a real point there, that they, for all that they were no longer seeing themselves as part of this movement, the Black Power movement, certainly not, but on the other hand, that became a real model for them. Okay, acknowledging that, we are still in a period of estrangement, and there were other factors that were coming into play. I a highly contentious figure, contentious from beginning in the 70s all the way to the present, is Louis Farrakhan and his movement or his organization, the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan continues to deny that he is an anti-Semite, but indisputably Jewish organizations saw him and see him as such, and his own statements over the years in a various contexts speak to certainly no inclination to incorporate or encourage or welcome Jews as part of a broader movement for civil rights. And in fact, as this quote suggests, just the opposite. Where he speaks, this quote, saying that rabbis and historians have given to us an undeniable record of Jewish anti-Black behavior, starting with the horror of transatlantic slave trade, plantation slavery, Jim Crow, sharecropping, the labor movement of the North and South, the unions, and the misuse of our people that continues to this very moment. This was in a letter that Farrakhan writes to Jewish leaders and the Southern Poverty Law Center in 2010. Okay, so his accusations of Jews and the very prominence that he has, I mean, he was a leader and the organizer of the Million Man March, for example, in the 1990s, creates a real barrier. Finally, another issue is this argument that you see emerging and in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and that is that anti-Semitism is, in essence, anti-Israel and vice versa. So that if you disagreed with Israeli politics or policies, you must be anti-Semitic. That certainly as a teacher of anti-Semitism, I strongly dispute in any real sense. But this became a real, again, barrier between American Jews, most of whom, if not all of whom, was pro-Israel, and other groups who, for whether in support of Palestinians or for other reasons, were opposed to perhaps to Israel itself, but more often in more nuanced ways to particular policies by Israel, and then they were being accused of being anti-Semitic. So this too was a barrier. And I think I wouldn't call it a culmination, but certainly the most notable and tragic example of this estrangement between Jewish communities and Black communities was the Crown Heights riot in 1991, where you see Orthodox Jews and Blacks engaging in the open street. What you don't see is those efforts to help those that were injured on both sides, Jews helping Blacks who were injured and vice versa. So it's, again, this is a more complicated story. But the image that emerges in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s is groups that are, they might feel a common need for social justice, but they are not collaborating. And in fact, they are at odds, if not at loggerheads in some cases, with one another. Which brings us to the early 21st century, and what we see is an emergence, not that the origins go back further, but certainly a visibility and growing strength of common threats. And I think this is a theme that is distinctly different from, say, the civil rights movement, and that is the emergence of white supremacy movements, of white nationalism that is not just racialized and bigoted, but also anti-Semitic. And so you see common threats emerge. And I want to speak to just a few of them briefly. You see a rise in the early 2000s of what's often been called the new anti-Semitism, and a variety of different aspects of this, one of which, though, is the strengthening and growing of Holocaust denial, as the generation that experienced firsthand the Holocaust, survivors of the Holocaust, of which I should mention, by the way, Rabbi Herschel, the dear friend of Martin Luther King, wasn't himself a Holocaust survivor. But that you start seeing it almost become mainstream, that denying the Holocaust or minimizing it or arguing that in some way it didn't affect as many or that the deaths were not deliberate, etc. By the Obama administration, you have during the 8 years of the Obama administration, you have 7,000 documented anti-Semitic attacks in the United States. So violence, anti-Semitic violence grows in addition to anti-Semitism more broadly. Another issue is in the Obama administration turning toward issues of racial justice and racism against American blacks is the limits. We really see in an era of hope with the election of our first black president, the limits of post-racial, or what was supposed to be post-racial politics. The whole birther bigotry is one example of that. Attacks, one of the most vicious, of course, in which 9 African Americans died, was the attack in June 2015 on Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church. So you have this resurgence of white supremacy, of white nationalist movements during the Obama administration, and just making it very clear the ongoing threat of racial discrimination, of oppression. Now, of course, that then changes and by orders of magnitude during the Trump administration from 2016 until early 2020, a few days from now. We all think, of course, of Charlottesville in 2017, the Unite the Right riot, in which we see Confederate flags march. You can see from this picture here, right alongside of swastikas. You see, we have to stop the Jews being screamed and during the protests, along with racial epithets. So the two, it's very clear that whether Jews, most of whom identify as white, see themselves as having something in common with those being subject to racial discrimination for being black, it's very clear that white nationalists and white supremacists put them together. And the Proud Boys, more recently, is another example of that. They are, I guess, self-described Western chauvinists. If you actually look at what goes for their social media, but they have issued a lot of slogans, both racist and also anti-Semitic. One that most recently in the last year has emerged is 6MWE, 6 million weren't enough, referring, of course, to the 6 million Jews who died during the Holocaust. Even most recently, of course, was the Capitol insurrection on January 6th, and in which you have a number of anti-Semitic statements, one of which, of course, is the gentleman wearing this shirt that you see here, Camp Auschwitz, and then, of course, the noose appearing, in which you have silhouetted the Capitol. So you have this emergence during the Trump administration of what is undeniably common threats. And now for my last slide at the end of the talk, I'd like to say, well, what has been the response to that? So when Dollinger wrote his book and then published in 2018 about the alliance between Jews and blacks in the civil rights movement, he speaks at the end about the possibilities, particularly in view of these common threats that have emerged in the particularly during the Trump administration, but even earlier. And he is hesitant in 2016, 17, as he's writing this book, in terms of what the potential of that was. And I think in the past 2 years, in the second half of the Trump presidency, I think we can speak with a lot more confidence about the possibilities and actually the realities of a renewed shared dream. And I want to just really briefly give you a few highlights of that. The first is a willingness and, in fact, a commitment to confronting bigotry on both sides. And recently, for example, the branch of the NAACP in Philadelphia ousted one of their leaders for anti-Semitic remarks that he had made on social media. They said it was antithetical to their organization, and that they disavowed them, and they said that he could no longer be a leader. That made nationwide news, and I think in part because it had not been something that the NAACP had certainly had been taken such a stand on, and this is not the only example of Black organizations that are more and more seeking to recognize bigotry, perhaps within their own ranks. On the other side is the Judaic Reform movement issued a statement that I'm singling out because I think it's truly profound in its recognition and its looking inside and recognizing Jewish bigotry, and also an unwillingness, or certainly not a willingness, to, in the past, to work hard enough to promote racial justice, particularly for Black Americans. I should say, by the way, that statements about Black Lives Matter in particular have come out from all of the branches of American Judaism, Orthodox, Conservative, and Reform. But again, I think we see the strongest statements coming from the Reform movement. And I've quoted it. It's a very long statement, so I quoted pieces of it on this slide. And they begin by saying, throughout the past 400 years, Black people in America have been enslaved, subjugated, disenfranchised, murdered, and discriminated against. From generation to generation, white Americans, including white Jews, have failed to own and end the systemic racial injustices on which the nation was founded, and instead have actively or passively perpetuated these injustices. And they go on to affirm that Black Lives Matter, but that to affirm Black Lives Matter is to commit to a human and civil rights movement to end systemic racism. It's to move beyond allyship and commit to long-term solutions that internally in ourselves, our own organizations, and externally in our communities, to disrupt and dismantle white supremacy, to affirm that and acknowledge that Black people risk their personal comfort and safety every day in white-dominated institutions, and that white Jews must commit to risking their personal comfort and even safety in the struggle for racial justice. And they end the statement simply by saying, we affirm that Black Lives Matter. This is a statement that I think does more than just support the movement, but I think really opens the door to a much broader re-engagement, renewing of a shared dream. And coupled with this, you can see new alliances and activism emerging. The Jewish Black Justice Alliance has been sponsoring a number of forums and activities, again, with the effort of bridging and creating an organizational bridge for both Jews and Black activists to unite. The Black Lives Matter protests on the streets have very, in whether you're speaking about the Asiatic community in New York or in Portland, have engaged large numbers of Jews who have, as you can see by this picture, have often identified themselves, self-identified, didn't just pass as white supporters, as Jews supporting the movement. And finally, I just want to note something that I'm sure we're all aware of, and that is the recent runoff election in Georgia that saw the election of the first Black senator in Georgia and also the first Jewish senator in Georgia. And if that wasn't inspirational enough and symbolically important enough, they did so, particularly since the general election, they did so together. Reverend Raphael Warnock went so far at one point as they were, as you can see from this picture, campaigning together to describe John Office as a brother from a different mother, and that they very clearly tied their fortunes together in for, as they state here, health, jobs, and justice. And I'd like to end on that note, that I think it's not that troubled waters are behind us, but I think in looking at the real positive resurgence of alliances between Jews and Black Americans, I think we do see a renewing of Martin Luther King's dream and real hope moving forward. Thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity.
Screaming peace at the same time. All the corruption, injustice, the same crimes. Always a problem if we do or don't fight and we die. We don't have the same right. What is a gun to a man that surrenders? What's it gonna take for someone to defend her? If we all agree that we're equal as people, then why can't we see what is evil? I can't breathe. Taking my life from me, I can't breathe. Will anyone fight for me? Oh, 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 oh. How do we cope when we don't love each other? Where is the hope and the empathy? How do we judge off of color? The structure was made to make us the enemy. Praying for change cause the pain makes you tender. All of the names you refuse to remember was somebody's brother, friend, or a son to a mother that's crying, seeing. I can't breathe. You're taking my life from me. I can't breathe. Will anyone fight for me? Oh, 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 oh. I can't breathe. You're taking my life from me. I can't breathe. Will anyone fight for me? In memory of Martin Luther King Jr. from Cesar Chavez. Today, we honor a giant among men. Today, we honor a wise teacher, an inspiring leader, and a true visionary. But to truly honor Dr. King, we must do more than say words of praise. We must learn his lessons and put his views into practice so that we may truly be free at last. Dr. King knew that he very probably wouldn't survive the struggle that he led so well. But he said, if I am stopped, the movement will not stop. For what we are doing is right. What we are doing is just, and God is with us. My friends, as we enter the new decade, it should be clear to all of us that there is an unfinished agenda, that we have miles to go before we reach the promised land.
Good evening. My name is Matt Rokus, Chief of Police for the Eau Claire Police Department. It is an honor to address this evening's attendees, participate in the remembrance of Dr. King, and be part of a community that strives to embody many of the principles taught to us by Dr. King. This past year has presented us with generational challenges, things most of us have not experienced before. The upheaval in our personal, family, and professional lives from COVID-19, oftentimes made worse by social separation. The callous reminders of our nation's unresolved history with racial injustice, and specifically the role of policing in our society. And finally, a divisive election that has left doubts that our institutions can endure and that we will fulfill our tradition of peaceful transfer and governance. The uncertainty that exists from what we are confronting leave us questioning where we go from here. Dr. King has taught us the lessons we need. Timeless values such as courage, respect, compassion, and human dignity can help us develop the unity needed to overcome adversity and to develop clarity and purpose. Myself and the men and women of the Eau Claire Police Department are committed to these principles. We strive to represent these values. Through greater awareness, intentional efforts, and informed by our community, develop actions that move us forward and strengthen trust. Whether it be our commitment to be a community-oriented policing agency that views the officer's role as a guardian of peace and freedom, our commitment to prioritize de-escalation and fair and impartial policing practices that minimize harm to our vulnerable populations, our commitment to ensuring accountability through strong policies based on best practices and are subject to public scrutiny. And finally, our commitment to strengthen trust through transparency, being open to the public that we serve, having guidelines and systems for complaints, comments, and inquiries. I believe the principles of Dr. King's beloved community show us where to go, creating friendship and caring about one another. Our ideals that embody empathy and help us repair relationships. They will help us strengthen trust. We can develop the necessary relationships where there was once thought no commonality. We can work together to create friendship because we are neighbors, fellow community members, and partners. Thank you.
Well, hello there, and welcome to a very special edition of Conversations in Color. Normally we air at 7:30 on Monday nights, but because of the special day we're celebrating Martin Luther King Jr.'s life and legacy, we're doing it a little different today. Conversations in Color is a weekly program in which we focus on race and race issues, and it's brought to you by some wonderful groups: Uniting Bridges, the Pablo Center, Converge Radio. My name is Ed Hudgens, and I work as a volunteer with Converge Radio. I guess in some ways I feel like I kind of work with all those groups because we do so much good stuff together. I'm glad that you're here. We're going to talk about the relationship between race and religion today. But before we get into that, I want to make sure that we kind of rehash the three pillars of this show in terms of how we talk to each other. Number one is humility. We know that coming into these conversations, none of us knows everything there is to know about anything. And we're all still learning and all fragile and limited. And so we come into these conversations with that knowledge, and we bring that to bear in these conversations. Second is honesty. We're not going to be afraid to talk about hard things and ask hard questions and wrestle with hard things. And then last, but certainly not least, is humanity. We highly value humanity. We recognize the value and dignity that lives inside of each person. For me, as we're talking about faith and race today, that's especially pertinent because my own understanding of life and that humans are created in God's image informs a lot of how I look at these things. So humanity, humility, and honesty, these are the three tenets that we're going to communicate in these ways with each other. Now, before we get into anything with our topic here, I want to introduce some incredible panelists to you. I'm so excited about this group of people. First off, I want to introduce to you Reverend Julie Lepp. She is the minister at the Unitarian Universalist congregation here in Eau Claire. Graduate of the Candler School of Theology with an MDiv, concentrating in leadership and community. Julie, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to Conversations in Color. Next up, we have Gada Ghazal. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Okay, just want to make sure. Gada is a PhD student at the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., and she is in the School of Theology and Religious Studies and lives in Maryland, so she's coming to us from the East Coast today. She is also a Quran Hafiz. Now, Gada, would you please tell us what that means?
Quran Hafiz is like when you memorize the Quran from the beginning till the end, and the way of recitation by heart.
And when we talk about the Quran, if you're not familiar with the Quran, that's the holy book for Islam, and it is it's not like a 4-page book. It's a lot. We also have someone who's been on the show before, but I had to miss her the last time that she was on. Amy Renshaw, who is a member of our local Baha'i community, and she's really in a way becoming a regular contributor to Conversations in Color, and she's the senior editor of the Brilliant Star magazine. Amy, would you tell us a little bit about what that is?
Oh, sure. This is a magazine for kids and youth. Oh, here's one. And there's also a companion website. It's published by the Baha'is of the U.S. for kids of all faiths, ages 8 to 12 around the world.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Welcome to the show. Thanks for being on.
My pleasure.
And then we have the icon of Conversations in Color, the face of the movement, my friend and my sister, the president of Uniting Bridges, professor at the University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire. She's got her hands in all kinds of stuff, causing all kinds of trouble, which is one of the reasons we're drawn to each other. This is Dr. Salika Ducksworth-Lawton. Salika, welcome once again.
Well, thank you, and thank you for having me on the panel. I'm just here to kibitz and ask questions.
Yes.
And rag some people. Let's get on to Adam.
All right. So next up, the last member of the team here that I will introduce to you is my brother and friend, Mr. Adam Akala, who is an central part of the Conversations in Color team. Adam, would you tell us what you're going to be up to today?
Yeah, sure thing. So just like our Monday night presentations of Conversations in Color, I will be watching our audience chat both on Facebook Live as well as in the chat here on Paragon. So if you have questions for our panelists, feel free to drop those in the chat. If you do want to private message me, you can right-click my name, and you can private message me any questions that you may not be comfortable with posting in the general chat. It's really important that you get involved in this conversation. We love to hear what our community wants to know and love to throw those questions into this discussion because we do this for our community. We don't do this just to talk. We do it because we know that these conversations are necessary. So feel free to drop those in the chat and we'll get them into the conversation today.
I'm gonna take this opportunity before Adam disappears from our screen, if that's what his intent is, to just let everybody know that much of what you're experiencing today at the Martin Luther King Remembrance and Celebration would not be possible without Adam's tireless efforts. And so I wanted to take a moment and make sure people know that. Also, Adam, do you happen to have some kind of question to get us rolling here today?
I didn't come up with one, but I think, what do you say we revive the question from last week? I think that yielded some really interesting, fun answers. So the question from last week was, what is one smell that you will always remember? And Ed, do you mind taking that first again?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you're talking about odors, there's just all kinds of different ways you can go with that. I'm going to stick with my answer from last week to keep it pleasant. Back in the 90s, I had a couple of opportunities to visit India. And one of the things I remember most vividly about walking around in the big cities, or the larger cities that I visited there, was the smell of diesel fuel being burned. And so honestly, sometimes I will smell, and frankly, it's kind of mixed with the smell of garbage, depending on what city you were in and what part of the city you were in. And sometimes when I smell that combination, it takes me right back to those trips. And that's like in a really pleasant way. Like it's more like, man, I really wish I could go back and do that again. So that's a really pleasant association I have with an aroma. Salika, how about you?
Well, there's two smells. The good one is sugarcane, and that sends me back to Louisiana. Although I don't want to cut cane ever again in my life, the rest of it is fine. But the other smell is chitlins. And as long I don't want to eat them, I don't want to make them. But my grandmother would have them in a bucket and would make me help clean her. So I will remember my grandma Tensi, but I could live without eating chitlins ever again in my life.
Okay, so Salika, we've got a couple of people on this panel who have Southern roots, but not everybody knows what chitlins are. So would you just let everybody know what that is?
Chitlins are pig intestines that you scrape very thin.
Adam.
You soak. You change the water for, like every couple of hours over a 48-hour period. If the person does it well, you only smell the meat and the vegetables that it's deep fried with. But if they don't do it well, you smell other stuff.
Okay, I think we can move
getting
on.
them clean takes if you're going to do it right, it takes a lot of work and a long time. And my grandmother was determined to do it right.
Okay, we can have a different conversation about return on investment when it comes to that kind of work, but let's move on at this point. Julie, how about you?
Well, I grew up in South Carolina, and we had a pine forest behind us, and that was my favorite place to run off into. And when it's 100 degrees, and your parents don't spend a lot of money on air conditioning, you spend a lot of time in the river, and so so that smell of pine and just kind of summertime in South Carolina, where the air is 100% humidity, is distinctive, both good and bad. And I think also thinking of in Irmo, South Carolina, our favorite, or we used to celebrate the okra strut, and we would have fried okra and everything okra. So that smell.
I love some fried okra. I'm just telling you.
There you go. There you go.
You took me right there with you, though. You talking about the pine smell on the river and all that. I'm like, that sounds awesome. Yeah. Gaba, how about you?
Hama is like a city between Damascus and Aleppo, the two main cities, and it's in the middle way. And we have the river, it goes through the city. And Hama is very famous for the water wheels, which are used in the past time for irrigation. But they becomes like a memorial of the city. And when you see them from far, it's very nice. But if you come very close to them, just walk very near, the smell, of the water and the old wood and, the green, plants, and it's very like distinctive and it's very strong. And just it goes in my mind till now because, I grew up there. Yeah.
Okay. You guys are great at really setting the scene and taking me right there with you. I love that. Amy, how about you?
Well, the first one that came to mind was the smell of frying grease. My parents owned a restaurant in northern Wisconsin, so I grew up in the kitchen. of this restaurant. So you know that smell of like French fries frying, it would cling to you every day. So that it kind of has a warm feeling. And then also up north, the smell of pine trees always takes me back there because we spend a lot of time in the woods too.
Nice, very nice. Salika, I would say you're the only one really offering us a lot of unpleasant stuff here. Anyway, Adam, how about you?
Yeah, I said last week the ball pit at McDonald's, which right now gross concept, but the smell. But I don't know whether it was Lowe's Creek School in general or whether it was the wax that they used on the floor, but the old Lowe's Creek School here in Eau Claire, it was my mom's first teaching job, and I was really, really young when she had it. And I remember going there in the late summer after they'd waxed the floors and helping her at like a couple of years old get her room ready. And that smell, I can still like, it's just ingrained in my memory. So.
Awesome. Well, Adam, thank you so much. And we'll check back in with you in a little while here. We're talking about race and religion today, and it's a very pertinent subject as we celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Because his focus on civil rights and equality and freedom were driven by his spiritual belief system. And so I think it's highly pertinent that we make that connection today as well. And I'm excited that we have folks from a variety of backgrounds to talk about this together with. Now, for me, I grew up in the Christian church. I grew up in a conservative, independent, charismatic church in the Bible Belt, and where the focus was on Jesus. And that, I knew that's what I knew from the very beginning, as far back as I can remember. And when I was about 13, my church hired a new youth pastor who spoke at a level that everybody could understand and really impacted me deeply. It made me start taking Jesus more seriously. And so it was around that time that I became very serious about my faith. Around that same time, along with reading things in the New Testament that made me start thinking about race and justice and equality and such, I also listened to U2, the band, a lot. And as I started to listen, as I heard their influence when it comes to equality and justice, and I thought about what I was understanding about Jesus as I read and such, I started seeing how faith and justice, there's this combination there. They related to each other as far as I was concerned, as far as how I understood things. And so I'm very interested in talking to folks from different backgrounds than me to talk about, what that's like for them. And we have a representative of the Baha'i community. We have a representative from the Muslim community, from the Unitarian Universalist community. And then we have a couple different flavors of Christians on the panel today. We have me as a Protestant and Salika as a Catholic. So I think before we get into talking specifically about race, I think it might be important for us to talk about the place of religion in life. Like how does it fit within day-to-day life for you? And whether we're talking about religion or however you want to specify it, religion, faith, spirituality, how does it intertwine with your life from day to day? And Salika, I'm going to start with you since you're the regular on here. I'm going to start with you, but I'd love to hear from everybody. How does your faith impact, or how does it mesh with life for you?
Well, my faith is why I try to get into good trouble. And I really believe that God told us to take care of the marginalized and to use power for good. So that whole Matthew 25:15 through 40, I feel are the commandments to people from Jesus. And that means that you love one another as I have loved you. And that means you help people. So I try to do that, but I also honestly struggle, and I think a lot of us do, with the commandment to love your enemies. And it would be Martin Luther King's third principle of nonviolence, to recognize that people who try to harm you are also hurt and victims, and that the most important thing you can do is reconcile with them. So, and because I'm a person of color, I look at these Proud Boys, I look at these Klansmen that are out there today, and I look at that imperative for me to try to reconcile with them, and it really is a dilemma. It is a dilemma in my daily life. So I will fully admit publicly that I struggle with that dilemma. I try to do the right thing, but I sit with those passages a lot. I will say that. I sit with those passages a lot.
Would it be fair to say, Salika, that you see your faith impacting most how you relate to people? Like that's one of the most evident ways that it kind of manifests itself for you.
It impacts how I relate to everyone, from my family to the public to my students. It impacts the way I see life and the way I see my role in life. And the idea for me is that God is love. I don't care what variation of God comes, whether God is called Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Goddess, any of those variants. God is love. So that's what I'm supposed to do, and supposed to not be causing harm. And it means that I'm supposed to be treating everyone with respect. But as I said, I am human, and when people act like jerks, the problem is jerkishness is contagious. And it is just so tempting to give it back to them. That's the Louisiana bad child in me coming out.
And also human nature.
Yes. And I struggle with it. I say I'm a practicing Catholic. I am not a good one.
Amy, would you tell us a little bit about how your faith informs life for you?
I guess it's part of just who I am, part of everyday life. I think a lot about how we're spiritual beings kind of having a physical experience on this earth, that we were all created noble by God, that we all are on an eternal journey to grow closer to God, and definitely that we have a responsibility to treat others with love, respect, unity. So it does inform, the activism that I participate in, the volunteer work I do. Luckily, my day job, I get to study faith and education. And, I don't think there's any way to separate, I guess, faith from regular life. It's just part of it.
Sure. Gada, how about you?
Yeah, I believe, as my colleague just shared, what you believe, it just will reflect on your life. So you cannot separate like faith from your life, personal life, because everything you believe in it, even if it's like back in your mind, it will come into action through your behavior, through your dealing with others. And I think the more you get, let's say, religious or closer to God, the more you will care about humanity, the more you'll be humble, the more you will love each other, the more you will be honest, the more you want to bring goodness. So as Salika, I believe this is like we are struggling on a daily basis to be better human being, to control our anger, to control our like bad behaviors, to be the best example, to try to be like as much as a human to all humans and to all creatures on earth.
I think that connection between the growing closer to God and how that is related to how you treat other human beings. I think that's an important connection universally. Julie, how about you?
For me, it's about authenticity, and it's, you know, as a Unitarian Universalist, we have people with a broad range of belief or even non-belief, and it's the core of an urgency of the inherent worth and dignity of people despite their beliefs or who they are or where they come from. And for me, it's, you know, I don't have time to not act out on my faith, or I don't have time to not act out on love, because people are dying. And, you know, if I don't recognize that, I'm failing as a minister. And I get so tired of this dissembling of, you know, oh, well, I'm too afraid to put a Black Lives Matter sign up or whatever. And I understand fear. Fear's real. But, you know, if we're not showing up and being authentic to our beliefs, then what are we here for? And, you know, I grew up in South Carolina, surrounded by people who often, and it's everywhere. It's not just in South Carolina. That's just where I grew up. And, you know, hearing somebody say something, well, I believe in love and I'm a Christian or I'm a whatever. And then the next time they're calling someone a terrible word. And that's everywhere. And I want people to see that religion is not synchronistic with hypocrisy, and that faith is an action and not just something where you're reading a book from 2000 or 3000, whatever. It's now, and it's important.
Right. Yeah. So I think the way that I look at this is very resonates greatly with what you all have said. I mean, for me, my understanding of Jesus is the center point for everything. If it's not, then I'm not being faithful. I guess that's kind of how I look at it. Like, I want to orient everything that I do and say and think around how I understand Jesus and who he is. And so this came out in everything that you all said. It's not a compartment of life. It's not a part of life. Your faith is not just a piece over here, and then you have your work life, and then you have your married life and whatever other compartments. It's all integrated. And I think that's an important thing for us to talk about. And I think sometimes, Julie, as you were talking, I experienced the same thing growing up, where I would be around people who purported to believe in the Jesus that I read about in the Bible, and maybe they really did. But the behaviors that I would see, especially in terms of how certain groups of people were described or treated, didn't resonate with the Jesus that I understood from the New Testament. And so I wanted to kind of start out there before we get specifically into talking a lot about race, because I think it's important for us when we talk about religion. There's a lot of different ways to think about religion, but I think there are two primary categories that I want to kind of highlight. And that's, one is there's that kind of compartmentalized religion that a lot of folks live in. And I'm not judging anybody for that. I'm just saying that's, I think, just reality. It's just an aspect of their life. And then there's the kind of religion that I feel like all of us are describing, where it's really integrated into the fabric of life for us. It informs our decisions. It informs how, you know, we want it to, as much as we can, as imperfect as we are. And so I want to kind of set that as a plumb line, if you will, as we move forward, that's kind of the framework from which this group is coming, is we're talking about the kind of religion that integrates deeply into who you are and how you behave. So having said that, I'd love to hear more, because a couple of you folks already related to or alluded to this a little bit. Let's talk about the relationship between religion, spirituality, faith, and racial justice, race issues, racial identity, things like that. What do these things have to do with one another? And I feel like it's a dumb question because a couple of you guys already started answering it. But what do you get? What's the relationship there between faith and racial issues?
Well, Catholics, I'm going to say this, and I say this as a Catholic, and I'm a cradle Catholic. We've always been late to the game. And I see Amy's question, how do you resolve the unjust things done in the name of your religion? Well, Catholicism has a lot to answer for. Catholicism was used to justify the slave trade. Catholicism was used to justify the conquering of countries like Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Liberia, that were minding their own business and were taken over. And when we look at the East and the Near East and the Middle East, well, it wasn't until Great Britain and France and Germany got into the Middle East that you saw the Arab-Israeli conflict. So we've got a lot to answer for. But I think to reform an institution, you have to be inside and outside. So you have people who push from the outside and people who push from the inside. You know, my Catholicism is my identity. I'm a Black Catholic. There's less than 100,000 of us in the United States. We are a giant minority in a minority, but we're overrepresented in academia. And we've been overrepresented in the civil rights movement, but what's been sad is our church has not supported us. Even today, there are some churches that support us and some who don't. We have the first Black bishop, Bishop Walton Gregory, but he's been attacked by racists. He's been within the church militant who SPLC places as an extremist anti-Semitic group has attacked him. So my identity, unfortunately, is that I am attacked by the very thing that should give me comfort. And that negotiation with the sectarian nature of my faith is complicated. I have a complicated relationship with Catholicism, made even more complicated by the fact that my husband is not Catholic. Reverend Lepp, he's over there by y'all. And while my son is Catholic, my daughter is pushing away and asking these questions. So, and that my church is being riven, to be honest. There are ministers who have minimized what being Black in the Catholic Church means, because they don't think there's any systemic racism. They don't think the Catholic Church has done anything wrong. And they don't even see the complicity of the Catholic.
It sounds like Salika might have frozen up there a little bit. Well, let's jump in with the rest of you guys. What is your faith? What does your religion have to do? I mean, what's the relationship with racial justice and racial issues from your perspective? Julie, would you kind of speak to?
Yeah, I can speak about that. Unitarian Universalists are pretty diverse in belief, but like a lot of liberal religion, we are not as diverse as we could be as far as racial diversity, class diversity. And so, while we were, UUs have been active, since we marched right along with Martin Luther King. James Reeb was one of the people who died in some of the actions earlier in the civil rights movement, but it doesn't mean that the internal institution was anti-racist. A lot of times, like many people who try to be good, sometimes it's easier to write a check to the ACLU than to work on your own stuff, So we've really been trying over the past many years to, and especially lately, to be anti-racist in our governance. We looked at our leadership structure and hired 3 people of color to be our president, and we tried to make sure that we looked at how we govern ourselves, at our language, at our bylaws, and trying to think about how power is. The way is Robert's Rules of Order anti-racist? Maybe not. And who gets to have a voice, and are you litigious, or are you what's your purpose? And so I think there are levels of looking at your faith, and some of them are those, how do you govern yourselves? Who gets to be at the table? Who's at the pulpit? Is it a gay woman? Is it a person of color? Is it a trans person? How welcoming are you really? Do you walk that walk? And so for myself, I've been trying to look at my own, the language I use. What do I preach about? What is my lectionary? As a Unitarian Universalist, we don't use just the Bible. We draw from many sources. And so that includes, poetry, science, people who are prophetic, like Martin Luther King. And so I better be using some good source material, if I'm really walking my faith. And but like any institution, we have histories of not keeping faith with people. And, I think every institution has a story of needing to work on that. And if you're being real, people of faith need to work on their stuff, and if you're not doing anti-racism work, then you're not doing it. And it's not just reading a book, even though that's a good start. But anyway, my faith is, I believe that we each have an inherent worth and dignity, and that I see the divine spark in the people that I'm around. And if I don't recognize that divine spark, then I am walking out of relationship with the sacred, and that's wrong.
Yeah, Julie, you said every institution probably has things in their history to reckon with. So, as a white Protestant Christian, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Tongue firmly planted in cheek.
Right.
Gata, how about you?
Yeah, I would like to start where Juliana, she mentioned, or where she ended, like every human being has a dignity. And this is like a main principle in the Quran. And there is a Quranic verse which speaks to that. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. We have give dignity to all human beings. If we start from this principle, we will really, maybe we will be on the way to find solution and to end these racial, issues and conflicts. And I believe Muslims, like any other, other institution in the mosque, they are also having this problem of racism, whether they know it like consciously or subconsciously, because I believe human beings all the time, as you mentioned, like at the beginning of this conversation, the humility is something really difficult to achieve. It's so easy not to be humble, but to achieve, humility, it needs a lot of working inside and outside. Within yourself and in the community, on the institutions. And I think also part of this, because I've been here just in the US, like just I think 4 years now and a half. So in Syria, we don't have these white and the black issues. When I came here, I believe even Muslims from different parts of the world, and especially from the East, I'm speaking from my own context, we are really ignorant about, let's say, Black Muslims, because we don't have knowledge, we don't have experience. And I think part of making this connection between faith and racial identity is to read more, to have more conversation like this conversation, to interact, to know the problems, to try to use the common grounds to come together in order to overcome such issues.
Yes. There's something you said there, and Julie talked about the divine spark. You talked about the dignity in each person from that Quranic verse. I think about the idea, as I mentioned earlier, of everybody being created in God's image, and the Hebrew word for God's image is the tselem, reflection, to be a reflection of God. And in that is inherent dignity and value. So there's that common thread running. And Amy, as little as I understand to this point about the Baha'i faith, I'm still learning. I think that probably resonates pretty deeply with where your group comes from as well. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That every human being was created noble in God's image, exactly as you all said. Baha'is believe that all the prophets of the major religions, so Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Moses, Abraham, were all sent by God, the same God, and that they're just like chapters in one unfolding faith from God. In the Baha'i faith, racial justice, race unity, or amity has been promoted since the very beginning. The founder of the faith in the 1800s, Baha'u'llah, the name which means the glory of God, he spoke about racial unity. In 1938, the leadership of the faith told us that the racial prejudice is the most vital and challenging issue in our country. And that's been reiterated in the 90s and just, this summer by the leadership of the faith. Of course, like everyone said, putting that in practice, we're all learning. Every Baha'i that I know of believes that, we're all one human family, but yet, we're also struggling to make sure that our behavior, that our institutions reflect that, that people of all colors and backgrounds feel welcome, honestly welcome.
I think there's a couple different, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think there's a couple different ways to think about what we're talking about here. There's the individual responsibility, for you as a Baha'i, for me as a Christian, for Gada as a Muslim, for Julianne as a UU. Is that the proper way to say that? Okay, I just want to make sure. Well, and specifically, like Salika and I'm a Protestant, she's a Catholic, but we're Christians, and we have a lot more common ground than we have differences on things. There's that level of the individual responsibility to live out your faith in a way that honors the image of God in people, the divine spark, the nobility, the dignity. And then there's the thought of the institution of that religious group, the spiritual community. And that's a whole different animal. And Salika jumped on that a little bit earlier, talking about the Catholic faith, and each one of you have touched on, or the Catholic Church specifically, and each one of you have touched a little bit about how there's that institution. And certainly I was joking about the white Protestant Christian church. We're still actively being offensive when it comes to race issues, being on the wrong side of that issue, of those issues. So I think, there's the personal level speaks a little bit to the integration of faith into everyday life and the way we think and believe and speak and act and all those things. But then there's that historical piece of our traditions and how they have traditionally responded to issues of race, racism, and such. And that's something I'd like for us to talk a little bit more about. Salika looks like she's got a burgeoning thought, and the last thing I want to do is stifle a burgeoning thought from Salika.
I think, the problem with institutional religion, and I'm speaking to the United States, but I'm also speaking globally, is that institutional religion gets harnessed to power. and gets harnessed as a way of motivating people to power. And the easiest way to do that is the us versus them sectarianism that we see. Who is going to hell and who isn't? And that's where race comes in, because it's very easy to make people who look like you who don't look like you the racial other. Now, in the Quran, in the Torah, and in the Bible, you know, we have prophets and we have Jesus saying very specifically not to do this. But you see people who twist, pull interpretations, and will do this for sectarian reasons, either against people of their own faith. I mean, that would be ISIS against the Yazidi, or here in the US, that would be Southern Baptists in the South versus Blacks during the Jim Crow era, who were National Baptist Convention or AME, or to put people who don't believe in the three monotheistic religions in the other category as well. And that's the persecution of Baha'is, and that's the persecution of Wiccans, and that's the growing persecution that we see of Voodoo in, say, Jamaica and Haiti, where we had a Catholic bishop who is newly appointed, who is complaining that he thinks Voodoo is causing the corruption in Haiti. And it's like, it's not Voodoo, dude. It's it's the people who are in government who aren't giving any services up to the people in the hills. And who are they going to then for medical care? The conjurer people of Voodoo. I asked a question back in November, is can people see the God in other humans? And I think the hardest thing for me has been that people seem to have a hard time seeing the divine in people who do not look like them or who are not dressed like them. And they feel very comfortable dehumanizing anyone who doesn't look like them or dress like them. And that, to me, I guess as a brown person, is the scariest thing. Because there's something about a person not looking like them, or even being a different sect. I mean, being a different variation of Lutheran or being a different variation of Baptist, that makes them go all other and decide these people are evil demons who must be sent to hell. And that worries me, because we have this history in this world of racial violence. We forget about the 100 Years' War in Europe. We forget about the 30 Years' War in Europe. We forget about the Crusades. So I don't know, but that's why I struggle in part about how far do I go with tolerance. I don't want to hate these people, but I am afraid of the damage that they can do by perverting institutional religion. Does that make sense?
It does. And honestly, Salika, of everything you just said, there were probably 17 different talking points we could jump off of, to be honest with you. But we're not going to do any of that right now. We're going to push the pause button, because I want to reintroduce all these wonderful people in case you joined us sometime after 2 o'clock Central Time here. We've got Amy Renshaw from our local Baha'i community here in Western Wisconsin. We've got Gada Ghazal, who is studying for her PhD in the religious, I don't have the official title for me, but it's at the Catholic University of America in DC. And she's representing the Islamic Society of Northern Wisconsin. We've got Reverend Julianne Lepp from the Unitarian Universalist congregation here in Eau Claire, and Dr. Salika Ducksworth-Lawton, who, if you ever watch this show, you know exactly who she is. If you live in Eau Claire, you probably know who she is. And if you don't, then we need to figure out how to fix that. We also have my homeboy Adam Akala coming back onto the scene here. And Adam, would you remind everybody what you're here doing?
Yeah, I'm here looking for questions from our audience members. So if you have questions for our panelists today, feel free to drop those in the chat. If you're watching us on Facebook Live today, you can drop them right in the comments section, and we'd be happy to intersperse those into today's conversation. Also of note, don't hold your questions until the end. We got to make sure that we've got time to answer them, so don't hold them until the very end. If you've got a burning question, get it into the chat so that we can get it into the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adam, because as always with this particular show, we get to when it's time to be done, and we feel like we've got a couple of more hours of conversation we could be having. So, yeah, please, if you have questions or comments that you want to get to the panel here, do it sooner rather than later. Is there anything, Adam, that you've heard to this point that we should interject?
Yeah, I've got a question here from Joanne. She said that she's struggling with, it was during a previous topic, but struggling with kind of drawing a line between radical empathy and compassion, and also a desire to hold people accountable for their harmful actions. So how do you as religious people kind of draw that line and decide where to exercise that radical empathy versus holding someone accountable?
That's a great question. I'm going to throw that out to you guys. I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Yeah. I definitely don't think we can overlook, of course, things that people need to be held accountable for. I guess my default is always try to have the conversation in an empathetic way, so that to keep the conversation open. Because if people feel judged, they will shut down. Of course, there are, some people that I probably couldn't do that with. Just depends. But for the most part, what I shoot for is to keep it open, to be non-judgmental and try to open the eyes, I guess, a little bit to the issues of justice that are being addressed.
If I might share here something, I think it's important. Maybe it's not related directly to the question, but for me, it's the basis. Like, according to the Quran, or for the people who are not familiar with the Quran, we have the introduction, which is Al-Fatiha, and then the first chapter. Immediately, it addresses the issue or the topic of racism. And this one, I'm sure in different, you have different story, but the story or the conversation between Satan and God at the beginning of the creation. And I think we have this racial issue. It started from the beginning of the creation. In that conversation, Satan is asked by God to pour to Adam as like to greet him, and then he refused. And when God asked him why you refused my order, and Satan is used to be like one of the creatures who worship God. And then when he was asked why, he said, because I am better than him. And then he continues to say, I am created of fire and he is created of clay. And at this point, and this conversation or this part of conversation is repeated again and again in different chapters in the Quran. And when you repeat something, the emphasis, so the emphasis on this answer, I am better than him. And then he gives the justification, I am made of fire and he is made of clay. So who told Satan that fire is better than clay? He makes his own judgment that my race is better. Accordingly, I am not going to obey God even. So because of this, let's see, Iblisi logic and arrogance, I think this is the basic for all, racial issues. When we put ourselves, I am better, for example, because I'm white. I am better because I am Arab. I am better because I am from this country. I think all of these, and then when we start feeding this principle more and more, we get into a point, we go into a radical, extreme point in which our hearts and minds are full of arrogance, and we cannot accept any other, interpretation or definition. And this, for Muslims, God has mentioned this at the very beginning of the Quran to warn a human being not to be arrogant, because this will lead you to destroying yourself, or the destruction of yourself and destruction for the humanity or the humans you are dealing with.
Okay, so I don't know if you do this in your tradition, Gada, but I want to just say amen to all that. So, yes.
Yes, we do. We say amen.
I mean, no, the reason I say that is because, as we talked about at the beginning of this show, that whole tenet of humility, man, the older I get, I'm 49 years old, so I'm not old. My son thinks I'm super old, but I'm not old in comparison to a lot of other folks. But the older I get, the more I'm convinced that I don't know a lot. And I say that not as just like me philosophizing about life. I say that as a practicing follower of Jesus, as I read the New Testament and I understand how history works more and more, and I understand that history a lot of times is, the story of history is told by the victors and all that, those dynamics that come into play. And I look at historical context when I'm looking at scriptures. I recognize more and more that there's so much that I don't know, and that I probably will never know this side of eternity. And so I say that to say, like, some things are obvious. People storming the U.S. Capitol building with Confederate flags and Nazi symbols, that is what it is. Like, it's on video. Everybody saw it. George Floyd being murdered by the police officer in Minneapolis. It is what it is. It was on videotape. Everybody saw it. So those are indisputable facts, and there should be accountability there. Having said that, most people that don't fall into the camp of people who are going to go to the Capitol building and storm the Capitol, and most people are not going to be the one to put their knee on somebody's neck and kill them. But everybody has ugly stuff living in them. And so when we have our conversations with even people we know have offended and need to be held accountable, we need to come into it with a ton of grace and humility. Because, man, I know the dark stuff that lives in me. God's been working on me for 49 years to make me to be more like Jesus. And I'm so far away from that. I know what lives in me, and we all have dark stuff living in us. And so I think that's one of the things, man, is it's hard because you see these egregious things happen, and there's absolutely the need to hold people accountable. But at the same time, we have to approach these things with grace and humility, and look for redemption somehow with these people. You know what I mean? I know that feels like pie in the sky, but it certainly feels like that's the way we should approach it, I think, from our various faith perspectives, based on what I've heard you all say today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I want to push back a little bit on a word you used, dark stuff. I think sometimes, we use words that are equated with like black and white, and like bad is dark and good is light. And so, even the words, it's because the words that we're used to using, I think even those can be not redemptive, because they make it, the blonde, blue-eyed Jesus or whatever, instead of the black disabled Jesus or whatever.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I think we also have to be really careful about equating faith with redemption. I think that in a diverse world, I really appreciated what Salika said, that we do respect that people have different paths to their best selves, whether that's, as a Buddhist who believes in deep the deep heart of compassion, or if it's an earth-centered person who, looks to also find the deep heart of compassion. And I don't know. I think we should hold people accountable, but I also think that we have to recognize that people have the ability to change, right? And I think our prison system, who locks away more people of color, and in Wisconsin, my goodness, I moved here from the South and I thought, woohoo, it's a progressive state. Wrong. Wrong. So, man, I got my bubble burst. So
now the racism up here just tastes different than it does down there.
It's
it's undercover, and it's like punching a pillow. And when they do something and you point it out, they go, no, I didn't. And you get gaslit, and you just kind of want to strangle them. So I think there's an element of that jerkishness being a contagious thing going on. Because there is nothing worse than, you just did that. And they're like, oh, no, you didn't see anything. I didn't do anything. That isn't racist. I just was wearing a hood. I mean, yeah.
I just want to add something here. It's very important to let people accountable for what they are doing, but I think the hardest job is to work on educating and changing the ideologies and the thoughts, because unless we educate people, unless we work about changing the thoughts, the action will not change. So for me, education is very important, and opening conversations, speaking with the other who are different and see what their points of view, and trying to change the thoughts. This will give us, maybe it takes time, but it will give productive influences on the long term.
That's absolutely true. I think it was Julie maybe who said we have to recognize that people can change. There's a verse in the Baha'i faith that's coming to mind that all people are gems of inestimable value. So we have these spiritual gems inside of us, that need to be polished, that we need education in order to learn how to live them. And, we see people emerging from, racism and confusion and ignorance all the time. So, yeah, we have to own that and give people space for that also.
Yeah.
So it should be systematic and gradual and with wisdom, because you cannot change people by pressing the buttons. This has been for years and years. So, and it's a cumulative. So you have to work in a very wise way and gradually to get to the point you want, the humans to respect each other.
I just want to say that first of all, I am personally really encouraged by the things I'm hearing from you all. It is for me personally, this has been very encouraging and affirming, and I just want to tell you that I appreciate that. And I have to tell you, Gada, if you had a podcast, I'd probably subscribe to it. I keep wanting to say amen, I mean, Adam, you're back on the scene here, pal. What's going on?
Yeah, I've got a good question here from Linda, who's wondering if someone could talk about the efforts in the Chippewa Valley to learn about and respect those who are not of the same religious affiliation as ourselves. We, even on Conversations in Color here, we get a lot of Christian perspective, but we've done our best to reach outside that bubble and try to bring in other voices that aren't of the Christian faith to add to this conversation and make it more rich. So as a whole, what are we doing in the Chippewa Valley to encourage and support other people who are not of the same religious affiliation?
Amy?
I think we have a pretty vibrant interfaith community here, and Julie is part of it for sure. We have this interfaith prayer service that takes place 3 times a year. It goes to different churches, and people of all faiths are welcome and encouraged to share prayers and to worship together. Bob Lesneski has been organizing that for 5 years or 6, doing a fabulous job. We've also, I've started recently talking to some people I met through that organization, and we're talking about what are some ways that people of interfaith people can get together to take some action about racial justice. So those conversations are starting. The Baha'is decided yesterday that we would host a prayer gathering on Zoom every Friday night to invite people of all faiths to come share music and prayers specifically about the topic of racial justice. So I think there's a lot of that openness, but of course there is a majority of Christianity here, so it might not always seem like it comes to the fore.
Well, I think part of the issue with that is I think Christianity and Islam, I'm speaking of those two because we have the representation we have on this panel, have traditionally had exclusivist tendencies. And that's been, for better or worse, I'm not judging any of that. I'm just saying I think historically that's been the case. I want to say though, and so I think that plays a role in all these dynamics is the people of different religious faiths have to want to interact with each other. One of the things I want to say though, Julie actually did a prayer at, and I can't remember, it was a candlelight vigil. It might've been in the wake of something to do with Philando Castile down at Phoenix Park. It was a candlelight vigil. And it has stuck out to me, obviously, ever since then, Julie. And it was, you said you encouraged everybody to pray to the God of their understanding. And that, to me, that was something that has stuck with me. Because, and I talked earlier about just recognizing how much I don't know about anything. That's one of those things where it's like, okay, so when I'm praying and when I'm talking to Jesus and when I'm, addressing God as Father the way I do, I'm doing it based on my understanding. I'm doing it based on how I understand God and how I understand how the world works and all that kind of stuff. But there's something powerful about that recognition of just not knowing as much as we think we know, even when going into prayer, and the humility that can be brought to bear in there. I'm encouraged by this conversation, and I'm encouraged. I have not attended any of the interfaith meetings that Amy has been organizing yet, but I'm encouraged that she's doing it. Yeah, because I think it's exciting. Nothing negative is going to come from us having conversations together and really listening to one another. Only good things can come from that.
A couple of other groups are mentioned in the chat that I forgot to mention, and one is Jonah, which is an interfaith group that does a lot of racial justice and social justice work, and also the Trialogue is another interfaith group that advances understanding.
But I also want to point out that often smaller groups are left out, like from First Nations people or centered and sometimes it's a lack of trust and respect, and it's really hard. I know when I've been a part of ceremonies before, I've been disrespected, either as a woman or as a UU, and I'm sure that's just part of like the othering. We do it in all sorts of ways, and so I hope that as we talk about building bridges, that this is what a great space this is. Thank you for having this, Slika and Ed, and I think it's wonderful.
Well, and Julie, I think that you brought up a really great point that was made in our last conversation on religion and race I think that was back in November or so.
Right.
Where faith organizations don't necessarily look like the people that should be a part of them. And there needs to be trust built in the first place for people of color or for people who have traditionally been othered by churches or by organized religion to actually want to walk through the front doors and take part. And so making sure that your congregation or materials that are being produced by your congregation are reflective of the community that you want to have in your doors is a big part of where we start building those bridges in the first place. Because right now there is no bridge. There are two banks of a river, and people are on either side with no way to get across. But if we start building those bridges, we can at least get closer to finding that common ground and bringing people into whatever religion it is, or religion in general. So,
well, but then Adam, the way you talk about that, though, it reminds me the kind of community you want to have. That, I mean, when it comes down to it, that's the question, right? Is what kind of community do you want to have? And I'm one of those people that believes that every human being is a mixed bag of good and bad. We got a lot of different stuff living in us all at the same time. A lot of that is defined by when we are acting selflessly versus when we're acting selfishly. And from my perspective. And so I think sometimes, even if it's subconsciously, institutional religious groups will set things up in a way that they only have the people involved that they want to have involved, which is not exactly the emphasis you were getting at there, but I think practically that's the way it tends to work out a lot. There's a great, I see in the chat too, something from Linda saying, I was wondering where people who are agnostic or atheist fit into this conversation. Julie's raising her hands. Let's go to Julie.
Well, in our tradition, we don't have a creed, so we do have atheist members of our congregation, as well as little C Christians and Jewish people and Buddhist people, and in fact, we've had a Muslim UU as well. So I think it is surprising. People don't always know that groups exist, but not everybody needs to organize themselves. Organized religion has done a lot of harm. And that's where, I hope that we as leaders or faith representations can do better.
Yeah.
I want to mention something here, like there are a lot of verses in the Quran which addresses not only Muslims, like people who are not familiar with the Quran, they would think that all the verses in the Quran or the chapter addressing only Muslim. Actually, a lot of verses in the Quran addresses all human beings. You will find a lot of verses started with the "all people," and when God is saying "all people," He addressing everybody, whatever belief, whatever race, whatever. And there's one really interesting verse for me in which say, "All people, we created you from like males and females, and we made you into different tribes and nations. And then this what attracts me in order to know each other." So the aim of being different in order to enrich us, not like to dehumanize each other, or not like to put people aside or to act in an arrogant way, is to know. And knowing each other cannot happen in one minute. It needs time, it needs conversation, it needs, we deal with each other, we live with each other, we visit each other, we, stand with each other in difficult times. So a lot of verses in the Quran ask us to be together, and it's not like all Muslims or all believers, it's all people. And really this attracts me. And unless you contemplate about that, you think you have to include really every human being and give dignity and respect and love to every human being on earth.
I think too, I'm thinking about Linda's question, and I think what I as I listen to what you all are saying today, and I think about my own understanding of my faith, there are some really important and strong common threads that run through them. And one of them is the inherent dignity and value of a person. So like for me, that's motivated by my understanding of God. But if you're engaged in this particular session of Conversations in Color, or in what we're doing today, celebrating Dr. King's life and legacy overall, chances are you already are a part of that thread where you have an understanding of the dignity and value of a human being. That was such an inherent central part of Dr. King's message in his life, is that it's important as we celebrate his life and legacy, that it's not all Black folks that are doing it, because he wasn't doing what he did just for Black folks. It was that everybody could experience freedom and equality. And so I guess, Linda, I don't have the answer to that question about, how do agnostics or atheists fit into this, but I would encourage us all to think about the common threads that are becoming evident in this conversation amongst us, who have incredibly diverse belief systems amongst us. But there are these common threads that I think, if you're engaged in this conversation at all, even as, listening in, you probably are a part of that common thread already.
I think the agnostic and atheist people that I know have so much integrity, and they're really asking hard questions. And the Baha'i faith teaches, and I think many faiths teach, that God is just an unknowable essence. Far be it from us to know what it's all about, or anything we can conceive of God is not God. So yeah, I think atheists and agnostics are definitely welcome in the conversation, and anyone that has this, like you said, belief in the dignity of all people. I wanted to mention too, I put it in the chat, the interfaith racial justice gatherings are not mine. They are a group project initiated by the Baha'is, and a lot of faith groups are participating, which is wonderful, and everyone is welcome.
Well, I attributed it to you, so. Adam, do you have any other comments or questions from the community at this point?
Yeah, I've got one about dehumanizing people. So Catherine is wondering, dehumanization seems to play such a huge role in racism and other isms that we have. How do we address dehumanization and also avoid dehumanizing those whose actions we abhor? It seems like most faith traditions might have something to say about dehumanization.
Absolutely. Salika, you got thoughts on this? I know you do. I can't hear you, though.
Yeah, I have thoughts on this. It's this is the struggle of being a person of faith involved in civil rights, because you know these people are willing to kill you, and yet you are called not to hate them. And on one hand, nonviolence, this is where the philosophy of nonviolence meets the tactic of nonviolence. And for those whom nonviolence is a philosophy, engaging with those who don't like you, or engaging with white allies who will deal with those who don't like you, is important, because it's almost as if you're trying to save themselves from their others. There are several Black people running around the country trying to save Klansmen from themselves. God bless them. I have a teenager, and I'm hoping at the end of that journey I'll have that kind of patience, but I'm not sure I have it now. Refraining from calling them names, refraining from dehumanizing them back. When I talk about that idea of jerkishness being contagious, it's very easy to dehumanize those who dehumanize you. It's easy to call them names when they call you names. When they hurt you, you want to hurt them back. And the hardest thing is to take that breath, to take that 4-7-8 breath back and stay in your frontal lobes and not in your amygdala, and see them for the logic stripped people that they are. And I think the hardest thing about it too is that you know, this is where faith asks you to play triage with somebody who isn't, to be honest, they are in the amygdala. They are fear-based. They don't see us. And the names they call us show that they don't see us as humans. To triage, who it is it that's doing this out of ignorance, and who is this who's doing this because it is a deep well of hatred that we can't touch? Who do you leave alone, and who do you try to bring along? I think that is the biggest question, because you don't want to coddle the people who are abusive supremacists. And I put racism within that continuum of abuse, because the people who engage in racism engage in a lot of the abusive gaslighting type tactics that you see in domestic abuse. So you don't want to coddle that. But on the other hand, you don't want to feed their sense of persecution. I had said in the comments that I thought entitlement was one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I really think there's 6 of them, and having a persecution complex, which comes from feeling entitled. These people, and I'm getting back to what our PhD candidate, almost Dr. Ghazal, is saying. I want to give you that credit because you are brilliant. That arrogance, entitlement, fear, and disinterest. I mean, these things come together to create this sort of toxic boogeyman. And our faith asks us to unravel it, especially when it's somebody who is in our family. People know I have joked about, I have some interesting crew in my family. Everybody does. Dr. Turner talked about the Nation of Islam. I've got a couple of those. I've got a Black Israelite in there. And the question is, you know, how long do you engage? And I think you engage until they are contemptuous and condescending. For me, contempt is where I triage. If they are contemptuous, then they are not listening to me, and I'm wasting my time, and I'm wasting my breath. And I will try to set boundaries with grace, but I'll be honest, I'm still learning to set boundaries with grace. I think we all are. I know some 84-year-olds who are still saying, I don't know how to set boundaries with grace. Because some of these people, when they're not extending us grace, it's very hard to figure out how to say to them, no, you don't get to call names. No, that's not appropriate. No, you made the choice to pick that insult. No, I'm going to walk out, and if you want my presence, you're going to have to let that go. You can't say that in front of me. And humans are conflict averse.
I want to mention here something, Sarika. It's about the concept of, let's say, Islamic concept of ihsan. Ihsan, if you translate it literally, it's about perfection, or to do something in a like perfectionist way. But actually, if you go to the religious definition of it, is to worship God as if you see God. And imagine in every single word or action, you see God is watching you, how you would react. And there are also verses in the Quran all the time. It's called, I will just say it in Arabic and then translate it. Idfa' billati hiya ahsan. Try to behave in a better way. So if there's an enemy between you and the other person, he will turn to be a very close friend to you. I know it's very difficult on the grounds, like if somebody is doing bad for you, so you behave in a good way. and you keep behaving. It's not easy, actually. It's very difficult, but the result, you will have influence on that person. It might not come immediately. And what you have mentioned, just like even like this, setting the boundary, you can do it in the best way without like calling them, because I feel if we want to dehumanize the other because he dehumanized, we are on the same level.
Yes.
So, and we have to be above of this by following the concept of ihsan, to treat people in the best way, and to have in our like conscious, we are conscious that God is watching us and we are representing God on earth. And this is not easy. Actually, for me personally, it's something really difficult to behave in that way. But if you start training yourself and training the others around you, you will really get to a good end, hopefully.
I'm still working on what you're talking about. And I think what helps me is that if I'm going to ask people to see the spark of God in me, if I'm going to do what Ed has seen me do, which is ask somebody to, can you see God or Jesus in the children in the cages? Can you see God in incarcerated people, in ex-incarcerated people, the people who we demonize, who we feel very comfortable marginalizing? If I'm going to ask them to do that, then I have to try to see the Godhead in them, even when they're not acting like it. And I'm not going to say that's easy. And I'm not going to say that there are not times that I fail. And my children will tell you that we have had moments. But I think that you are absolutely right. We have to operate as if, our whether you believe in a deity or not a deity, we have to operate whether that spark of the divine is in everybody.
I think
and
spark of divine. I'm sorry, Salika. I didn't mean to step on you there.
It's all right.
I think this is the idea of loving your neighbor is easier on the surface than loving your enemy, of course. But your neighbor could very well be your enemy. So the thing is I think love is just hard. I think it just is. Love, agape, the New Testament, the Greek word that's translated love, when Jesus talks about loving people and loving your neighbor, is agape, which is others-focused love. You're focused on what the other person needs and wants over yourself. And it's no wonder when he tells us things like love your neighbor and love your enemy, that he says, if you want to follow me, you got to take up your cross. Because cross-bearing is not easy. Cross-bearing is rough everywhere around. I mean, when we think about that imagery. And so there's nothing natural, I don't think, for us. It may be natural to a sense for us to love our neighbor, but loving our enemies feels counterintuitive to us. And it's hard. I mean, we had Sahar came in with a comment about the insurrectionists at the Capitol and struggling with people on social media dehumanizing those folks. And what do you do with that? And the truth of the matter is, I'm guilty of it too. I'm not vocal about it. I don't go on social media and dehumanize people. But in my heart of hearts and in my mind, I have dehumanized them. And if nothing else, I've gotten really super angry with them if I haven't dehumanized them. But like it's really difficult. And I'm not going to name names, but there's a certain prominent government official who won't be in that spot very much longer, who has exhibited so many behaviors and said so many things that are anti-Christ, like from my perspective, anti-everything I understand about Jesus. And I have dehumanized that person.
You know, and my wife, I'm gonna speak for her. She would tell you she's dehumanized that person, even though we're trying hard to be like Jesus. And so it's just such a hard thing. How do we do that? You know, we've got about 6 minutes left in our time together, 5 minutes left. I think this is a good place for us as spiritual folks, people trying to spiritual path and become closer to God. This is a great place for us to kind of stay and talk about what do we do with people like the insurrectionists at the Capitol? What do we do with white supremacists? And how do we act out our faith in relationship with those people?
Just I want to mention something. You said like you get angry in your mind about what's happening. And I think this is justified.
Yeah.
It does not contradict love. You love and you feel empathy, but this does not mean like if the people we have to differentiate when we are speaking on the individual level and then in the community level and on the country level. And when this action, if you are just, you know, harming yourself or harming the people around you or harming a country, and there must be accountability. When we speak like about love, it does not mean like even if I love you and you make a mistake, I have to bring you to the right path in different ways. It depends my relations. So if you are doing something attacking a country, you know, this is, you have to be held accountable. And this does not mean I hate you. Actually, I hate the action you have come out with. And I try my best according to where I am, according to my position, according to my institution, to come up with wise way to try to fix this problem. But I cannot say I cannot hold people accountable for what they are doing. Even when I love, for example, and this is in the Quranic principles, we have to be just and, you know, practice justice, even if it is against sometimes our family members, even against, it does not mean we hate them. No, we love them and we hold them accountable because we love them. Because if we just leave them to what they are think, this will destroy everybody, including themselves.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think where the struggle is for me, and maybe for others, is I know there's that sense of righteous indignation, right? That righteous anger. But where it crosses the line is where I start calling those people names in my head. And names that I'm not going to repeat in front of a bunch of spiritually minded, moral people. But that, and I think that's the difference, right? It's when you're classifying them in a way rather than condemning the behavior. And it's a hard line to stay on the right side of sometimes, right?
If you classify in your mind, but you didn't pronounce it or you didn't bring it in action, so it means you are controlling yourself.
But I was going to say that people who know me or who've been on my Facebook page know that I have asked the question, what leads us into evil? What leads us to think evil is attractive? And I think that anger at them, I need to be aware that will lead me straight up into sin. And that will lead me into that sin of hate, and that would be the attractive evil. So that's what I've been thinking about. That's the, you know, hating them is the route to hooking me into some sort of evil. So I need to see that as my weakness and recognize that sin in me, which is also hard.
And we give abusers power. I mean, I think that's the thing too, is like you know, refusing to name someone who's getting attention or to show a serial killer on the news, or, you know, you give your power away to your abuser when you let them control you through fear. And these folks are operating so badly. And, you know, who's going to win? And Martin Luther King told us that you can't win hate with hate. You got to win hate with love. And I think I think you give your power away. And And that can be true in faith too, is, you know, if we can hold ourselves to the heart of compassion, it doesn't mean we say, oh yes, please keep acting evilly. We say, don't act evil, but we're not going to give you the power to make us hate you. It's going to be hard.
Hey, listen, y'all, we've got, we're at time. This is the way it is every stinking time we do the show. We have more to talk about. You guys are so wonderful, and I'm so thankful that you've been on this. I have been inspired and encouraged by you. I want to thank you. I want to thank Pablo Center, Uniting Bridges, and Converge Radio for helping us do this. You can find this episode of Conversations in Color, as well as our previous episodes, on YouTube. This episode will be up within a few days. Next week, we're back at our regularly scheduled time at 7:30 p.m., and we're talking about immigration and racism. And we're going to have Maria Segala, Caitlin Lee, and Isaac Muhammad joining us, all three of which have been touched by or have been involved with immigration issues or immigration itself, and I think have to tell us about racism and immigration. So that's going to be a very important conversation. I invite you all to join us. In the meantime, please engage in the rest of this wonderful celebration of Martin Luther King Jr., his life and his legacy. We wish you peace and have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Very inspiring.
Thank you so much.
Another thing that we had to get over was the fact that the nonviolent resistor does not seek to humiliate or defeat the opponent, but to win his friendship and understanding. This was always a cry that we had to set before people, that our aim is not to defeat the white community, not to humiliate the white community, but to win the friendship of all of the persons who had perpetrated this system in the past. The end of violence, or the aftermath of violence, is bitterness. The aftermath of nonviolence is reconciliation and the creation of a beloved community. A boycott is never an end within itself. It's merely a means to awaken a sense of shame within the oppressor, but the end is reconciliation. The end is redemption. In spite of the difficulties of this hour, I am convinced that we have the resources to make the American dream a reality. I am convinced of this because I believe Carlyle is right. No lie can live forever. I am convinced of this because I believe William Cullen Bryant is right. Truth, pressed to earth, will rise again. I am convinced of this because I think James Russell Lowell is right. Truth, forever on the scaffold. Wrong, forever on the throne. Yet, that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping a watch above his own.
Five score years ago, a great American, in whose symbolic shadow we stand today, signed the Emancipation Proclamation. This momentous decree came as a great beacon of hope to millions of Negro slaves who had been seared in the flames of withering injustice. It came as a joyous daybreak to the end of a long night of their captivity.
In a sense, we have come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check. A check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity in this nation.
Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protest to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force and soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to distrust of all white people, for many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is tied up with our destiny.
They have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone. As we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of the civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our bodies, heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the motels of the highways and the hotels of the cities.
We cannot be satisfied as long as the Negro's basic mobility is from a smaller ghetto to a larger one. We can never be satisfied as long as our children are stripped of their selfhood and robbed of their dignity by signs stating, "For whites only." We cannot be satisfied as long as a Negro in Mississippi cannot vote, and a Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood.
I have a dream that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with his vicious racist, with his governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day, right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together.
This will be the day when all of God's country will be able to sing with a new meaning. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sang, land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring.
And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania.
Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi. From every mountainside, let freedom ring.
And when this happens, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, you'll be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands singing the words of the old Negro spiritual. Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
I stand on these 2 feet, 48 hours so my steps might move the days to where I'd like to be.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to this Race and Law panel. My name is Latrice Donaldson. I'll be the moderator. Our panelists today are Attorney General Josh Call, Eric Casper, Lynette McNeely, Timothy Shield, Professor Timothy Shield, and Vice Chancellor Teresa O'Halloran. We'll begin the panel with Attorney General Josh Call.
Well, thank you, Dr. Donaldson, and thank you to our hosts for organizing today's events. I wanted to start out by talking about a couple issues that address this topic that have been in the news recently and that have gotten a lot of attention over the last several months. And one of them is an issue that I think we frequently associate with the First Amendment. And one is an issue that has significant First Amendment implications, but I think is thought of less in the context of the First Amendment, but I think it's important that we do. So the first issue is protests and policing and public safety around protests. That has certainly been the topic of a lot of attention certainly since this past summer. And I think it's an important topic for us to address. One thing I think it's important to note as a starting point is that this is a topic that in a lot of ways I think has been underexplored. There is not a lot, if you look, there's not a lot of best practice guidance for how it is that we should make sure that protest activity is able to happen and that people are able to exercise their First Amendment rights to protest. Yet it's also done in a way where we're making sure that we protect public safety, we protect against destruction of property, and we protect against potential incitement to violence. Now, there are certainly clear examples where I think we would all, or hopefully all of us, would agree where there has either been an over-response or an under-response. I'll point to 2 examples. One is in Lafayette Square, this past summer, the president famously walked across the street. He posed for a photo op, and there was, at the president's direction, force used against protesters who, by all accounts, were peaceful, who were lawfully exercising their rights to protest, and were doing it in a way that did not infringe upon the rights of others. We also saw very much the reverse of that about a week and a half ago in Washington, D.C., when the president and others, including Rudy Giuliani and the president's son, spoke to a group of the president's supporters in Washington, D.C., and there was what I regarded as an incitement to violence that was followed by the storming of the United States Capitol. In that case, it's clear that the Capitol Police did not expect the kind of response to that protest and the president's remarks that we saw. And there was, from my perspective, an under response from law enforcement initially to prepare for that event. So there are extreme cases where I think we all can agree that certain actions should have been taken differently. But then there are a whole bunch of other cases that fall into a grayer area. And how is it that we go about making sure that if there are 2 or 3 people in a group of hundreds who might throw rocks at people, who might engage in looting or destruction of property, how do we police those protests when there are events like that happening, where the vast majority of people are protesting peacefully and exercising their rights, but there are some people in a crowd who are not? Certainly, if you can identify those people and take action, that's the easy response. But in a lot of cases, that's not the reality. In a lot of cases, it's an evolving situation where a bottle filled with some substance might be thrown in the direction of law enforcement officers, and they don't know what's in there. So what is the appropriate response in that circumstance? This is a topic that really deserves a lot of attention, because what we've seen is people responding quickly, acting in response to events that are evolving. But it needs to have thought from leaders, both constitutional experts, activists, law enforcement leaders, so we can discuss ways that people can expect law enforcement to respond to protests, and that we make sure are protecting people's First Amendment rights to protest, so there's not engagement from law enforcement where they're not anticipating it. I am hopeful that one thing we will see from the new Biden administration's Justice Department is an effort to provide best practices, to work with stakeholders who protest, who respond to protests, who want to support constitutional rights, so that we can identify some best practices in this area. I think that's a very rich topic for further discussion, and that's one that I wanted to raise today. The second one, as I mentioned, is one that we don't always think of as a First Amendment issue, and that is our right to vote. The right to vote has an unusual history in our Constitution. There were actually provisions that provided for senators to be elected not directly initially in our Constitution. But there have been several amendments to the Constitution that have changed the way that our right to vote works. That includes the 15th Amendment, which prevents discrimination based on race in voting, the 19th Amendment, which extended the right to vote to women, the 24th Amendment, which prevents poll taxes, and the 26th Amendment, which extended the right to vote to 18-year-olds. But, I would ask the question, what is a more significant, fundamental, expressive activity that we engage in a democracy than our right to vote? To me, that is at the core of our First Amendment rights. And that's a right that the U.S. Supreme Court has recognized as one aspect of our First Amendment rights. There is a test that courts apply when the right to vote is burdened, and they look to both the First Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to figure out if the burden on the right to vote outweighs the benefits to the state or to the federal government from imposing the procedure that's been imposed. But what we've seen in the last few months is a concerted attempt to overturn the will of the voters in several states, including here in Wisconsin. I think that one of the things that needs to be a critical priority project going forward is to strengthen our protection of the right to vote, both in our Constitution and in our statutes. There is no provision in the Constitution that expressly provides for a right to vote. I think there should be, so that there is no question that when voters have rendered their decision, a state legislature can't come in and overturn the will of the voters. That was one of the things we saw litigated in this most recent election, but I think we need to be very clear about that in our Constitution. I also think it is long past time to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act to make sure that we are protecting against discriminatory impacts from voting legislation, so that we all have a right to vote on equal terms and that equality of opportunity at the ballot box is protected. And then a third area where I think it's critical that we take action, and this is not meant to be exhaustive, by the way, but a third area is when it comes to partisan gerrymandering. We have a major imperfection in our democracy in that our elected leaders, in a lot of cases, are able to select who is going to be voting on their races. And what that has led to in state legislatures in particular, and to some extent in Congress, is representation that doesn't actually reflect the views of the voters in a state or in a region. We need to address that to make sure that our democracy is working more effectively. There are steps that can be taken at both the federal level and the state level, but by making sure that we are fortifying our democracy against those who would overturn the will of the voters, or those who would try to manipulate district lines to reduce the impact that voters have in ultimately selecting the direction we take as a state and as a country, we can help empower people and make their First Amendment rights both to express themselves at the ballot box stronger, but also make sure that the impact they're having when they exercise their right to express themselves is stronger. So I think those are two critical topics. And with that, let me turn it back to Dr. Donaldson.
McKinley, or who goes next? Is it McKinley?
Yes, I think I'm the one that goes next. Thank you very much.
All right, I want to make sure. So, Attorney McKinley, please go ahead.
My name is Attorney, I'm Inland at McKinley. I'm the chair of legal redress for the NAACP, Wisconsin State Conference of Branches. I've been doing that for about 2-3 years. Prior to that, and currently, I'm also the legal chair for Waukesha County's NAACP. Now, in that role, we have the opportunity to get the feedback on how we're doing, right? We have these amazing things in our country, these civil rights and civil liberties. And it's an opportunity for every citizen to enjoy protection with their written, verbal, and other communication. They can have the freedom to religion, to petition the government. We have the best gig in town called America, United States of America. Unfortunately, not all individuals are having an easy time at accessing those privileges. So the NAACP, which was born in, I believe, 1909, which is what it says behind me, so I remembered that, it was put in place shortly after Plessy versus Ferguson's decision in 1895, which was the 1896, right? Great.
Sorry.
No, right. Well, they had argument. Well, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
So the problem there was there was a reinstantiation of Jim Crow in this country, of course. And yeah, correct me if I don't have it all, but and the problem there was African Americans had been born, raised, gone to Harvard, and got a PhD and graduated and lived in great communities, all as free persons. And then Jim Crow came in and took away a lot of privileges to African Americans in this country, and it just continued on for the next 100 or so years. And this was in addition to the Black Codes, of course, right? That came out of the South after slavery and were basically a precursor to our Jim Crow laws, but it wasn't as prophylactically applied in the South as what occurred after the Plessy versus Ferguson decision. So we had organizations like the NAACP to remind America of the fact that there are African Americans here who are citizens, who are contributing, finding positive ways to address the system, to fight the system, to address lynching, to encourage our government to make the right decision, to encourage our communities to make the right decisions. And we've been in place for all these years. And unfortunately, we still have to act today. The thing that I wanted to talk about when I heard about our topic today was the history, as I mentioned, of America and why we exist as an organization. But more importantly, the other side of that, why did we have to exist? The Confederacy and what it really represents, I think, has gone under the radar to some extent. Why did half the country want to separate from the Union? And having clear understanding of the values that were represented with that separation, I think it's key to understanding what's happening perhaps right now and what's happened ever since the emancipation. And there's a force in this country that is looking to deny access to Black and Brown communities, access to the American dream. That's to put it simply, without all the legal jargon. Whether it's to vote, whether it's to have a good paying job, whether it's to live in communities of your choosing, whether to bank wherever you want to. I mean, every facet of our life in this country has had some opposition by this Confederate perspective, where there's no Negro entitled to be respected by white men, or the fact that a lot of people believe that you have to be vigilant and active in denying people access to the privileges of this country. And so I think as we talk today, acknowledging that history and understanding how it's being brought forward when we have a Confederate flag being flown right in the middle of our Capitol is going to be key. But it also helps us understand why there's such vitriol today. When you have a group of people who were separating from this country and fighting and dying for slavery, to maintain the wealth that they received from slavery, and then afterwards being active in guerrilla warfare, if you will, to attack the people who were liberated by the emancipation, to attack all of their access to the privileges of the community, we get an understanding of why we're talking about this in 2021. And when we can be honest about that as a country, I think we can start healing and moving forward and beyond. And so that's what the NAACP is looking to encourage in the state of Wisconsin. We're very proud of the work that you all are doing today and bringing this to light. And I think that will help reinforce some of the values that and the efforts that we've heard from the Attorney General today, explaining what we're looking to do in Wisconsin and to open up access. It's going to be a lot easier if we can acknowledge some of those prohibitions that have been put in place such a long time ago, those attitudes. Now, granted, there may be a freedom to have a perspective of hate, but as we see, that legacy of history is something that is creating more of a clear and present danger and the hate being displayed today. Now, my argument would have had less weight if we hadn't had the incident on January 6th. So if we could talk more about that today and seeing those two connections, I think that's going to help us heal and move on and actually realize the America that we've been striving for. And so back to you, Dr. Donaldson.
Thank you. So I think Eric Casper goes next. So please say your piece.
All right. Well, thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a professor of political science at UW-Eau Claire, as well as the director of the Menard Center for Constitutional Studies there. And part of what I just want to touch on here at the outset is just getting us into some topics that I'm sure we'll get into in more detail as we go along here this afternoon, which are some of these specific aspects of the First Amendment, the freedom of expression. And I think it's within the light of one of the most famous lines from Dr. King's letter from the Birmingham jail, where he talks about how injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And how do you call attention to injustices? You speak out about them is one of the first steps in that regard. Calling attention to them, using that freedom of expression, using that ability to assemble, to have demonstrations, to have boycotts, to engage in that type of First Amendment activity. With regard to the First Amendment and what we see as far as some of the developments from the U.S. Supreme Court over time, as far as what's protected in that regard and what isn't. In particular, we're looking here within this context, I think, at most importantly, the ability to speak and assemble in traditional public forums. Places that have since a very long time ago been where people generally will congregate to have these types of activities, sidewalks along public streets, public parks, these types of places. Within that area, there's a very high level of protection that's there. But of course, there are examples of things that are not protected, right? Incitement to imminent lawless action, and the types of things that someone might say to get a crowd to the point where they are going to engage in that type of illegal activity. That speech, though, is protected to up until that point where you have an actual imminent threat of lawless action that the speaker intends to have people engage in or to direct people toward engaging in. And of course, along with imminent lawless action, there are other examples of property damage and resorting to violence that obviously would not be protected speech, and true threats are not protected expression. A number of other things are, though, including offensive speech. If you ever are in the situation that I'm in, you get to teach undergrads about the First Amendment. It's, of course, a very famous case of Cohen versus California, which they all enjoy because they get to use the F word in class in an academic sense. What he ended up doing is he put that word on the back of his jacket. He was in the corridors of the LA County Courthouse, and the U.S. Supreme Court overturned his conviction, saying that type of expression, even though it may be seen as offensive to some, there's this aspect there of being able to use language to as far as the emotive impact of language and stirring people to emotion. And so there's quite a bit of different types of expression that are protected, obviously, some that are not. But there's I think in particular in this time that we're in now, I think if we're talking about people's ability to express themselves, there's a question of what's protected by the First Amendment, and then there's that question of what's going to be the best expression to engage in, because this is a difficult time, and it has been a difficult time. Obviously for a while with respect to not only some of the long-standing injustices, but additional pressures that people have been under due to the pandemic. And then, of course, what we've seen over the last few months, over the last couple of weeks. And so there's that question of how to best exercise that freedom of speech to be able to call attention to an injustice, to be able to bring people to your cause and to do it effectively. In a way that's going to bring people together in a way that's going to be productive. And I think that has to be a part of the conversation here as well, not just what's protected by the First Amendment, but how can we best exercise those First Amendment rights to really make that lasting change that we want to see to bring justice to the world. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Great. Thank you, Professor Casper. Professor Shield, it's on you.
Thanks. Well, I mean, there's a lot to agree with in what I've heard from our panelists so far, and I'm going to flip my script from what I had planned and go in a little bit different direction to connect a little bit with the themes we're hearing and raise a few new ideas. So I think on Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Remembrance, it's really important to talk about the role race played in shaping the modern First Amendment. the modern First Amendment is to a substantial degree shaped by protest and other boycotts and other dimensions of the exercise of free speech in the United States. There's so many cases we could go back to, and a lot of this, of course, comes from the work of the civil rights heroes, including Dr. King, but it goes back long before that. 1937, a very important but neglected case, Herndon v. Lowry, an African-American labor organizer who managed to organize a biracial march to the Capitol to demand better working conditions, and it was the era of the Depression, relief for workers and ordinary citizens. Well, you didn't allow in Atlanta, Georgia, such a thing to occur without finding out who organized that and going after him. They found out it was Angelo Herndon, and he was prosecuted for incitement to insurrection. It took 2 Supreme Court trials to get him off. 1937, Herndon v. Lowry, a black communist's expression was protected by the Supreme Court. That's shocking. 1937, black communist speech is protected. Why? Because the court was starting to realize that the norms regarding free speech had to change, and in particular regarding the silencing of people of color. Now, we're still working on that here in 2021. The job is far from over. It's a long haul. But shout out here to NAACP, the organization more than any other than perhaps the ACLU, responsible for shaping modern First Amendment law, and in particular Thurgood Marshall, who was their legal director, won something like 29 of 32 cases in front of the Supreme Court. That's amazing. 29 out of 32 cases he argued before the Supreme Court. He won. Many of them, most of them, involving some sort of expression issue. Wow, I need to wrap up here. So I think it's important for us all to remember in the current era where a lot of people are calling for relaxing some protections for free speech in the belief that somehow this will help racial progress and progress towards equality. I think we need to remember that robust protections for free speech are really essential to the push for racial equality, and weakening protections for free speech will ultimately work against our demands for racial equality and the forms of protest and boycott necessary to push and demand for those sorts of changes. I would just add one last point to follow up on something Professor Casper was talking about, and that is there's some easy cases in the law. Clearly, this was incitement, and there's hard cases. Maybe this was not incitement. The way we use a lot of terms in ordinary language, what is a threat, what is incitement, is not the standard in the law. So when we get into those discussions, it's really important to have legal experts weigh in on, well, okay, what is the 3-pronged test for incitement? How has that actually been used in cases that come before the Supreme Court? What actually are the tests for true threats, and what are cases that actually address that, so that we move away from kind of loose, ordinary, everyday expressions, which don't really have any legal force, and may lead people in misdirections and may in itself be a kind of misinformation. So anyway, I'll stop myself there. Thank you, and turn it back over to Professor Donaldson.
Great, thank you so much. Great point. Now, Vice Chancellor O'Halloran, we will go to you now.
I don't have any separate comments, but I was supposed to kind of start the questions, so I don't know if Moderator Donaldson, if you're ready for that.
Yes, absolutely. We're ready for some questions.
Yeah, well, the first one that was thrown to us was by our leader in this whole day, Salika Ducksworth-Lawton. I was wondering if we can talk a little bit more about kind of the line between protected and unprotected speech. I think Professor Scheel was alluding to that a little bit in his comments of, would some loosening of the protections or some reduction of the protections of the free speech laws lead to protection of certain groups of people. I don't know if you wanted to dig into that a little bit, Professor Shield, a little bit more with what's protected, what's not protected.
Oh, wow. We could really go a long time for that one. But partly the issue is First Amendment law is one of the most doctrinally sophisticated areas of the law there are. There are tests for obscenity, there's tests for threats, there's tests for incitement, there's so many tests. Then you throw in time, place, manner stuff. It's super complicated in one sense, and maybe not so complicated in another sense. In the uncomplicated sense, I think what we would want to say is the default position is government shouldn't interfere with people's expression. That should be the default position. Government should only step in to interfere if there's some really compelling reason, and we're avoiding the issues of overbreadth, laws that encompass too many things, or laws that are unduly vague. They can be interpreted in arbitrary and unfair ways by judges or juries. So you get to the topic that everyone wants to get at now, the incitement issue with President Trump's remarks. And we have legal experts beyond the level I'm at that can comment, more specifically on that. But as I understand it, there's 3 tests that have to be met for it to qualify as incitement to imminent lawlessness. And one is the speaker has to have the intent to do so. Number 2, they have to use the right kinds of expression that constitute incitement. And then there has to be the imminence part. There has to be proximity between their expression and intention and the violence occurring or likely to occur. I'll stop there and let others weigh in or take that in another direction.
So let's take it over to the 2 attorneys. You're on mute. So let's start with Attorney General Paul. And then
I appreciate that, and I think the professors provided a really great overview of some of the legal issues that frame how we analyze these First Amendment questions in their introductory remarks and in Professor Shield's recent remarks. I'll just follow that up with, I guess, a few issues that I think are ones that are of interest and that are going to become really challenging issues in the time ahead. One thing that is fairly extraordinary about President Trump's remarks is that they are coming from the President of the United States. And, incitement cases don't arise in the context of the President of the United States and inciting cases. And one of the things that I think could be a big issue in his impeachment trial is the standard under the First Amendment for where we draw the line, is that different from the standard we use in deciding whether somebody's conduct as president has so crossed the line that impeachment is appropriate? But it also touches on, I think, related issues, which are, there has been a lot of disinformation on the internet. We saw in 2016 with foreign actors attempting to use bots and other forms of disinformation. And generally speaking, you are allowed to say something even if it's not true. It's protected by our First Amendment, subject to certain limitations. But how do we deal with it when that's being used as a means for foreign countries to try to undermine our ability to govern and undermine the stability of the U.S.? I think that's a really challenging issue. I think we would all agree that we should try to do everything we can to correct disinformation and to address it. But how do you identify it? How do you do it in a way that's totally consistent with the First Amendment? That's one big issue. A second one is when that disinformation is coming from our political leaders, how is it that we address that? How can we respond to it effectively? And then a third that I think is really a challenging issue is, the president was deplatformed, a word that I don't think any of us knew existed until pretty recently, from Twitter and other social media in recent, really in the last week. They're private companies. They're not subject to the First Amendment. So there's not a First Amendment issue there. At the same time, though, those who say that this raises a First Amendment issue, while technically legally it doesn't, there is no question that those have become vital communication platforms. And although the percentage of people who use Twitter may not be enormous like it is with Facebook, it certainly drives media coverage and a lot of other communication. And part of what I think is going on there is a feeling that those companies are acting in a lot of ways like a utility. They are so commonly used by people that if you are excluded from them, it almost feels like an infringement on your rights, even though it's a private company acting rather than the government. I personally think that the decisions with respect to President Trump were the correct ones, and that deplatforming him as well as others who've been spreading conspiracy theories is the right choice. But I think we've got to engage with these issues because having some sort of construct that we feel like isn't going to give Twitter or Facebook a huge amount of power over our political discourse by choosing which voices that they want to amplify and which ones they want to silence. I think that's an important issue for our democracy, and figuring out how we address that going forward, I think, is an important debate to have.
Attorney McKinley, you want to?
Well, there's nothing more to add to that. I think what Attorney Call explained is perfect. I think from our perspective, though, there's always an argument, right? We understand what the precedent is and what the analysis might be in order to assess whether or not someone engaged in that conduct and can be held liable under the law. But I think what made Thurgood Marshall such a great attorney was looking at that established structure and saying, well, this is how I'm going to challenge it, or these are some new facts we're going to add here. And I think that that's going to help us moving forward with the president and deciding what we're going to do in order to kind of met through that liability. But I thought Attorney Call made a great point. This is the first time in history where we're looking at the President of the United States, doing all of this. Most of our history, the case law precedent is from, more private individuals. And I think political speeches has a lot more protection. You can lie about your candidate, your opponents, and kind of get away with that more so under the interest of freedom of speech, from what I understand. And so it's a little different in this political arena, but I think we're going to have to, as a country, decide where we want to be with this. And I think moving forward, things could change, and we might have to add to that analysis on what incitement means and what some of these other, categories of protected speech and non-protected speech, how they met out. Thanks.
Okay, so there are a couple of questions here. This is another question from Eric Lindquist. How do the panelists believe the questions of civility and the First Amendment should apply to public officials on social media? So kind of following up with what Attorney General Call started to say. If anyone wants to jump in. Tim, go ahead.
Well, if it's a private forum, it's a different situation than if it's a public forum. So, in a private forum, your options are, if you don't like what you're hearing, don't use that platform. Go to a different platform or start your own platform. You can push back within that forum against the speech, use counter speech against speech you dislike. You can try to impose social costs. You can organize boycotts against the people whose views. Nowadays, what happens a lot is, on social media, you're able to identify the person and you notify their employer and they get fired. So there's, I guess you might call it a kind of transactional cost you can impose on bad actors. I'm reading some articles that indicate some of those transactional costs are starting to be imposed on President Trump, companies that don't want to do business with the Trump organization anymore. So outside of legal consequences, there are lots of moral, ethical, social, economic costs that you can impose on bad actors. And again, in the private forum, that's under the current First Amendment regime, those are your options. And I think probably, for the most part, that's the right way to go about it.
Any other panelists want to jump in?
Well, I find it fascinating in this. I'm sorry, Attorney McKinley. You know, I thought we were going to talk more about race and how that might apply with First Amendment, and hopefully we'll get more to that. But as far as civility and trying to legislate that, I think we already have some great things in place. I mean, especially in the state of Wisconsin, unlawful use of a telephone. We understand, there's certain things you can and cannot do with that medium. Granted, harassment. We have some, great laws that address how we can behave in a public place if it's disorderly. There could be some municipal as well as state violations that can be leveraged against you at the state level, right? So I think it's a matter of not creating a new way to approach the digital realm. It's more of how do we apply what we already have to the digital realm. Now, the problem there is there's the interstate activities and the fact that one state may not be able to completely control what's happening online. And one company who is interstate can't necessarily have a prophylactic rule that applies equally to everybody or doesn't infringe in some way on some other state or one state over another. California has done a great job, though, I think, in trying to establish some privacy rights for your data, and they're moving in the right direction. I think this discussion on civility may be something that gets rolled into that type of framework. And I think even in Europe and in Canada, they seem to get it right. They seem to have some best practices that perhaps we could bring into the States. I'd like to see that in the future, hopefully.
All right, so Dr. Duckworth-Lawton has a question. Where is the line between free speech and racial harassment or incitement? So where is that line between free speech and racial harassment? And I would like to kind of piggyback on there to kind of go off something that Tim said earlier about the Angela Herndon case, in that he was a Black communist, and it is something that is often left out of your textbook, like the U.S. history textbooks, and the fact that he is a communist, and that language of communism and socialism and the left and all those type of things that is incendiary. So, and thinking about what Dr. Duckworth-Lawton was asking, what's the line between hate speech and harassment? And then I would like to throw in there, what's the, you can lie about certain candidates, but, at what point does disinformation become truly harmful in regards to speech? So I would like to throw that out there, because that would kind of go on to what happened last week, in that they're socialists. They're literally using these terms that they have no idea what an actual socialist or communist actually looks like, if they saw one. Because I'm like, Nancy Pelosi is the furthest thing from a communist or a socialist that you could ever get. And so I'm just like, what these are kind of the things that I would like to throw out there for y'all to address a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think it's a difficult problem to grapple with, especially the last question about when we have the situation where someone says something that may be untrue or we can interpret as false. Who makes that determination, and what do we do with hyperbole? Another famous case, Watts versus the United States, from 1969, where it was someone who was draft eligible in the presence of an Army investigator said he wouldn't submit to military conscription, and instead he utters this line. He says that he's not going to Vietnam, and if they ever make him carry a rifle, the first person he wants to get in his sights was LBJ, right? And he's prosecuted for this, and the Supreme Court overturns that conviction, talking about how within our speech there is often a political hyperbole, and how the language of the political arena is it's often inexact, it's often abusive, but it's necessary to allow that to go on so that we don't have someone who is either misinterpreted in terms of what they're saying, or you have those who are in power are trying to silence dissenters or their political opponents. And so I think, it's it's a difficult line, right? Because on the other hand, I mean, there is real danger of people intentionally spreading misinformation, particularly online. But how do we, how do we deal with that when I think turning this into a situation where the government becomes the arbiter of truth on a generalized question like that, outside of a specific instance, talking about a specific person, where you get into questions of slander and libel, and we have well-established legal standards about what that means. I think there is a big danger there. It's part of the reason why nothing's been done in any comprehensive way since what we've been seeing over the last several years in terms of that disinformation online. How do we do it in a way that we don't create a larger problem than what we're seeing?
Anyone else want to jump in here? Lynette, you want to go in?
I'm going in. All right.
All right.
So yeah, the line for racial harassment. I find it intriguing. Going back to my opening statements about that history of denying a whole group of people access to the privileges of America. In order to do that successfully, there had to be some lies and a lot of untruths, being pushed through the public ether, right? In order for us to have an American eugenic society, you had to have some lying there about the inferiority of others. And in order for us to have sustaining the Jim Crow laws as we have, you had to firmly lie about, someone's intelligence ability, or paying someone who's African American less as the law of the land up until 1968. You had to believe the lie that certain people blacks were not as intelligent or couldn't have the ability. So we've been dealing with this issue as a race of people, I guess, called African Americans for a while, understanding how lies could impact not only your livelihood, your neighborhood, your access to opportunities. And I think that now the rest of the America is looking at how impactful lies can be, perhaps. So I think looking and parsing through that history a lot more than we have is going to be key to deciding what we need to do today, or what really are dangerous issues and dangerous problems, and how they can have a dangerous impact on people, and being clear that it's not hyperbole when you can destroy an entire neighborhood with your comments. When it comes to social media, it's so impactful, right? When it comes to the political arena and social media, it's so impactful. So we can't just rely on that history and say, well, this is the way we've done it, and so we're going to do it this way now. We should stop, think, reassess. Now, when it comes to racial harassment and the line, I think, what was the question you asked? I really wanted to answer or hit on it.
Yeah, is there a line? What's the line between racial harassment and free speech? And,
racial harassment and free speech. So once again, I think if you just look at today, someone calling, person A calling person B a racial slur, and just, not looking beyond that, the protections are there for that conduct. You have a freedom to think what you want to think, to say what you want to say. I know the first cases I had out of law school were misdemeanor disorderly conducts, where my client was called the N-word and beat somebody up for it. And it was clear that he was not, my time. So I was like,
yeah. I was like, yeah, that's the right response. But okay, go ahead.
And I thought that was intriguing, that's true. We all kind of heard that growing up, because as in a community that's marginalized, you don't have the privilege of the police helping you, or someone in leadership helping you resolve your problems. You will be let alone to deal with, some aggressions against you. And so, the response I think I see, especially in Milwaukee, was you have to, step up and do what you need to do in order to get some respect in that moment. You're not going to be able to get the teachers, support. You're not going to be able to get the police to come in and support you. And even if anyone does support you, they too get punished for being on your side. So you end up creating this culture around, marginalized folks, where you have to, if you don't stand up for yourself, no one will, right? But now today, in that space, when you're in court, if someone calls you the N-word and you get aggressive, the courts have found reason to charge you criminally for that. And so the message needs to get out there. That's not their proper response. And I'm not saying I support what the court did or I do not support it. But I think it's important to understand that, we've been keeping marginalized groups of people outside of this conversation, outside of the progress of, some other people who are status quo in the States. But then we bring them in and subject them to the rules. And I think when it comes to this history of freedom of speech, that entitlement of the status quo community to say whatever they wanted to say, to be protected by the laws, to have support and not have their supporters demonized, creates a different culture around that dynamic, right? When it comes to marginalized folks, do they have the freedom to speak out? Did my client have a freedom to express himself when he was called the N-word? No. We have these constructs and ways to keep that person further marginalized, right? I find it fascinating that this doesn't get out more. This isn't talked about more. It's like we conveniently ignore how we've treated other, huge swaths of communities of people. And then we have a conversation about the Bill of Rights. We talk about a communist from 1937 who's African-American, but we gloss over the fact that he was subject to Jim Crow rules, right? And why aren't we hearing more about African-Americans who, exercise their First Amendment rights? Because there was Jim Crow, right? So once again, having that honest conversation about our history and bringing this dialogue back so that we can reanalyze it, including that history that we've been ignoring, I think is going to be really important. So the answer, what is racial harassment? What's the line? I don't know. But I think that we do need to rethink our first approach to that, or our first answer to that question.
Tim?
Well, great points there. And just to follow up on a couple of the different lines going on here. So the line between protected expression and racial harassment, I think it's misleading to say there is a line. There's some kind of clear line that distinguishes the two. It's very context dependent, and courts have to look at the totality of facts in any case to make any judgment. So it's hard to say, well, this will do it, or that'll do it, or just this one thing will do it. It's usually a combination of factors. And it also depends on the context. So there's definitions in employment and education for racial harassment that wouldn't apply for an interaction on the street in a public square, or that would apply in a private store or something like that. So the First Amendment is very complicated, and there's so many different factors to take into account that might be good or bad. But this comes to another point that Attorney McKinley raised, and that is the First Amendment evolves, and that's a good thing. First Amendment today looks nothing like what the First Amendment looked like 100 years ago, or even 50 years ago. It's constantly changing and adapting to social circumstances. That's not always a good thing. Sometimes it changes for the worse, and we could have another panel someday to talk about some of the changes we don't agree with, but it's important to remember that the First Amendment is not set in stone, and the rules we have for today aren't laid down in, as the 10 Commandments or something, right? So to be open to those debates and to have those discussions is really important. I just want to second that idea. I also want to second her idea about there's some more attention, fortunately, being given to disparities in the ability to speak and the platforms you can speak in and what the social costs of speaking out might be. That's always been weighted very heavily against people of color. And so this is one of my worries about civility. Civility can be very elitist and very racist. And, Jim Crow thought civility was one thing, and I vehemently disagree with their conception of civility, and I'm glad that people were uncivil in reacting to Jim Crow. And there's other contexts where I probably would be a big fan of incivility too, but incivility isn't violence. Incivility isn't violence.
Oh,
I'll stop there.
No problem, Teresa. Do you have some other questions from the folks?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody had any comments about the possibility of a civil enforcement of, restrictions on speech. Really, like somebody's asking about using kind of a tort such as intentional infliction of emotional distress, things like that. And in the question, you can probably see it emphasizing the kinds of damages that can be caused by hate speech.
I saw one. I did want to bring up one thing. Is speech only limited? Freedom of speech limited to words, or can speech be used? So, for example, in regard to what Attorney McKinley was talking about with the Confederacy, right? So, as a historian, I found it baffling to see a Confederate flag reach the Capitol, which couldn't be done during the actual Civil War. And the fact that that is a flag representing treason against the United States of America, and that why is that flag still, that someone was walking around with the Camp Auschwitz T-shirt. I mean, it was like some of the things that were just absolutely bizarre. But the fact, going with hate speech, right, and how some people have labeled that as history. Oh, it's my heritage. And you're kind of like, no, not really. Are you from Virginia? If you're not, then no, it's not. So, that kind of thing. So what does the panel think about that? Building off of that question about, is freedom of speech limited to words, or can it be applied in other ways? Anyone want to tackle that? Just hop on in.
Well,
go ahead, Tim.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, at one point in time, the free speech clause was primarily thought in terms of speech, but that's quite clearly changed over the years. The case Professor Casper mentioned earlier about the F the draft, I mean, that was a jacket. He didn't say anything at all. He just had it printed on his jacket. Flags are expressive. So conduct can be expressive, symbols can be expressive, words can be expressive. So the court actually talks about making the distinction between so-called speech and so-called conduct in terms of what's its primary intention. Is it primarily expressive or non-expressive? And I guess one thing I was going to say earlier, and I want to say now, one of my worries about the enforcement of First Amendment rights and how they're understood in the law, and how for example, the police enforce them on the street, is the whole issue of how political ideologies shape that to a large extent. So, we might be comfortable with one administration's understanding of First Amendment law and how they enforce it, and they get voted out and somebody else gets voted in. We might have a very different opinion than the way that administration would want to enforce the First Amendment. So the question we have to ask, if you're looking for racial progress and racial equality, is, suppose we weaken the First Amendment and we have a Donald Trump in power. How would he exercise his executive authority to enforce First Amendment rights? And my guess would have been not in ways that promote racial equality and justice.
Okay, so we lost Attorney General here.
Well, I'm left. I'll say this. You always have a right to bring a cause of action in court if you feel that, there's a sufficient causation to the defendant, and you can establish that in a complaint, and there's support in the law. And I think when it comes to, getting injured in some way, of course you could do that. Now, should there be criminal liability for being in civil? I don't know. There already are plenty of laws on the books where, like I said earlier, we have disorderly conduct. I think there's even a statute in Wisconsin that prohibits bomb threats or any type of terrorism threats. And if you qualify under those statutes, you could be prosecuted criminally, even if it's done because of, and then there's a hate crime, too. We could, add that on if somebody engages in an activity with, that as part of the reason why they're doing it, and they make that clear in their act of violence. So we have a lot of great things in place. Once again, it's about applying them to the situations. The other thing I wanted to add about this incivility and violence is not civility. I think someone made that comment on the panel. I think that's interesting. I think I agree with that. Yes, violence is not civility, but under the Jim Crow laws, it was considered part of being civil. I mean, I think lynchings and the fact that they weren't ever prosecuted, it was some level of recognizing, communities, white communities, freedom to assembly and to protest or petition, the inclusion of African Americans in their community. And we've seen a lot of violence with people's freedom to speak out against having, different people who are African American in their schools, or, attending their high schools in Little Rock, or, trying to get a job at their factories. So there's been a history of associating that violence, the lynchings, the running families outside of, out of their town with sundown towns. I don't know, I'm sure you all are aware, especially you're near La Crosse, right? So that was a sundown town where African-American families were run out of the city and told not to come back. Otherwise they'd be killed if they tried to come back and get their property. And that went on well with, throughout Americans' history from the since the Plessy versus Ferguson decision until I think even the 1970s, we had, even to this day, I think there's some towns that are still sundown towns and will not allow African Americans to be in those places after 5 p.m. So I think it goes back to, this conversation on, are we applying this analysis equally? When one group does it, it's considered, a travesty, violent, completely unacceptable. But then when another group does it, somehow it's civil, it's American, it's patriotic. And I think we need to get that discussion more truthful, more fair, more even-handed, instead of spewing out the misrepresentations of, the different groups. We lost you for a second.
Okay, so welcome back. So somebody from Ned from Facebook Live wants to pull away from the race discussion and wants to talk about, what do you say? I'm curious what the lawyers think of the Dominion lawsuits regarding claims of voter fraud they refused to settle. Attorneys, this is directed specifically at the both of you, Attorney General Call. You've been a little silent, so if you want to take that.
Yeah, I mean, so there have been some suits that were, or at least one suit that was filed by Dominion relating to the allegations that have been made about the fairness of the machines and their ability to count the votes accurately. And I'll just note that Georgia was hand recounted multiple times, and the results that were originally ascertained were totally consistent with the final results there. This is an example, though, of how slander can be used, how the laws against slander can be used to prevent disinformation. The allegation is that false statements were made about those voting machines, and action is being taken. So, we have libel laws, we have slander laws. It's a high standard to meet, but they have I'm not going to weigh in on whether they're going to win or not, but clearly false statements were made here, not only about Dominion's voting machines, but about the elections as a whole. And, unlike the general attacks on the integrity of the election, where the attack is on the state or on the state elections processes, these particular claims were made about a specific private company. And, as a result of that, they've chosen to bring legal action.
Great. All right. So we have 2 minutes left. Anyone want to throw out some closing remarks? Okay. Okay. Professor Shield, go ahead.
Well, I think this has been a great panel, and one of the things I really value about panels, whether I'm on them or watching them or anything else, is, they stimulate me to want to find out more and to think more and to ask people I know what they think about it. And I hope we've said interesting enough things and true enough things that we can stimulate those conversations for our listeners.
All right, cool. Thank you. And Celine, Dr. Duckworth Lawton says Louisiana still has some sundown towns. I would like to throw out there Mississippi still does too. When I was teaching at the University of Mississippi, my students enlightened me about the fact that there were parks in the 21st century that African Americans still couldn't go to, which I was completely like, wow, really? Y'all okay? Anyway, so.
Really quickly on that,
Yeah,
I think it's fascinating if you think about the logic of, the emancipation of the slaves. When they left the plantations, they just migrated to every little nook and cranny. So the reality is that we would have seen, African Americans all throughout the heartland of America, but we don't. And it's because of that, the ability of the majority culture to remove people, take over their homes by adverse possession, and threaten people's lives and make them leave. And here we are to this day driving through rural areas saying, oh, ain't no Black people there. It's like, well, that's a very violent history that we don't even share. Because then that becomes, I guess, sharing the violent history is uncivil. But actually engaging in that behavior is somehow okay. So having that honest conversation is going to be key. My last words, since you've asked, are, you know what? I think I love panels like this. To Professor Shields' point, I loved the fact that we had Attorney General Call here. He is so intelligent, and he really knows how to communicate this stuff so well to the public. So that was a blessing. As far as from our vantage point as NAACP, I think panels like this and discussions like these make it clear that we all need to stay engaged in this democracy. We need to keep talking to one another, sharing ideas and thoughts, and engaging in our First Amendment rights in a respectful way so that we can make this country what it has been aspiring to be since day one. And if we keep shutting each other out and off, we're never going to get there. But this democracy, as we've kind of gone through the case history, is very, very, very precious. And it has to keep being worked on, it has to keep being nurtured. It's kind of like growing a plant, which I kill them all the time. So, but we can't let something like this democracy here die. We know that it needs to be watered. We know we need to educate people. We know we need to be truthful and honest and share the exact same facts and a couple of other things that need to make this democracy work. So we have to make sure that we engage in those behaviors, and we have to encourage that of all of our leadership and of all of our constituents and citizens. And I'm thinking that because of the current times, that might be what we see more of. And I'm so grateful and hopeful about what our future has for us. So that's my question.
All right, excellent. I want to thank everyone for this wonderful and fascinating discussion. It was great. I was really happy with the responses, and everyone has been really happy with this discussion. So I think that's it. Y'all have a enjoy the rest of your Martin Luther King celebration. How do we end this?
And my grandpa, he was black and white, few years from his teens. Held my father towards flashing light, 1963. There's my grandma standing to the side. She got my aunties round her knees, only standing about 5'5", but she seems so tall to me. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family when we're done. Some jump from airplanes, some ran the family farm, raised my dad, my mom, they raised me. Some unrelated, by words or blood, but they're still your family. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going to the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough. Hope I've grown to be my mother by the time I have a son. Hope he takes after my father. Hope they just be who they want. Hope my friends will all surround them like crazy uncles and aunts. Hope they know they don't have to be related to be loved. It's just love. 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 And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going to the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough.
Hello, my name is Wesley Haack, and I'm an artist in Oakland, California. The piece that I have in this exhibit is called Tony McDade, We Will Not Forget Your Name. This piece is a multi-woodblock relief print, but before I tell you how this was made, I want to tell you who Tony McDade was. Tony McDade was a Black transgender man who was murdered by the police on May 28th, 2020 in Tallahassee, Florida. As we know, and as more and more is coming to light, Black people, Indigenous folks, people of color, are all subject to the systematic violence of white supremacy that exists in America and all across the world. In addition to holding racial identities that put them at risk, people who hold other marginalized identities like being physically disabled, mentally ill, queer, transgender, these people are even higher risk of systematic and interpersonal violence. But this is not all about tragedy. This is about the change that we seek to make together. We are showing up, we are holding each other, we are reaching out our hands to create hope and to create change. So let me show you how this piece was created. Right here, I have the wood block of Tony McDade. He's smiling here to show that he's a person and not just a tragedy. And this block has only been printed on the piece of artwork that you're looking at right now. In addition to this block, I also have the hands that are reaching out to hold him. These hands represent us coming together despite not being able to touch in a pandemic, showing up in the streets, trying to make change, trying to create hope, being a community all together. So these hands, as well as these hands here, were printed again and again and again to show what we are doing and what we must do. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone. I'm Catherine Frank, Chancellor at UW Stout. And UW Stout is proud to participate in the 2021 Chippewa Valley Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration, which features two of our faculty members, Dr. Latrice Donaldson and Dr. Lopa Basu, who are serving as panel moderators and panel participants. I hope that it goes without saying how important it is in this present moment to find ways to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. through reflection and education about the injustices he sought to alleviate and the world he hoped would emerge. While much was accomplished by Dr. King and many others during his lifetime and through his legacy, the gravity of the actions and events during the past year, and most recently in our nation's capital, have amplified the significant amount of work left to do. At UW Stout, we continue to deepen our commitment to inclusive excellence. And in addition to providing a wide variety of equity, diversity, and inclusion-related professional development opportunities this year, we have also worked on producing more educational resources for our employees and students, formed a police advisory group, and are engaged in long-term planning in conjunction with our new 10-year strategic plan, Focus 2030. And while we are proud of our improvements as a university, there is much more we want to do and that we must do to enhance equity, diversity, and inclusion on our campus, as well as throughout our communities. As with so many of his speeches, sermons, and writings, Dr. King issued a call to action through his belief in humankind to change and inspire change in his acceptance speech when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. He said, quote, "I accept this award today with an abiding faith in America and an audacious faith in the future of mankind. I refuse to accept despair as the final response to the ambiguities of history. I refuse to accept the idea that isness of man's present nature makes him morally incapable of reaching up for the eternal oughtness that forever confronts him. I refuse to accept the idea that man is mere flotsam and jetsam in the river of life, unable to influence the unfolding events which surround him. I refuse to accept the view that mankind is so tragically bound to the starless midnight of racism and war that the bright daybreak of peace and brotherhood can never become a reality." End quote. We must all join Dr. King in his refusal to accept this view and instead remain committed to improvement through education, outreach, and partnership. Thank you all for attending this event and for your commitment to the challenging work necessary, not just today, but every day, to honor the life and work of Dr. King and continue to strive towards his vision for a more fair, equitable, and peaceful world. Thank you.
2 feet, 48 hours so.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this next virtual panel discussion. My name is Dr. Frank Watkins. I'm Director of Core Activities here at UW-Eau Claire, and I'm joined by some amazing panelists, scholars, activists, professors here with me on this important conversation on race in America and the ABCs, really, of racism. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone for being here, and also thank you for joining us for this important virtual platform to celebrate MLK. This is an amazing day to celebrate one of our greatest activists here in America. So let me introduce my panel today. First, we have Dr. Lopa Basu. She's Professor of English and Philosophy and also the co-chair of the Literature Committee at the University of Wisconsin, Stout. We have Mr. Deng Yang, who is the Director for the Office of Multicultural Affairs at UW-Eau Claire. And here in this role, he leads a department that provides direct services for students of color. He is passionate about social justice advocacy and continues to be involved in numerous equity initiatives. And finally, Dr. Roderick Jones, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Special Education and Inclusive Practices at the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire. His teaching and research interests include special education law and leadership, assessment, and instructional methods that empower teachers and students with disabilities to access curriculum. So I will, of course, provide some questions for our panelists, but if you have questions, please use the chat function and we will be sure to answer those throughout the discussion. So hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here, panelists. And I thought I would open with just a broad question. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we had white terrorists storm the Capitol building. And in 2 days, we will elect our first African-American woman, Southeast Asian woman of color to the vice presidency. Where are we in America and where do we go from here?
Very profound question, Doc. Thank you for that nice introduction. Where are we in America? We're confused. That's what we are in America. I think, what is important for us to understand is that these events do not happen in a vacuum. The historical precedent of white lash, if you will, backlash, as it relates to some of the events that are occurring now, can be seen throughout the vestiges of history in this country. And so what we're seeing is just a reincarnation, right, of some of that, acting itself, resurfacing in live time, today, in present time.
If I may jump in, thank you, Dr. Watkins, for introducing all of us. It's a pleasure to be here and in this format. Thinking about, what happened 2 weeks ago and where we are, especially because I am an immigrant from India, I have now lived in the United States for longer than I lived in India, more than 25 years in the United States. And, I'm a naturalized citizen now. But I tend to look at these things in a kind of a global context, and I see this white lash as part of many other authoritarianisms that are mushrooming all over the world. Mm-hmm. For instance, in India, we have a neo, Hindu right-wing government, which is just as bad as the people who created the spectacle and unleashed terror in Washington, D.C. So, and it's not just India and the U.S., the two countries that I have belonged to, but in many other parts of the world, I think whenever there is some progress, there's also a desire to sort of go back to some kind of a nostalgic past of privilege, and that's happening.
And thank you very much, Dr. Watkins. And if I may, I'd like to jump in. I'm really excited to be here with these other panelists too as well. And thank you very much to all the organizers of this particular event and allowing us to celebrate in memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Through these conversations, through these panels, through these musical performances and the art. I think that to address your question, Dr. Watkins, opening this up, where we are. I think that Dr. Jones says it really well, confused. And at the same time, I think that progress oftentimes must be taken into context, from a global context, as Dr. Basu had mentioned, as well as where we have been historically. And I think that certainly we can articulate that progress has been made, but I don't know if we are at a particular point where there's a metaphoric light at the end of the tunnel to some extent. I think that there certainly are aspirational goals that we have as a social society, as a nation, as a global a world. We want to get to a much more pluralistic society, much more pluralistic and more just world. And I think that there is a lot of progress to be made, and at the same time, there's a lot to celebrate too as well. And so I think that there's nuance, and I don't think that there's any good way to answer that particular question to put a numerical value on where we are in regards to our progress in racial or anti-oppressive progress. But certainly progress is made, but at the same time, acknowledging the fact there's a lot of work that continues to need to be done.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thank you all for those answers. It's really, it strikes me that to think that, we were founded, this country was founded as a racist colonial state, if you will. And we've been dealing with that since our inception. So I guess to take a step backwards, let's just maybe start with a definition. What is racism? If someone says racism, what does that mean to you? What is racism? And this can be open to anyone on the panel. I know it's like a broad question.
I'd like to just really briefly touch on that too as well. And I think that there are a number of different definitions, and oftentimes one that's utilized is the very superficial, generic definition of racism regarding the beliefs, thoughts, and actions based on the idea that one race is innately superior or inferior to another race. And at the same time, what we've been able to see is that over the last summer, it was as recent as last summer of 2020, where even Merriam-Webster has redefined racism in itself to include systems of oppression too as well on a systemic scale. So I think that we certainly can begin to have that conversation on a definition perspective, even though academics have been talking about racism from a systemic perspective for quite a long time. And so, I think that that's a good starting place. But, I know that Dr. Jones and Dr. Basu has a fair amount to add to that too as well. So I'll submit to them their thoughts as well.
No, I think you articulated that very well, Dang. I think the only other piece I would add to that is this notion of superiority, right? When you think about, one's race, right? In relation to someone else's race, right? So there's this idea that my race is superior to yours, right? And so that would be the only thing I would add to what you said, Dane.
Yes, and I would also add the notion of privilege and this, when you mentioned institutions and systemic racism, it is tied up with economic, with social, various kinds of privilege. And again, there are different, with the advent of colonialism, racism is kind of concurrent, and it has happened in many, in any part of the world which experienced colonialism, a systemic racial kind of hierarchy was set up. But there are other kinds of privilege, that we must acknowledge when we speak about systemic racism, privileges of gender, privileges of caste. And if you think about caste as only something, that happens in India in, caste-ridden Hindu society, there is now a move to make caste as one of the items of discrimination, as one of the protected, classifications, because it never came up in the US, but in the Silicon Valley, there are lots of Indians working, and the upper caste Indians are discriminating and not allowing the lower caste Indians to come up. And they are actually now, filing lawsuits, but they don't have any way to kind of bring the suit to a court because caste is not a category which is included in all the other categories of disability, gender, etc. So it evolves. Again, with globalization, you would not think that caste would be imported into the Silicon Valley, but it has been. So I just bring that up as just sharing with you and with the audience, how privilege operates through different registers. And all of us have, in some ways we are privileged, in some ways we are not. But race in this country has been a kind of an overarching category of, discrimination, of systematically not allowing some people to reach their full potential.
Wow, that's powerful.
But yeah, you made me think about this, Dr. Basu, when you're talking about privilege, I'm also thinking about these notions of asymmetrical power, right? Yes. Orientations and constructs, right? So all of that is embedded with the notions of privilege and racism.
Yes.
Right? So it's multi-layered, it's just complex all the way around.
Indeed.
Dr. Busso, can you speak about South Asian immigrants as models of minorities,
Yes.
And the differences between South Asian and other Asian immigrant communities?
Oh, I would love to talk about that. You just have to keep me in check because I can go on and take over the panel on this, because this is something I have studied, and I study South Asian American literature and teach that. So it's really something I like to talk about. So what I would like to say is, the South Asian immigrants, that South Asia is part of the Indian Peninsula. So it includes countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. This is roughly the geographical area. It does not include, places like Thailand, Vietnam. That's Southeast Asia. So this is South Asia, and our, incoming vice president is of South Asian heritage, at least from her mother's side. So that is, Kamala Harris. But I just wanted to, so there's a long history of South Asian immigration into the United States. It began in the late. It began ever since the East India Company started bringing in, Indian servants for the colonial masters in the U.S. But in large numbers in the late 19th century, Indian immigrants, particularly from the state of Punjab, came in as agricultural workers to work in California in agricultural jobs. And that kind of, that was the first wave. But, just like the Chinese Exclusion Act, there's the 1917 Immigration Act, which was called the Barred Zone Act. That sort of stopped that immigration, and citizenship was denied to anybody who was not Caucasian. And that closed the doors. For some, there were lots of lawsuits brought. There was an attempt to kind of trace South Asians to their Caucasian ancestry, because once upon a time, many thousands of years ago, people from Europe actually traveled southwards into the Indian Peninsula. And there is, there's some Caucasian blood among Indians, but that didn't work. And that immigration kind of stopped. So then there was a very small trickle of immigration after the Second World War. But the big waves of immigration started happening after the 1965 Immigration Act was passed, which kind of got rid of the per country, the quotas, the quota system of how many could immigrate. And just look at the timing. 1964 is when the Civil Rights Act is passed. And 1965 is when, the Asian immigration again kind of starts, because you can no longer discriminate, at least theoretically, on the basis of country of origin. So that brought in, and this was not for altruistic reasons. It was really because of the need to have competitive scientific workers, because it was the time of the Cold War and the space, the rush to reach the moon, etc. And that brought in a pool of highly skilled, technologically educated people with advanced degrees. They were facilitated in coming. But this is not the first wave of immigration. There are these agricultural workers. And after 1965, as the decades of the late 20th century came, there were many other South Asians who came who did not have these advanced degrees. They were taxi drivers, or they were just storekeepers, or motel owners, etc. So there's a great deal of class differentiation among South Asian immigrants. And so this term model minority is just rubbish because it doesn't apply. It's just a way of pitting one group against the other. Typically, the Hispanic, immigrant group is pitted against the Asians and South Asians as, oh, look at them. And it is true that a lot of South Asians have prospered, and especially with the technology boom in the 2000s in Silicon Valley, there's the per capita income for Indian Americans is probably one of the highest. But that, it obscures the fact that there are Bangladeshi immigrants, there are Pakistani immigrants who are much poorer, not to speak about, in our area, immigration from Southeast Asia, from Vietnam, from Thailand, from, the Hmong refugees. And that's a very different story. If you're not coming in with an advanced degree without language, there's going to be a different path towards, assimilation or success. So I'll end there and say that, the whole idea of model minority is deeply flawed.
Wow. The history is, it's incredible just to hear you speak about that so eloquently. Dang, your thoughts on how Hmong immigrants fit into this idea of minority and racism and things that they may experience as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Watkins, and thank you very much, Dr. Basu, for that that summary, because I think that what you've done is really bring out the complexity of this, the multi-layered complexity of, from the global perspective, and looking at that through the lens of like kind of the Southeast Asian kind of globalized perspectives and those different social identities. And I think it's difficult for me to answer that particular question, first and foremost, Frank, without articulating my own social identities. I identify as he, him, and his, but at the same time, I am Hmong American. And from my perspective, it's not necessarily an immigrant story per se, because my family comes from a refugee perspective. And so my parents came to the United States as refugees. And so the concept about the Hmong story, or my particular story, and I don't purport to represent all stories of and experiences of Hmong individuals, refugees, or immigrants to the United States, or even Asian stories of immigrants or refugees to the United States. But my particular story and the way in which I relate to Dr. Basu, specifically about the model minority myth, I think that when we just look at the aggregate demographics of race alone, I find it fascinating that the definition of race is so embedded within political structures, because when we look at what race means, and in order to dissect racism, understanding race in and of itself, and that definition has changed dramatically over time about who is included in the white race and who is included within Asian race, and so on and so forth. I look at it from a perspective of not just cultural background as a Hmong individual. I look at it from a racial background as an Asian race. And I look at it from a national perspective as an American individual who was born in the United States, in fact. And so when I think about the model minority myth, I think that what really resonates with me regarding what Dr. Basu had articulated right at the end of her discussion is the fact that, I grew up in a very specific time in history in the Midwest and even in our country, following the fall of the Vietnam War in the late 70s, early 80s, and even through the 90s, with a lot of racial tension, specifically geared and directed towards Hmong Asian immigrants and refugees, primarily because of a misunderstanding about who the Hmong were. And I recall my own individual unique experiences and the type of language, the narrative that was utilized, not just by political leaders, but also by individuals in the news and in the media, the way in which they talked about gang affiliation, how that was extrapolated as a stereotype amongst multiple refugees and immigrant populations. And when I think about the model minority myth in the context of this particular discussion about my own social identities as a Hmong American individual and as a refugee family and from an immigrant perspective, realizing that when we look at resources that are meant to be affirmative to support traditionally underrepresented populations on a federal level, Asian populations are not necessarily identified as underrepresented population. But when you disaggregate it into the different nationalities and national backgrounds and heritages, Southeast Asian populations, especially those of refugee status, like Hmong, Mian, Karn, so on and so forth, those are the populations within the Asian race, those cultural heritage and cultural groups that have the most disproportionate access to privilege. In fact, I think that if I recall correctly, in 2019 was when they took a look at the disproportionate privileges and impact and socioeconomic access to resources amongst one particular racial group. Asian Americans happen to be like a very wide perspective. When you look at what we traditionally think of as Japanese and Chinese Americans, which from the federal government and from a statistical standpoint have high level of income, high level of education statistically, and you look at those in the Hmong population, me and the Karn and so on, from Southeast Asia, those refugee populations having like the lowest in the income, socioeconomic statuses and so on, and access to privilege. And so the Asian identity as a race in and of itself is very complex, and looking at the model minority myth only serves to exacerbate that particular inaccurate narrative about what it means to be Asian and what it means to be, extrapolate to what it means to be Hmong. And so that's really what I take away from that little bit of final statement that Dr. Basu had articulated. And that oftentimes makes me think about the students that we serve in our office, in our institutions of education here in the Midwest, as a practitioner and as an individual who works really closely with young individuals, helping them to put language to those particular components and those abstract ideas, so they understand from a historical context, from a socioeconomic standpoint, from a social perspective. I think that has been an important conversation to have to provide context. And I'm happy to have this particular conversation because we're having this conversation to expand the context of race and racism within the Midwest and within the contextual places in which we occupy. Because I think that we can't talk about race and racism unless we acknowledge the context by which we're talking about this, whether it's on a national scale or regional or state, or even within the city of Eau Claire, or within the Tri-City area, Altoona, Eau Claire, or the Chippewa Valley. So it's really important to talk about these topics within the context of regional, local areas, if at all possible. And that really is where oftentimes the service that we provide in our office at UW Eau Claire, in the Office of Multicultural Affairs, that's where we occupy. We occupy local conversations. We occupy regional discussions about race and racism and its application to our local communities. So those are the things that I oftentimes think about, kind of like how it applies here and what it means to us here.
Absolutely. Thank you. For those of you who just now, sorry, Roger Jones, go ahead.
No, I was saying thank you. It's good, segue. Thank you.
So for those of you who are just not joining us, I'm joined with Dr. Lopa Basu, Dan Yang, and Dr. Roger Jones on this discussion of the ABCs of racism. And Dr. Jones, coming to you. So this summer, the wake of George Floyd shed this light on issues that we've been dealing with as African Americans in this country since we arrived here on this continent. But it seems now everyone is really, really woke now and wants to have these conversations, but wants to gain insight. I can say that I've been on several conversations and invited to several book clubs and social justice communities. So I understand that. So with your background in special education, how do we teach about racism? How do we tackle this?
That's a very good question. I think it's a matter of interest convergence, right? What you're starting to see now, W.E.B. Du Bois said in 1903 that the problem of Black folk in this country is the problem of the color line, and that still rings true today. Blacks in this country cannot disown their Blackness. It's ever present, and so what we saw with Floyd. What you're seeing too, and I'm kind of diverting a little bit from where I initially wanted to go, is that I think in yesteryear, this notion of racism, right? This insidious, legacy of lynching of Black men per se, right? It was done in the wee hours of the night, where things were, done in secret, right? What we're seeing now is the weaponization of technology, right? we're seeing that these things are happening, right here before our very eyes. They're undeniable, right? And so what we see is this permanence of racism, right? That's what this idea of wokeness comes in, right?
Right.
Before it was somewhat impermanent. It was somewhat seen, hidden, misunderstood, misguided, right? But now, with the weaponization of technology, people's cell phones and so on and so forth, you cannot deny it anymore. George Floyd pinned on the ground by a police officer, white police officer, while other police officers stood idly by and watched him die, right? For no other reason than being a Black man. And so the imagery of this now, it's resonating with people in a very humanistic way, in ways perhaps I would argue, unlike any other time in history. And so I think that's where you're starting to see this interest convergence, right? I think, whites and other people of color are coming to understand, as our Black brothers and sisters are being killed, right, by the very people who purport, right, to be there to protect and serve, right?
Right.
We're not far removed from that. We're at risk of that too.
Right.
Right. And so I think what's happening is that, this wokeness is coming to fruition from this idea that this guy's humanity, regardless of his color of skin, right, it's being snatched away from him. And, and I think that's resonating with people perhaps more so than ever before on a very, very raw core, in ways that, again, I think in the past they were unseen and hidden.
Yeah, and I agree with your statements here. But then I'm also troubled because, I mean, if you look at Emmett Till, his casket, his picture was displayed everywhere, and there's pictures of picnics to celebrate a hanging of a Black man that are out there. It seems that for so long, seeing a Black man killed and hanged was not an issue, but all of a sudden it is for George Floyd. And I just wonder, I kind of wonder what happened, because I understand, I agree with the use of social media, yes, but there was also, evidence there. There were pictures and newspaper clippings and these celebrations around hanging men, but George Floyd was somehow different.
I don't know if anyone else want to chime in. I'll come back to that, Doc, but I'll let someone else chime in.
I also think that even though I agree completely with Dr. Jones and the idea of interest convergence and this moment of absolute empathy with this scene of brutality, which we have seen so many times before, and ever since I started living in this country, I mean, I remember Amadou Diallo being shot numerous times because he supposedly was reaching for a gun, but it was always a false scenario. And it's been so many times since then. But I still want to point out that this empathy is not complete, and it's not that everybody is feeling that. Even within the Black community, there are still people who will point, and there were videos circulating in social media about Floyd's past record, or the fact that he was actually producing a fake bill or something like that. Why is it that even now, even when there's unequivocal proof that this is dehumanizing and wrong, there's still people within the Black community that are not willing to see things as they are? And what is this about? This is it denial? Is it protecting their own kind of privilege? Being part of the conservative groups. I want to understand this, and what happens that you're still kind of doubting what the evidence are all in front of you.
Dr. Basu, dominant hegemonic narratives are powerful. I think that's the best way that I can answer, your hypothetical question that you're posing to the group. I think that in order for us to understand things such as conspiracy theories, for us to understand the denial of racism taking place, and the denial even of George Floyd, 8 minutes and 46-second video in and of itself, a lengthy video that provides so much context to it. It really is that we are to some extent complicit in the racism that we sometimes see, in systems of oppression that we oftentimes see in different ways. And whether that is a coping mechanism to deny our role in the system, or whether that is to deny what we believe was the aspirational values of our country, or our justice system, and so on and so forth. I think that by our nature of agreeing and consenting and perpetuating these dominant narratives, it is difficult for us to remove ourselves, and it's difficult for us to process that cognitive dissonance when we see it. And that in and of itself can speak volumes in regards to why denial is so easy of a strategy to employ when we see this type of cognitive dissonance, that, oh, this is one very unique circumstance, but it doesn't represent the totality of things that are happening. But if you take a step back, you see the pattern of discrimination, the pattern of death, the pattern of oppression, you see it even more. But oftentimes it's really difficult to take a step back and see those particular patterns, looking at it and removing this individual component from the larger narrative in such a way that allows people to provide excuses for that one situation. And I don't know, Dr. Watkins, like what propelled this specific situation to be so much different than Emmett Till, to be so much more resonant with individuals from across the nation.
And I would argue again, we're in a stage, and I think in our evolution, where we are entertaining ourselves to death. Right? Social media is powerful. It is changing our habitus. And we have to remember, and I say the weaponization of our cell phones and social media, those are becoming right ways to push back against the machinery of the system. Right there on the spot, immediate. It's not through imagery, right? In terms of, images have to be photocopied and put out and have to go to the newspaper, blah, 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 blah. This is instantaneous. This is better than the 6 o'clock news. And so it is creating a new habitus for humanity. And I would argue, that is what you're seeing now. It's becoming commonplace, and it's becoming, a new norm. And I think you're going to see more of this, a lot more of these types of reactions.
And I would add to that too as well, Dr. Jones. When we take a look at Martin Luther King Jr.'s strategies, he was an activist that was strategic. And you'll see from my own look, you'll see that he utilized media in such a way to make regional discriminatory incidences seen in the households of a national scale. And I think that the attempt to appeal to the national moral really was a strategic component. And with the weaponization of social media in and of itself, we don't have to wait for those media structures to tell the story. It just can be told already, like you said, instantaneously.
And we ourselves, as the interlocutors of this imagery that's occurring through these media platforms, right, derive our own meaning. Right? We write our own script. And that is why it becomes so much more pernicious, right? You mentioned earlier about the conspiracies. Well, how are these conspiracies being propagated to the point to where they're almost lunacy, right? They're taking on a life of their own. And so one of the things, we need to think about is the powerful impact, right, that media plays, right, in our humanity.
I agree. Thank you so much for that. I see a question in the chat. A person wants to understand the racism that is here in our local area, and what actions can we take to address change?
I'd like to actually turn that back to you, Dr. Watkins. I know that you're facilitating and moderating, but I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts, not necessarily about this question or perhaps the next one, but if you would be so kind as to illuminate your thoughts on this particular question.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it's definitely prevalent. I've been here in Eau Claire now for 7 years, and it's all around us. I live in a very good neighborhood, and it's quiet or whatnot. But I take a daily walk, and I go the same direction, I wear the same exact clothes every single day. So therefore, people recognize me and understand that we laugh about it, but that's for my own protection, because it's easy for someone to say there's someone suspicious walking around the neighborhood, and that then I'm on the news next as the next hashtag. So I think there are pockets of Eau Claire, of course, this community that are very open and very liberal, and but there's some deep-seated racism as well. I used to work in a town not far from here, and it was nothing to see Confederate flags waving by when I would drive to my place of employment. So I'm very conscious of where I live and how I move and how I present myself in this space, because I don't want to be a hashtag.
And I do apologize if I put you on the spot, Dr. Watkins. I just am really interested in your perspective too as well.
Absolutely. Did anyone else want to comment on their thoughts on?
You just made me think about how how we have to navigate our Black bodies, especially as Black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
In public and not so public spaces. Mm-hmm. There's an extra layer of I don't know, I guess security, if you will, or withedness that we have to tap into, right? As we navigate this world, this country. And then, we talked about George Floyd a little bit earlier, right? So that is just, again, just a reification of what we know all too well as Black men.
Absolutely.
Right? And so that gives us additional armor, additional knowledge, right? As to how we should control our Black bodies as Black men.
I just wanted to share in this context, I was very struck by Dr. Jones's concept of negotiating our Black bodies. Also, how to negotiate the immigrant foreign brown body in the suburban space of Eau Claire. So I'm thinking right now of my, parents who used to visit, before the pandemic, and before they have very severe arthritis, which made the plane journey just too difficult. They used to come and spend several months in the summer with us, especially when my son was younger. And my parents used to take a walk in the neighborhood. My mother in a sari, my father in his sweatpants or whatever he was wearing, and they were the object of a great deal of suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And there were so many neighbors who would ask me when they were leaving. It was a constant refrain. How long have they been here, and when will they be leaving? Yeah. And it was, and they used to ask my mother too, and she got really irritated. And this is, and also they would ask in the beginning of, when they first started, coming for these longer visits, if they would be staying in a hotel, which is like, of course, kind of atrocious, just atrocious in the context of an Asian culture, because it would be like if we didn't have a relationship, if we were sort of fighting, maybe they would stay in a hotel. If if you had a normal relationship and I was their daughter, it is just unbelievable that they would live somewhere else. But it is that, and in at least luckily for them, they were never exposed to any situations of danger. But there have been other newspaper reports that I've read of elderly Indian parents walking in different neighborhoods where they've been accosted by the police and questioned, and especially if they have a language gap. If they're not fluent in English, they can't say what they're doing there. Then it's a dangerous situation then.
Yeah.
So it is, and for me, I'm very privileged in the sense of being in a in general in a kind of a liberal space of a university at UW Stout where I teach, but I still would think, wouldn't, of course it's very cold right now, but would I be wearing a sari and just walking over spontaneously across campus? I would hesitate many times because of my body. Because even now, when I have worked there for over 15 years, most people don't think of me as a professor. They're often asking me, and it's weird because I think of myself as getting older. Like, am I, what is my role there? Am I a student? I'm really thought of as a non-traditional student. Most people who don't know me think I'm, somebody, and that's fine. But how long does it take to be, just part of the community of faculty in that place?
Dr. Basu, it makes me think of being the perpetual outsider, and always feeling like that you're in that space, always justifying your role in the institution, in the community, and so on and so forth. And Dr. Watkins, I want to go back to the question that you had posed to us about whether or not George Floyd's death and how that impacted our nation, as to whether or not it elicited more self-awareness and empathy, or whether we become desensitized to racial injustice. I don't think that we've necessarily become desensitized. In my own personal opinion, it brings back and elicits a quote from MLK, specifically that in the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And I think that in my own personal experience, what I've seen over this last year really is that my friends who have been silent are starting to really see that that racism is a much bigger issue, that we are not a post-racial society, and that the instances, the patterns of racism that I've been talking about are legitimate, and there are more questions being brought up, asking about what they can do, what resources they should look at, what type of work that they still continue to need to do. And I think that it's not that they have been desensitized. I think that it's become a second awakening to some extent to those individuals who have been on the sideline, been supportive, but haven't really been ready to take action, and doing the work that's necessary, the internal personal work necessary to really understand their own role in propping up systems of oppression, specifically like racism and other forms of oppression. And I think that that's what I've seen. I've seen that those semi-woke individuals are even more ready to do the work now. And I'm hoping that trend continues. So I don't know if I would characterize it as desensitization. I think that there is a new crop of individuals who are ready to do that work to some extent, or at least are willing to want to do the work and are looking for those resources.
So Dane, why do you think that is occurring from your perspective? I mean, so it kind of gets at this notion that I talked about earlier, and I use it very loosely. I use the idea of interest convergence, right? I use it very loosely, but I think you're tapping into that because this is what I'm seeing as well, what you just articulated. But can you expand on that a little bit?
I think one of the reasons why, in my own observation, I can tell that this is happening is because as a practitioner who is consistently working in this particular area, not just like on campus, but also within the community, I've never felt more exhausted or tapped out because I'm being tapped on the shoulder, asked to participate in different things, asked to do different things. And I want to. That in and of itself is the challenge, that I want to do these things. These efforts are admirable, that they're necessary to do, and I've never like in the 15 years that I've done this professionally as a practitioner and as a social advocate, I've never felt so tapped out. I've never felt so exhausted, and that's on top of my own process of navigating these primarily white spaces too as well. And so that's one particular self-indicator that I see. And in regards to the interest convergence, I think that what we're seeing now too as well is that the conversation about racial equity or addressing systems of oppression have already been at the forefront, or at the very least, the language in of itself has been at the forefront of pop culture too as well. But the idea of the actions necessary to take it, or the relevancy to me, and I say that as kind of a wide perspective from a national scale, from a social perspective, the relevance to other individuals, it was uncertain about how they would go about doing those things. It was, and I think that now it is difficult for them not to take action in light of the absolute pattern of things that they have seen over this last year alone, not just in Minneapolis, but also in Kenosha and all over the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would add to that. Thank you, Dan. And I would add to that too is that the blending of races.
Yeah.
Right. The propagation of race mixing, if you will, for lack of a better expression. It is happening.
Oh yeah.
There are places in this country now that are more diverse than they've ever been since the inception of this country. So I'm no longer an enigma as a Black man in some arenas, some spaces in this country, right? So as more and more whites, if you will, all right, are living within the boundaries of Blacks and other people of color, right? These myths, right, are being deracinated, right? They're coming to understand that, wow, Blacks are humans, Asians are humans, you know what I'm saying? People from Southeast Asia, they're just as human as I am, right? So a lot of these myths that have been perpetuated for centuries, right, are being debunked. They're being debunked. And so that is where, when I talked about interest convergence a little bit earlier, as Dane mentioned, right, they've always had this hunch, right, or this attitudinal a way of existing within these spaces, right? That was perhaps intangible, but now they want to be more direct with it. Why? Why is that? Because now they're interacting a lot more with people of color, right? And so these narratives don't fit so neatly within these racist constructs anymore, right? And so that is why you're starting to see, I would argue, right, a lot of pushback, even from our white brothers and sisters, right, in terms of them siding with people of color and pushing back against these systems of oppression. Because peoples of colors, their humanities, right, their humanity is being affirmed in more ways than ever before.
It's about time.
It's still imperfect. It's still imperfect.
I'm listening to your statement.
As Dane mentioned earlier, hey, we're making progress. And I think a lot of times, people want to dismiss the progress. I'm not saying that it's perfect, but it's progress.
I agree 100%. So I kind of want to change this a little bit to talk quickly about. So now, we think about this anti-Blackness and, of course, anti-Muslim after 9/11, but now we have this anti-Chinese backlash, right? In the wake of COVID. So this is to you, Dr. Basu. Can you speak on that just a little bit?
Well, I study 9/11 and I teach a course on 9/11 literature, and that is very much about, how these crises always lead to a pattern of scapegoating. And for 9/11, of course, it is, the immediate backlash was Islamophobia. But along with that, there were many other casualties, because Islamophobia, you can't, um, unlike, racism, perhaps, which is a visible marker, Islam is invisible. And you can have a person being a Muslim who is Caucasian, who is black, brown. There's, a whole range of countries where Islam is practiced, and a range of, different looking people who practice it. And of course, there's a lot of geographical ignorance in U.S. education, which leads to people confusing anybody with turbans with the Taliban or Al Qaeda, which led to, of course, the first Sikh victim, Balbir Singh Sodhi, killed September 15, 2001, and then 10 years later, in 2012, in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, there was this massacre in the Sikh temple. And, 7 people were killed. And Sikhs have been targeted because they look like Muslims, or they wear turbans similar to Muslims. So of course, that was 9/11, and there was a blaming Islamophobia. And now, I know personally of many Asian friends who told me that they're afraid to go to the grocery store because they are being subjected to verbal abuse. Yeah. And they're, and how can that not be linked to the constant reiteration of the China virus or the Chinese virus by, the Trump presidency, by the various wings of the media? So there's a real fear of Asian. I mean, maybe not so much now, but early part of the pandemic, there was many Asian people were afraid to go out, they're living in disparate places, not just Wisconsin, but many places in the Midwest. They're afraid to go out because they are going to be subjected to verbal abuse. And I have not, studied this systematically, so I don't know how many have been harassed, how many have been subjected to violence. But I'm sure somebody will be studying it soon, and we will have the data.
Dr. Basu, Stop AAPI Hate is a coalition of Asian American advocacy groups that has been tracking hate that have been directed towards Asian American populations across the nation, and they have a report that comes out pretty regularly to identify and articulate some of those reports that they've received across the United States. Another component of that COVID-19 too as well is that there's an economic cost to racism. Like, for example, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, over the course of February and April through December 2020, there was an approximate 20% decline in all small business owner activity nationwide. And at the same time, Asian American business owners and their activity dropped by 26%. So there's a disproportionate economic impact that racism has had as a result of COVID-19 too as well. And so it's really important to not just look at the type of interpersonal interactions of racism and discrimination that occur, but the economic impact that has too as well, and how that's going to have lasting generational impacts amongst those particular communities of color.
Yeah, I would also like to add, thank you both for that, for those points. I would also like to add, when we think about racism, as an idea, as a construct, right, does not always necessarily arise as a result of hatred and ignorance. Oftentimes, it is promulgated by some of the most brilliant minds of any given era. Right. You guys get where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So you think about people who occupy the intelligentsia, whether they occupy the economic intelligentsia or the academic intelligentsia, right? Whatever arm of the intelligentsia they occupy, those are some of the hardest hitting races there are.
Absolutely.
Right. And it is through the honing of their discourses and their skill set that they promulgate the hatred and ignorance so that it takes root. So I think it's important for us to remember that when we think about, how this stuff occurs, oftentimes it is those who occupy positions of power and privilege, right? Those who are part of the intelligentsia who set this stuff ablaze. And I'm talking about our president right now.
Dr. Jones, You're absolutely right. Like as you were saying that, it brought to the forefront of my mind, and who's benefiting from that?
There you go.
And you said it right up there. You answered my question. Actually, who's benefiting from that? Yeah. So there's a lot. Who is benefiting?
It's called divide and rule.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's called divide and rule. Yeah. Those who occupy the upper echelons of power and influence, some of the most brilliant minds of any given era, are the ones who benefit the most from propagating racism.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. There's probably no better way to end that conversation by that poignant point by you, Dr. Jones. Wow, this has been an eye-opening discussion. I hope those who've attended have learned something, and the conversation has to continue. We have to keep talking about it because it won't change overnight. And we, like you said, we've made progress, but we have to continue to work at this. We just have to. So again, thank you, Dr. Basu Dangane, Dr. Roderick Jones, for your time this evening. Please enjoy the rest of the MLK program, and take care. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins, for moderating and bringing us together in this forum.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Doc. Much appreciated. Thank you to the other panelists.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Rachel Venegas. I'm an artist. I live in Stoughton, Wisconsin. I'm an alumni of UW-Eau Claire, and I'm honored to participate in the Black Lives Matter exhibit. I created Floating Woman, and I was just really excited to see that the Pablo Center was doing this exhibit, and I'm so excited to see all of the other artists' work, especially artists of color. I was actually quite surprised that I was selected, and I'm just honored to participate. I'm obviously not a person of color, but I know there's been so much important things going on this year for the cause of equality and people of color and Black Lives Matter. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what the other artists have to say and seeing their work. My particular piece is something I recreated of a painting that I did when I was little. And it's a Black woman floating in water. And I don't really put a lot of explanation with it. I kind of like people to interpret what she might be thinking or see what that piece of art brings up for you and from your experiences. To me, you know, she could be happy or relieved and floating in the water, or she might be contemplating something, or maybe something just happened. And so it's a recreated piece from when I was little. I don't have the original piece that I did. It's just from memory of something I did when I was little that really stuck with me. So I recreated it digitally, painting digitally with it. And so I hope you enjoy it, and I'd look forward to hearing what feedback people have, or kind of what it means to them or what it brought up for them. And I'm just really honored to be part of the exhibit, and looking forward to seeing all the other art and everything else at the Pablo Center, and celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. Day Remembrance ceremony. I'm honored to participate. So thank you for allowing me to participate, and I am looking very much forward to it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends and family. I want to thank you all for joining the NAACP today in our celebration of the life of and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. This is a great day in our history in the African American community and all freedom-loving people's community in this country and around the world. I wanted to start by telling you, first of all, that what's happening in America today and what happened a Wednesday a week ago is nothing that's new. What took place at the state capitol has been taking place in African American communities in this country ever since we were brought onto these shores. Soon after slavery ended and we regained the right to vote, our rights were taken away, just as they tried to take our right to vote here in the state of Wisconsin, where I am, when they voted to overturn our votes. So I'll go on and get started so we can just learn some facts today. We are at a decision point in history. We can choose freedom and democracy, or continue to coddle white supremacy and social behavior, fascist behavior, sorry. Black Americans in America recognize the danger of white supremacists infiltrating government early on. Since Red Summer in 1865, white supremacists have used false accusations through stigma, stereotypes, bias, and the judicial system, Jim Crow laws, and governmental corruption to wage terror against Black communities and to prevent the exercise and enforcement of marginalized people's citizenship rights. Now they question citizenship of Black people, many of whom are descendants of slaves who were here before this land was a country. This combination of tactics is discrimination and uses biases to literally divide us from our white allies. Supremacists have always used violence when voter suppression, dirty tricks, and false accusations have not worked. An example would be the New Orleans massacre of July 30th, 1866, when the former Confederates supporting a mayor of New Orleans, John T. Monroe, took office in 1866. Radical Republicans reconvened during the 1864 convention to combat his racial policies and prevent ex-Confederates from voting for a racist and anti-unionist. When the Radical Republicans held a political rally on July 27th, Sheriff Henry T. Hayes deputized a group of white policemen to disrupt the event. On July 30th, when the convention met, a crowd gathered including 200 unarmed Black men who were harassed and assaulted by white opposition. When Sheriff Hayes and his new deputies arrived, they began to fire into the fight, massacring whoever couldn't take over. They couldn't take over. A riot ensued. Police and the white supremacists launched an attack on the hall. And 36 Black Americans were killed and 119 were injured. 200 more were arrested. And the irony in this is that the people who were accused of causing this riot were the African American people who were voting, who convened to fight and vote for their right to continue the democratic process in New Orleans. The key event that led up to supporting the Republican goal of taking more effective measures of enforcing punishment of state and local governments that were violating Blacks' rights as private citizens. One was the incident that took place in New Orleans, the New Orleans riot. This was followed by the Wilmington riot of 1896 in Wilmington, North Carolina. On November 10, 1896, a police-led massacre of educated and middle-class Blacks staged to remove Black people from elected positions in the Reconstruction government and prevent them from holding office again. Called a coup by Time magazine, the effort was created and backed by white business owners and politicians who viewed affluent blacks as a threat to their economic and political power. The white convinced the police chief to fire all black officers from the local police force and manipulated the governor to call in white supremacist-led militias to control the white mob riots that were blamed on local blacks. And again, we talk about irony. Let's think for a moment about what has happened in this country when African-American people work to build businesses and things of that nature in modern day America and got no support from the government in any form or fashion to protect our interests from those who want to take them away. Followed by the riots that took place in New Orleans in 1898 in Wilmington, North Carolina. A race riot took place after a police-led massacre of educated and middle-class blacks staged to remove black people from elected positions in the Reconstruction government and prevent them from holding office again. Called a coup by Time magazine, this effort was created and backed by white business owners and politicians who viewed affluent blacks as a threat to their economic and political power. The whites convinced the police chief to fire all black officers from the local police force and manipulated the governor to call in their white supremacist-led militias to control the white mobs that were blamed on local blacks. Black leaders and white allies were forcibly evicted from office and replaced with white supremacists. And white leaders escorted blacks and their families to the train station at gunpoint. Afterwards, a massive black migration took place, and in 4 years after the riots and displacement, the number of registered blacks voters dropped from 126,000 to 6,100. After pleas for federal assistance, and not one person was held accountable for the murders and violence committed. So again, we talk about irony. In Wisconsin, and as people all over the world know, Wisconsin was one of several states where the Republican Party, I have to be absolutely honest, under the leadership of now President Donald Trump, made every effort to take away the votes of Black people in Milwaukee County and in Dane County, which includes Madison, the two largest communities of African-American people in the state of Wisconsin. Now, and the purpose for doing that was we all know that the Electoral College votes were instrumental in who becomes president in this country. If you don't get the majority of Electoral College votes, mind you, you could have the majority of the votes, popular vote, but without the Electoral College votes, you cannot be seated as president in this country. So Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and another state were targeted to have their votes removed. And in Wisconsin, it was specifically in Milwaukee County, where the vast majority of Black and other minority people live, and in Dane County. Now, that was selective. Exactly what took place in Wilmington, North Carolina, where you had 126,000 people in that particular area voting, and a year later, the numbers dropped to 6,100. Again, why we need to protect our vote and why we must continue to fight. 800 whites, after this violence was committed, 800 whites produced the White Declaration of Independence at the county courthouse on November 9th, and the next morning, Alfred Waddell led 200 armed whites to the local Black newspaper and burned it down. As news of the fire and its cause spread, a fight broke out between Blacks and whites at the grocery store and saloon. Someone claimed a white man had been shot after a single gunshot went off in the scuffle, and the unarmed Black men were gunned down as they scattered. Black leaders were jailed and then forced out of town. Again, another term that's used for what took place in Forest County is racial cleansing. So in Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina, we had this incident. These incidents happened in Wilmington, North Carolina, and then we move on to a similar incident that many of the other banishment regulations that took place across the country. From 1865 through the 1920s, most of these remained mostly white until 1980s or later. A 1987 civil rights march in force was met with an angry white resistance. In allies, he tried to gain reparations for stolen land, and the displacement of families were met with vehement resistance, and the length of time passed made it very difficult to redistribute the land to the descendants of the rightful Black owners. The Wilmington riot of 1898, in Wilmington, North Carolina, race riot. November 10th, the police-led massacre of educated and middle-class Blacks staged to remove Black people from elected positions in the Reconstruction government that prevented them from holding office. It was called a coup by Time magazine. The effort was created and backed by white business owners and politicians who viewed affluent Blacks as a threat to their economic and political power. The whites convinced the police chief to fire all Black officers from the local police force and manipulated the governor to call in their white supremacist-led militias to control the white mob that were blamed on local Blacks. Black leaders and white allies were forcibly evicted from office and replaced with white supremacists. And white leaders escorted Blacks and their allies to the train station at gunpoint. Afterwards, a massive Black migration took place, and in 4 years after riots and displacement, the number of registered Blacks voters dropped from 126,000 to 6,010. After all pleas for federal government assistance were ignored, whites took over the government in Wilmington, South Carolina, and it continues to this very day that Wilmington is still a county that is vast majority of people living in that county are white, and for the most part, people who supported based on how they voted Donald Trump, but not all people who voted as Republicans. I need to say this because I don't want to offend because there are some decent Republicans who, just like there's some decent everything else, who do not support what took place during this election cycle in America, and some who stood with us, such as the groups of the Republicans who organized to defeat the hate that the Trump administration was spewing all around this country in our communities. So I just want to make it clear that the NAACP support all civic-minded people who love justice and fairness. We support those people regardless of their political affiliation. So following the Wilmington, North Carolina massacre and cleansing, because we're forcing people away from their homes and taking their property, we've heard over the years about the ethnic cleansing that took place in some other parts of the world, but we very seldom, and frankly, I've never heard the term used about things that happened in America. But in this document and what we're sharing with you today is history of cleansing of whole entire communities of African-American folks who owned property, who were leaders in their community. Their property was taken away and given to other whites with no compensation. And still to this day, many of those people have not been able to reclaim their property. This is all about education on this day of Martin Luther King celebration. Forsyth, let's go back. Now we're going to take a trip over to Arkansas, Elaine, Arkansas. I happen to be from Arkansas. I grew up in Arkansas, and I had some similar experiences. I remember growing up as a boy, having to hide in the evening if the sun was going down, because I knew I had to get home before the Ku Klux Klan started terrorizing Black folks. I lived through that in my time as an African American. So I'm saying that for young people who listening to what we're talking about here today, none of this is old history. I'm old, but it's not old history. It's only a moment in time when we look back 40 or 50 years, not even a moment. So in Elaine, Arkansas, on September 30th through October 7th, 1919, an attempt for Black farmers and household workers to organize for better pay. The Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America held a meeting in Elaine and were met with an angry white mob made up of police and Black trustees from the local jail. Many of you wondered how African American people, Americans of descendants of slaves, could vote for Donald Trump. Again, it's all about history. Nothing is new. I want to reemphasize the local Black trustees who joined the white mob in the massacre that took place against our people on September 30th in Arkansas, in my home state. Shots were fired and officers were killed and another wounded. When the farmers returned fire in self-defense, the opportunity to spread rumors about Black protesters were taken to full advantage. Angry whites flooded the area, and over 8 days, more than 100 Blacks were killed, 67 were indicted, and 12 were sentenced to death after being convicted of capital murder. This is a prime example of a time when Black organizers were openly mistreated and assaulted, and then had blame for the assault laid upon them, resulting in criminal charges and overly harsh sentences. However, this was particularly heinous because the brutal way of dealing with the Blacks across the nation has become more common than not over the course of previous months during what is called Red Summer in 1919. Again, I want to emphasize what happened in my home state. If we look at what's taken place in this country in the past few months, you can clearly see that what we dealt with in Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, during Reconstruction and shortly after, during the end of slavery and Reconstruction, is, if you just look at the actions, they're not any much different than what they were then. So what I want to say to you all is that the NAACP is ready to lead a new era in the civil rights movement. We have done it before, and we will do it again. The NAACP has fought since 1909 against these abuses. Ida B. Wells, Du Bois, Thurgood Marshall, and Brown. Wherever the civil rights movement was, the NAACP was there. We will continue to be there to lead this country in creating a equal society where justice for all and not justice for some is the way. Thank you all for joining me here today, and I appreciate you taking the time, hopefully, to share this message with other people in your communities, because the NAACP is going to continue to stand for what is right. We will never, never abandon our agenda, which is freedom, and justice for all people. Thank you again, and I hope to hear from you soon.
50 years since the dream Martin Luther King shared with a nation of equality for all and an end to discrimination. As we reflect 50 years later, the question we must now ask is, what progress have we really made in the half-century that's passed? I have a dream of no poverty or deprivation, an end to prejudice, injustice, and discrimination, no abuse or harassment causing devastation, where challenges to these are not met with confrontation. I have a dream that will rise up in unity, act like one strong and determined community, live in a world of equal opportunity where progress is anticipated eagerly. I have a dream of access to jobs and employment, where we are assessed on our achievement, where those with the power to decide don't cast judgment based on class or gender or age or skin pigment. I have a dream that every one of us each and every day will rise up to those blocking us from progressing on our way, that will expose the hypocrites and end the moral decay, be unrelenting in our pursuit of truth, do, not just say. I have a dream that the evil of fascism will be no more, that peace will come and there'll be an end to illegal war, that the pursuit of justice is not blocked by biased law, and in all we strive for, equality is at the core. I have a dream that our children will be judged on merit, where irrespective of color or class they're given credit for their skills, ideas, and talent, not broken in spirit, that we create a legacy that they're proud to inherit. I have a dream of free access to education, where knowledge is not barred due to financial situation, where we can build a firm and secure foundation for ourselves, our kin, and the next generation. I have a dream of sufficient welfare, free and accessible health care, of a world that's equal and fair, where those who hold the power hear. I have a dream where we're free to embrace our color, gender, sexuality, and race, where we're not made to feel out of place because of disability, status, or face. I have a dream where instead of judging by skin, we live side by side, not like enemies but kin, where faith and hope, not hatred and ignorance win, where we never stop believing or dreaming. I have a dream that we will always dare to aspire to and dream of a better world where the quest for liberty outweighs the fear of those who are not brave enough to share our dream. Dare to dream.
Good evening. It is my distinct honor to be a part of this day of reflection about the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. First, I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to those who made tonight's celebration possible. Dr. Salika Ducksworth-Lawton and the Uniting Bridges Executive Board, Ed Hudgens, Evan Middlesworth, Jason John Anderson, Adam Akala, Rose Dolan Neal, A.J. Moen, Becca Hinderlater, Sarah Becker, Teresa O'Halloran, Dang Yang, Reverend Tom Krieg, Ryan Jones, Frank Watkins, the City of Eau Claire, and the UW Eau Claire History Department. I have been a part of our annual Martin Luther King ceremonies for 7 years, and I've never felt it more necessary and essential that we come together as a community to honor his example, to recommit ourselves to racial justice. This has been a year racked with pain, grief, and tragedy. We've experienced division and fear that have touched our campus, our community, and our nation. From the killing of George Floyd by the Minneapolis police this summer to the shocking events of the U.S. Capitol this month, the ills of our nation demand that brave people come together to disavow violence and to work for peace. Today, even though we're physically apart, we've had the opportunity to learn together, to hear again the wisdom of the civil rights leaders who came before us, to sing of hope, and to be challenged to take up the task with increased vigor and to create more just and perfect union. As Chancellor, I know that our campus is on the front lines of preparing leaders for the future. Fostering equity, supporting diversity, and creating an inclusive community is core to our mission and essential to providing the education needed for the 21st century. I take very seriously our charge to be a strong partner in this work with our civic and business leaders who know that we cannot be strong as a region until we can all thrive. That's why we are creating a new Center for Racial and Restorative Justice, a home for campus, community, faculty, and students to come together to grapple with the real challenges of becoming an anti-racist community, to learn from national leaders and to dig into issues that require our attention and resolution. We'll be reaching out to our community to help shape this important new center in the coming months. UW-Eau Claire is proud to be a part of the emerging Chippewa Valley Transformation Project, which you had the opportunity to learn more about today. We have set an audacious goal to be nothing less than the Midwest's most inclusive and affirming community for all people. The university supports this effort to create an anti-racist community where we listen and learn from each other, where we give voice to the long disenfranchised groups, and to make meaningful changes to transform the Chippewa Valley into a socially and culturally conscious regional center. I'm excited to be a part of this great opportunity. Tonight, as we close our ceremony and look ahead with uncertainty, we need to heed Dr. King's passionate message to come together to create what he called the beloved community. This beloved community cannot and will not be created by violence or lies. As Dr. King said in his Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, it can only be realized through nonviolence, that powerful and just weapon that cuts without wounding and ennobles the person who wields it. Dr. King said, "I believe in nonviolence because I think it is the only way to reestablish a broken community." Our community has been too long been broken by class and racial divides, by political disagreement and economic disadvantage. But we also know how to heal and to grow by recommitting together to a future that will be just and empowering. This is not a challenge for the faint-hearted. It is not an achievement that will be easy, but I know it is work that I want to be a part of. It is a future that Eau Claire can accomplish together. Thank you for being here tonight to celebrate Dr. King, and may we be united in our pledge to realize Dr. King's vision.
An important way to start understanding this piece is the title, Arc of Justice. It's a term used by President Obama and Martin Luther King and people before him, expressing their hope and their wish and their vision of basic human rights coming to the minority communities in this country. So this is the arc showing a ship here that's starting to break apart. The chain throughout the hold, locking that figure in place, but the figure is coming up with the courage to actually break that chain and sort of start their process to freedom and more justice. The inspiration of the whole piece came first when I was at the African American Museum a year ago in Washington, D.C., and saw the image of bodies packed in that hold, looking living like they were valued as only animals. And when I got back, carrying that image, I came across this piece of teak that was actually serving in a neighbor's porch to keep the dog from jumping off the porch. But it was all gray, but I knew because of the sailing ship kind of look of the teak that there was lovely teak in there. And it further represented that that's the hold covering that's keeping people captive. So then it was a matter of placing the Ark of Justice and figuring out a way to have this torso ripping the chains of injustice apart.
Hello, I'm Mary Diman. I'm a figurative painter, and the piece I have in the Black Lives Matter exhibit is a painting of painters. The three artists portrayed are Tiana Bowie, Ariana Vaith, and Nathaniel Mary Quinn. I chose to paint their portraits because I have met them when they showed their work at the Madison Museum of Contemporary Art in the past few years. Each artist showed their work at a different time, and the subject of their work is their own personal lives. They are all painters. Tiana also does printmaking and drawing, and Nathaniel Mary Quinn also does a lot of pastel, very creative pastel work. Ariana Vaith paints her friends and her family, and their large oil paintings. The subject matter of each artist is their own personal life, either their past lives as children, or their contemporary lives. If you're a friend of Ariana, you may end up in one of her paintings. The style of each person is quite different, and I was really interested when I met them the subject matter that they used, which was a lot of times has a photo reference to it, and each one varied their approach to the way they handled the photograph. I took photographs of each one of the painters, and from those photographs, I created my work of art. I'm very pleased to be part of this exhibit, and I learned a lot in talking to the painters and also looking at their work. I hope you enjoy my triptych. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Westrate. I am a member of the Republican Party of Eau Claire County and have been an active volunteer here with the GOP in our area for 20 years now. And I've been asked to speak to why I think that our group, why myself and my group thinks that we need to adhere to Dr. King's words of wisdom now more than ever. And what I would say is that Dr. King's words of wisdom are truly timeless, that we need them at all times, on all dates, in all points of history. That Dr. King preached a message of tolerance, of love, of struggle, of peacefully seeking justice throughout his entire life, and that all of his principles came from the scriptures that he preached from and that he believed in. I'd like to share an excerpt from a sermon he gave at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church on November 6, 1956. He said, "Always be sure that you struggle with Christian methods and Christian weapons. Never succumb to the temptation of becoming bitter. As you press on for justice, be sure to move with dignity and discipline, using only the weapon of love. Let no man pull you so low as to hate him. Always avoid violence. If you succumb to the temptation of using violence in your struggle, unborn generations will be the recipients of a long and desolate night of bitterness, and your chief legacy to the future will be an endless reign of meaningless chaos." Now, Dr. King was embroiled in the struggle for equality for persons of color here in the United States and around the globe. But his words are equally true for anyone today who is seeking justice, seeking to make a change within society. That we cannot meet violence with violence, that we cannot meet hate with hate, that love, Dr. King firmly believed that love was the most powerful element of humanity, and that it was only with love that we would be able to create meaningful, positive change. That love is what could make an enemy a friend. And though I think now, as we're coming out of a relatively tumultuous time of American history, now, as much as ever, but especially perhaps now, we must adhere to Dr. King's words of wisdom that it is only through peacefully advocating for the things we believe in, peacefully advocating for justice and for peace for us all, that we can actually achieve that peace and love one another as brothers and sisters and as Americans. So Dr. King's words, much like the scripture he preached, are timeless. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this important day in our year, Martin Luther King Day, and for a great man who taught us a lot and guided us during his lifetime to find ways to make this a better world and a better nation. But it has been taken a lot of time, from generally accepted that 1619, the first known slave ship, or the first acknowledged slave ship, arrived at Jamestown, and we're 400 years later. 1863, when finally emancipation for this nation, and in 1965, the Voting Rights Act was passed, although even that has been eroded recently. And I'm going to read an excerpt from Martin Luther King Jr. about time. He said, "There is an answer to that myth that time is neutral. It can be used either constructively or destructively. And I'm absolutely convinced that the forces of ill will in our nation, the extreme rightist in our nation, have used time much more effectively than the forces of goodwill. And it may well be that we will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words of the bad people and the violent actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence and indifference of the good people who sit around and wait on time. Somewhere we must come to see that social progress never rolls in on the wheels of inevitability. It comes through the tireless effort and the persistent work of dedicated individuals. And without this hard work, time itself becomes an ally of the primitive forces of social stagnation. And so we must help time, and we must realize that the time is always right to do right. Remember that. The time is always right to do right. Thank you for being here today, and I know you're here for the right reason. Pass those words along to others who can't be here, and have a good day today. Thank you.
I stand on these 2 feet, 48 hours so my steps might move the days to where I'd like to be. The web is thick.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for the Chippewa Valley Martin Luther King Remembrance celebration. Today has been a giant collaboration between lots of community organizations. However, 3 main organizations have really fielded the brunt of this work. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank those 3 organizations and encourage your financial support to these 3 organizations: Uniting Bridges, Converge Radio, and Pablo Center at the Confluence. Without these 3 organizations, today would not have happened. And specifically, 3 individuals involved in those organizations, Dr. Salika Ducksworth-Lawton, Ed Hudgens, and AJ Moen, are mainly responsible for the success of today. So please, if you have the capability to sustain this type of programming in the Chippewa Valley, please donate to Uniting Bridges, Converge Radio, and Pablo Center at the Confluence. Converge Radio, you can donate by going to PayPal and sending money to unitingbridges@gmail.com or Venmo @UnitingBridges. You can also send checks to 312 South Barstow Street in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 54701, made out to Uniting Bridges. Converge Radio and Pablo Center can both be donated to through their websites. So thank you again for attending this amazing day of programming and this huge collaboration. And if you are able, please financially support these organizations that are doing great things for our community.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there, Adam, because you mentioned a bunch of people that did a bunch of stuff, but you did not mention you, which is very you not to do. But Adam is an all-star. He is, Salika describes him as a treasure, and I think that's accurate. Adam, thank you for all that you do, and thank you. Without you, this wasn't happening today, so thank you. I want to just take a moment to honestly the people that we've had in these panels and the talent yet to come tonight that you're going to hear through the musical performances in the We're Still Dreaming program from Converge Radio. I am humbled to be a part of this group. It's amazing. The amount of knowledge and experience and eloquence and talent is amazing. And we did our Conversations in Color episode a little early today. Usually it's at 7:30 on Monday nights. We did it today at 2 o'clock, and it was, even though it was a weird time, it was still a great conversation. And we're going to be doing that again going forward every Monday night. And that's another collaborative effort between Pablo Center, Uniting Bridges, and Converge Radio. So we'd invite you to you can either listen on the radio on 101.9 here in Eau Claire, or you can out on convergeradio.org, or you can stream it either on Facebook Live or through Pablo Center's Paragon platform, which is what we're using as kind of our source for all of this live streaming. So yeah, I'm humbled and to work with such great people, and 3 of those great people are right here on this in this little panel here with me, people that I really respect. I'm going to just say about Rod Jones, I heard his voice earlier today, and I could listen to Rod talk all day long. That's all I'm going to say about that. I can't see him right now, but I can listen to him talk all day long.
Thank you, sir.
So I don't have anything eloquent to say. I'm here to say thank you. And we'd like to thank our participants for the letter from a Birmingham jail and the MLK. I'm going to say the names of the parents and not the children for safety reasons. Lori and Eric Borg, Shire and John Mann, Paula Kleinches Neff and Terry Neff, Allison and Ryan Jones, Representative Jody Emerson, Christine Webster, Ingrid Schaller, Susie Sloda of the YMCA, Lucy McGee, Chancellor Jim Schmidt, Randy Perrine, Reverend Thomas Krieg, Officer Chaz Walton, Dr. Latrice Donaldson, and I don't have Raymond's last name. Ed, what's Raymond's last name?
You talking about Raymond Clayton?
Yes, thank you. We'd like to thank the city of Eau Claire, the city of Altoona, the UW Stout, and especially UWEC, who has provided a lot of the background support and a lot of the support in kind. We want to thank author John Kinville. Please buy his book. at kenville.com. And Director Timothy Scheel of the UW Stout
You better
First
say
Amendment.
anything about Latrice now.
I'm going to get back to Latrice.
Making sure.
I'm going to get back to Latrice.
Okay, all right.
We always do this.
I don't want you to get in trouble.
I live in trouble. Dr. Latrice Donaldson, who is Professor Extraordinaire at UW Stout, please buy her book, Brothers at Arms. It is on Amazon and Daughters Books and several places. And you can email me and I could put you in touch with her. We thank retired Judge and Professor Eric Casper of the UWEC First Amendment Center, Patricia Turner of the History Department for the Antisemitism Talk, Amy Renshaw, Reverend Julie Lepp, and PhD candidate, because I want to give her props, Ada Ghazal, for her brilliance and for being here. We want to thank Wendell Harris, who is the head of the Wisconsin NAACP and a board member at the National NAACP. Attorney Lynette McNeil, who is a former deputy director and is currently the state head of judicial work for the NAACP. Josh Call, our Attorney General, and Interim Vice Chancellor Teresa O'Halloran. On the ABCs of Racism, Dr. Frank Watkins, Director Deng Yang, Dr. Lopa Basu, and Dr. Rod Jones. We especially want to thank our sponsors, the City of Eau Claire, Pablo, Converge, UWEC, and CoLab, who have worked with Uniting Bridges to do this. Visit Eau Claire, who has provided us grants. UW Stout, Eau Claire Police Department, City of Altoona, Ellie Phillips Public Library for the ABC of C's of Racism panel, the Wisconsin Department of Justice for Attorney General Call, the Wisconsin and National NAACP. Special thanks to Chancellor Jim Schmidt, who both has supported this at the Chancellor's office level. Special thanks to Office of Multicultural Affairs, the Office of Affirmative Action, and the History Department. And a preview, we're not done. Juneteenth is June 19th, 2021. We will have a virtual part, and God willing and COVID done,
yes,
we are going to have the picnic in the park, and I'm going to find the most musicians with Ed, Adam, and Rod's help, and we're going to have a party.
Like
It
1999.
will be educational, but there will be food. So mark off June 19th, 2021 on your calendar. You also want to mark off, I think it's October 26th, 2021, towards One Wisconsin Conference. Will be here in Eau Claire. 2 days of conferences about how we make the entire state of Wisconsin better, how we bring marginalized people to the center, and how we help everybody to succeed. So, and that will be put on by the usual suspects here, as well as other usual suspects at the Metro and the Lismore and JAMP and RCU. So we are, and Visit Eau Claire is the lead. So be looking for that. Make sure you like and check the Uniting Bridges Facebook page, Conversations in Color Facebook page, and the Pablo Center's Facebook page. Follow us and watch Uniting Bridges. Hopefully in 2 weeks, we'll have a website up. Look for it. We'll be making the announcement on our Facebook page. We do have a Facebook group that you can look for, and it says Uniting Bridges Membership. If you want to join Uniting Bridges, you can join that group, or you can email me at salikad@yahoo.com.
Awesome.
So with that, I will stop and I will turn it over to the esteemed, the admired, the intellectual,
The dashing.
the dashing,
What can I say? What can I say?
The Du Bois quoting, double consciousness knowing, king of linguists, and assistant professor of special education, Dr. Roderick Jones.
Yeah, Dr. Ducksworth Walton, man, you trouble. You are indeed trouble. I don't know how much longer I can continue to hang around you.
You know, that's what my husband says all the time. He's been here for 25 years.
Well, I guess he's a smart man, so I guess I'll follow in his footsteps, right? All right. Well, with that said, guys, there's a couple different thoughts that I would like to close this out with. On March 25th, 1965, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on the steps of the state capitol in Montgomery, Alabama, after completing the march from Selma to Montgomery, delivered these prescient words. When evil men plot, good men must plan. When evil men burn and bomb, good men must build and bind. When evil men shout ugly words of hatred, good men must commit themselves to the glories of love. And with that said, I also want to quote Representative John Lewis in relation to those words that I just mentioned. And I encourage each and every one of you who are listening tonight to always get in good trouble, but necessary trouble. Thank you. Yes.
Hey, toward that end, since we have a few minutes left, I would like to say this program that we have coming up in 5 minutes, we're going to be celebrating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s life and legacy a little bit more, about 90 more minutes worth of celebration. And we're focusing on his I Have a Dream speech, which is perhaps his most popular and well-known oration. And I'm excited because the people on your screen right now have had a role in developing this program. And we have some incredible musicians, Soren staff from them Cooley Boys, Irie Soul, David Billingsley, Naalia, The Nunnery. I mean, just Justin J. Arnold and Dylan Martinson, just a great TYB. People who gave their talent, Jerica Miguel and her sisters, that's an exciting one because they haven't sung together for a long time. People who gave of their time and their talent to celebrate Dr. King. And we feel like we put this program together in a way that will inspire us and that will challenge us to, we've had a lot of intellectual input today. There's been a lot of knowledge shared, a lot of expertise, and the emotions have been tugged on as well. We're hoping tonight will be that extra emotional push that maybe will inspire us to action and causing the good trouble that Dr. Jones was just talking about. So I wanted to take since we had the few moments here, I wanted to take that time to talk about that program a little bit more and let everybody know what they can expect with that. We're really excited to share that with you. Salika, Adam, did you have any other closing thoughts in these last 3 minutes that we have?
I don't think so. I'm excited to see what Converge Radio has put together for this evening celebration through music and spoken word, and I'm just really thrilled with how this entire day has come together through hard work, determination, and just a willingness of our community to collaborate on something great. So thank you to everyone for that.
Can't hear you, Salika. Can't hear you, Salika.
Well, I never get accused of being quiet. I hope that we've given you some ideas for how to get into good trouble. And I hope we've given you some knowledge in the true sense of the Wisconsin idea, to use expertise to make our ordinary lives better. So it is 6:58, and I think it's time to turn it over to the Converge crew, don't y'all?
Indeed.
We might have a couple of minutes of dead air here, just so you know. But everybody hang tight here. Converge Radio will be on with this presentation in just a couple of minutes here. And yeah, thank you, everybody. AJ's not on the screen now right now, AJ Moen from Pablo, but I want to reiterate what Adam said earlier. AJ might be the MVP right now for this operation. There's just so many people to thank, as Salika did. I won't do that again, but yeah.
AJ, he's surreptitious, man. You don't ever see the guy, but he just makes it happen.
Yes.
Right? He just kind of clandestine, right, behind the scenes, and
right.
He's the guy.
He's the guy in the chair. You know, like superheroes need a guy in the chair. He's the guy in the chair.
There it is, right? You don't have to think about it.
We owe him a lot. We owe him a huge amount. He has worked overtime all weekend getting all of this stuff together. Y'all just don't know. Yes.
All right.
I stand on these 2 feet, 48 hours so my steps might move a days to where I'd like to be. The web is thick with lies and cheats. I'm one of them, and you're out of reach. I wear these ribbons like a prisoner, ball and chain, a grain in a desert dune, praying to the sun for rain. The air is dry, the stars are true. I wonder how I'll change for you.
Hi there, my name is Ashley and I am Station Manager of Converge Radio. We are so honored to be a part of this program honoring Martin Luther King's life and his legacy. We have curated a playlist of locally rooted musicians and also excerpts from Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech, I Have a Dream. Without further ado, we present We're Still Dreaming. Thanks for tuning in.
We come from the root that brings people together. We rock hard no matter what the weather. 'Cause in these times we must hold on strong. That hate is short, but our love is long. That hate is short, but this love is long. Talking about Sister Rosa, we say that she started our freedom movement, but she was just one in a long line of people. They've been working. So we're going to break it down for you now. December 1st, 1955. This freedom movement came alive. Because of Rosa Parks, you know, we don't ride on the back of the bus no more. we had had a long, long day. Sister Rosa Parks was tired that day, had a long day on the job. All she wanted was a well-deserved rest, not a scene from an angry mob. Bus driver said, lady, you got to get up, 'cause a white person wants that seat. But Miss Rose said, no, not no more. I'm gonna sit right here and rest my feet. Boom, back, boom. So we say, thank you, Miss Rosa. You were the spark, started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks. Sing along. Thank you, Miss Rosa. You were the spark, started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks. Well, the police came without fail. They took Sister Rosa off to jail. $14 was her fine. Brother Martin Luther King said, now's the time. People of Montgomery sit down to talk. Was decided all God's children should walk. So segregation was brought to its knees, and we achieved freedom and equality. Sing along now. Thank you, Miss Rosa. You were the spark, started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks. Thank you, Miss Rosa. You are the spark, started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks.
Thank you, Miss Rosa. You are the spark, started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks.
Dr. Martin Luther King, every day we will get up and sing. Dr. Martin Luther King, every day make we get up and sing. Dr. Martin Luther King, come on the mount up and sing. Dr. Martin Luther King, come on the mountain top and sing. Dr. Martin Luther King, every day make freedom offering. Dr. Martin Luther King, everybody make put it up on Christmas King. Dr. Martin Luther King, freedom you know it is a thing. Dr. Martin Luther King, freedom, freedom is a good thing.
Yes, yes, we are Irish Soul. We want to thank Dr. Martin Luther King for starting this beautiful thing. Yes, we want to thank Sister Rosa, Sister Rose, because she knows how to let freedom ring. Now this is Irish Soul on the drums, Mr. Mario Dawson, bringing us that beautiful rhythm, bringing that sun, the chosen one from the land of the frozen sun. On the bass, we got Misha to lively up the space with the beautiful green strings. From the winter bringing the green spring. On the Chronos, the musical workstation, never complacent. This is Kingfisher on the keys. All the way from Brazil and Italy, this is Samuel De Mirage, ready to see freedom ring from those purple mountain majesties. Yes, this man to the right of me, Junior Williams, came to Eau Claire to stop Irish Soul, to bring love to a world that is unfair. Sitting on the throne known as the Cajon, it's my man Drew Ringer, the love bringer, father and son, the youngest one, the youngest Jedi Knight. This is Miles, younger than Harry Styles, and he just might know his drumming is easy, his burden is light. The one and only Yames, all the way from Milwaukee. Yames, Finlayson. Love he is chasing, racism he is erasing. He is that one, the Batman, to my Dick Grayson. This is Yames. On the wheels of steel, the one and only DJ Moses, number 21 North Pole, with the ivory soul, with that beautiful heart of gold. All the way from Belize with ease, this is King Ross John, ready to greet love at the beginning of the dawn of the rising sun. This man is Sanoop. He is a veteran of the army. Yes, Rachel's Prince Charming with Gwen Stefani. He marches into your army, there is no doubt to turn the party out. Gregory Manning on that beautiful guitar, giving us that love, putting that needle, threading that needle. Or so it seems, he sows it seems of Martin Luther King's dreams. Gregory Manning on that guitar. And we want you all out there to sing with us. We want you to sing. Thank you, Sister Rosa, you are the spark. Started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks. Thank you, Sister Rosa, you are the spark. Started our freedom movement. Thank you, Sister Rosa Parks. Say it again. Thank you, Dr. Martin. To you we sing. You started our freedom movement. Thank you, Martin Luther King. Thank you, Dr. Martin. To you we sing. You started our freedom movement. Thank you, Martin Luther King. Thank you, Dr. Martin. To you we sing. Started our freedom movement. Thank you, Martin Luther King. Thank you, Dr. Martin. To you we sing. Our freedom is just starting. Now we're going to realize a dream.
When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on the promissory note insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring this sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation.
Put your hammer down. We got work to do. The world out there quit spinning. Now it's up to me and you to step into the fight without raising a hand. Make the most out of our chances to love our fellow man. Put your weapon down. You know you got your right. We were made to nurture, but our nature is to fight. deliver us from evil. Is evil here to stay? You gotta make it to the sunrise to see another day. Put your Bible down. You got a right to say, but that don't make it your place to take our rights away. Listen to your father. Listen to his son. Open up your heart. There's room for everyone. Open up your heart. There's room for everyone.
Yeah. Take me to a suntan place where I can be free. I'm calling in to work 'cause I don't wanna leave.
Where you at?
I'm at the cabin by the lake, caught up in it. Wait, pulling up a drink. Going on vacay, cabin by the lake. That's the hotter way. Just a whole lot of love and not a worry inside. Sitting by my love, I count stars at night. Oh yeah. Well, alright, yeah. And a little cabin by the lake, yeah. Everybody's welcome at our little place. You don't need any directions. I can. Let me tell you something about a place where I belong. Might seem a little country with a hint of Al Capone, yeah. 'Cause the family's mobbing in the Northwoods. Ain't nobody judging as long as it makes you feel good. Can you bring some for the stone soup, baby? We can put it all together. I hate it when we leave, but weekends don't last forever. I'm at the cabin by the lake, caught up in the wave, pulling up a drink. Going on vacay, cabin by the lake, that's the hotter way. Just a whole lot of love and not a worry inside. Sitting by my love, I count stars at night. Oh yeah. Well, alright, yeah. In a little cabin by the lake, yeah. Everybody's welcome at our little place. You don't need any directions. I can. Shout out to King McGarvey. Let me tell you something about a place that we can go. Might be a little out there, but it's a home away from home. And if home's where the heart is, then I wanna be there with you. We can carve our names in a tree, say forever I do. Put a piece of timber on the fire, keep it burning, we gon' make it last forever. Hey, when we leave tomorrow, still smell the campfire on ya. I'm at the cabin by the lake, caught up in the wake, pulling up a drink. Gone on vacay, cabin by the lake, that's a harder way. Just a whole lot of love and not a worry inside. Sitting by my lover, count stars at night, oh yeah. Well, alright, yeah. Everybody's welcome at our little place.
Let us not seek to satisfy our thirst for freedom by drinking from the cup of bitterness and hatred. We must forever conduct our struggle on the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must not allow our creative protests to degenerate into physical violence. Again and again, we must rise to the majestic heights of meeting physical force with soul force. The marvelous new militancy which has engulfed the Negro community must not lead us to a distrust of all white people. For many of our white brothers, as evidenced by their presence here today, have come to realize that their destiny is tied up with our destiny. They have come to realize that their freedom is inextricably bound to our freedom. We cannot walk alone.
Don't touch my hair when it's the feelings I wear. Don't touch my soul when it's a rhythm I know. Don't touch my crown. They say the vision I've found. Don't touch what's there when it's the feelings I wear. They don't understand what it means to me, where we chose to go, where we've been to know. And they don't understand what it means to me, where we chose to go, where we've been to know. You know this hair is mine, I wrote the ride, I gave it time, but this here is mine. You know this hair is mine, I wrote the ride, I gave it time, but this here is mine. What you say to me, 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 what you say to me. Don't touch my pride. They say the glory's all mine. Don't test my mouth. They say the truth is my sound. They don't understand what it means to me, where we chose to go, where we've been to know. They don't understand what it means to me, where we chose to go, where we've been to know. You know this hair is mine, I wrote the ride, I gave it time, but this here is mine. You know this hair is mine, I wrote the ride, I gave it time, but this here is mine. What you say to me, 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 to me, what you say to me, what you say to me, to me, what you say 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 to me.
follow me. 'Cause we will run. Running for freedom. You can't rush this feeling. 'Cause either way it is coming for you. So don't be scared. Open your eyes, open, and follow me. 'Cause we will run. Running for freedom. Come on, baby, don't look back now. Don't look back now. It's all inside. Just take it easy and take it easy. Time for something new to come on through.
As we walk, we must make the pledge that we shall always march ahead. We cannot turn back. There are those who are asking the devotees of civil rights, when will you be satisfied? We can never be satisfied as long as the Negro is the victim of the unspeakable horrors of police brutality. We can never be satisfied as long as our bodies, heavy with the fatigue of travel, cannot gain lodging in the hotels of the highways and the hotels of the cities. We cannot be satisfied as long as the Negro's basic mobility is from a smaller ghetto to a larger one. We can not be satisfied as long as the Negro in Mississippi cannot vote and the Negro in New York believes he has nothing for which to vote. No, we are not satisfied, and we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
Oh, okay. I heard a man on the TV just the other day
talking about life and love, and then I heard him say, liberty and justice for all. And I thought about his journey down a head-ridden path, how he's not the first, how he won't be the last. And I say, liberty and justice for all. Well, I pledge allegiance to the cause, sing a song and take a stand, riding a wave that's been swelling in the land. Love is love, we'll always be the struggle and the cold. When we come together, when we stop this hate, when we heal our past, liberty and justice for all. Now the anger, it's been building on our sins from the past. Then they killed a man in daylight and it broke the camel's back. So we say, liberty and justice for all. Now I see a city burning across the river that I love. And people say, how can it be if there's a God above? Still I pray, liberty and justice for all. Well, I pledge allegiance to the cause, sing a song and take a stand, riding a wave that's been swelling in the land. Love is love, we'll always be the struggle and the cold. When we come together, when we stop this hate, when we heal our past, liberty and justice for all. Now the wheels of change are moving, but they're going too damn slow. We've been taught to turn the other cheek, but that don't work no more. So we say, liberty and justice for all. So from the ashes of the fire, oh, can the phoenix fly, helping us to heal our land and see through different eyes and say, liberty and justice for all. Well, I pledge allegiance to the cause, sing a song and take a stand, riding a wave that's been swelling in the land. Love is love, we'll always be the struggle and the cold. When we come together, when we stop this hate, when we heal our past, liberty and justice for all. Well, I pledge allegiance to the cause, sing a song and take a stand, riding a wave that's been swelling in the land. Love is love, we'll always be the struggle and the cold. When we come together, when we stab his hand, when we heal our past. Liberty and justice for all.
screaming peace at the same time. All the corruption and justice, the same crimes. Always a problem if we do or don't fight and we die. We don't have the same right. What is a gun to a man that surrenders? What's it gonna take for someone to defend her? If we all agree that we're equal as people, then why can't we see what is evil? I can't breathe. You're taking my life from me. I can't breathe. Will anyone fight for me? Don't love each other. Where is the hope and the empathy? How do we judge off of color? The structure was made to make us the enemy. Praying for change cause the pain makes you tender. All of the names you refuse to remember was somebody's brother, friend, or a son to a mother that's crying, seeing. I can't breathe. You're taking my life from me. I can't breathe. Will anyone fight for me? Oh, 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 oh. I can't breathe. You're taking my memory of Martin Luther King Jr. from Cesar Chavez. Today, we honor a giant among men. Today, we honor a wise teacher, an inspiring leader, and a true visionary. But to truly honor Dr. King, we must do more than say words of praise. We must learn his lessons and put his views into practice so that we may truly be free at last. Dr. King knew that he very probably wouldn't survive the struggle that he led so well. But he said, if I am stopped, the movement will not stop. For what we are doing is right. What we are doing is just, and God is with us. My friends, as we enter the new decade, it should be clear to all of us that there is an unfinished agenda, that we have miles to go before we reach the promised land.
I say to you today, my friends, so even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at a table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
And my grandpa, he was black and white, few years from his teens. Held my father towards flashing light, 1963. There's my grandma standing to the side. She got my aunties round her knees, only standing about 5'5", but she seems so tall to me. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family when we're done. Some jumped from airplanes, some ran the family farm. Raised my dad, my mom, they raised me. Some aren't related by words or blood, but they're still your family. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going to the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough. Hope I've grown to be my mother by the time I have a son. Hope he takes after my father. Hope they just be who they want. Hope my friends will all surround them like crazy uncles and aunts. Hope they know they don't have to be related to be loved. It's just love. 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 And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough. And I'm told I have the same face as my namesake. We're all going to the same place when we're done. Even if we all ain't got the same names, I'll be proud to call you family, sure enough.
I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day down in Alabama, with its vicious racist and its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification. One day right there in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers.
I went up to the mountain because you asked me to. Over the clouds to where the sky was blue. I could see all around me, everywhere. I could see all around me, everywhere. Oh, well, sometimes I feel like I've never been nothing but tired. I'll be walking till the day I expire. Sometimes I lay down, there's no more I can do. Oh, but then I go on again. Oh, because you asked me to. Some days I look down, afraid I will fall, and though the sun shines, I see nothing at all. But I keep going straight forward. Oh, 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 coming in, telling me softly, you love me so. The peaceful valley, just over the mountain. The peaceful valley, if you have come to know that I may never get there ever in this lifetime, sooner or later, there I will go. Oh, sooner or later. It's there I will
I have a dream today. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted. Every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. This will be a day when all of God's children will be able to sing with a new meaning. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. And if America is to be a great nation, this must become true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania.
I'm a man who sees darkness, turns on the light. I'm a man who sees wrong things and turns them to right. I'm a man who's dying to be free of his chains. I'm a man, I'm shaking the cage. I'm shaking the cage. I'm shaking the cage. They try to tell me that the future that I see is some stubborn, far-off dreams. When you stand beside me, you'll see what I see, and you shake the cage with me. I thought the living meant to follow and to do as you're told. All I got good at was trying not to get old. You cannot tell me we were meant to live this way. I'm a man, I'm shaking the cage. Shaking the cage. Shaking the cage. They try to tell me that the future that I see is some stubborn, far-off dream. You stand beside me, you'll see what I see, and you shake the cage with me. Got poor people die while the rich multiply. Won't you come on, shake the cage? Killing for oil till the victor goes spoils. Won't you come on, shake the cage? Politicians above tell you who you can love. Won't you come on, shake the cage? Yeah, you're using the Bible to tear down a rival. Won't you come on, shake the cage? I'm shaking the cage. Shaking the cage. They try to tell me that the future that I see is some stubborn and far-off dream. But if you stand beside me, you'll see what I see, and you shake the cage with me.
Until the days of peace.
Lord of mercy.
One the youth of thy last race were better from the culture's ways, until the slants will cease.
The youth them a drop out of school and now them a turn in a pool. The little children, the little children, the little children, them.
On the youth of thy last race, better from the culture's ways, until the days of peace.
Lord have mercy.
From the youth of our last days, reflected from the culture's ways, until the silence will cease.
Murder them a charge back. The youth them a leave out the area. Children don't have any mothers. Children don't have any fathers.
From the youth of our lost days, ever from the culture's ways, until the days of peace.
Lord have mercy.
From the youth of our lost days, reflected from the culture's ways, until the silence will cease. Frantically I search for pure answers. Lyrically I'm trying to cure cancer. The nightmare of sleepers, cells linking church bells to artillery shells. Cause violence always sells. The death toll on the streets, the Middle East. Said the death toll on the streets, the Middle East. I said the Prince of Peace and Camel, the Bible, as Emil said, on the youth of our last days, ever from the culture's ways, until the days of peace.
Lord have mercy.
From the youth of our last days, reflected from the culture's ways, until the music will cease. On the saxophone. In the Pablo Center, we're about to enter the realms of subterranean bass, brought to you by Misha.
mercy. Yo, the youth them at the port of school and now them are turning a fool. The little children, them the youth them at the port of school and now them are turning a little dirty fool. The little children, yeah. They don't wanna listen to the teachers. They don't wanna no more. Lord have mercy. They don't wanna listen to instructions. They don't want to no more. Better them. The youth them at the port of school and now them are turning a fool. Little children, them oh yeah. The youth at the port of school and now them are turning a little dirty fool. The little children. Children in the ghetto need an opportunity. No more mass incarceration. Stop the war on drugs. Stop all the war. Leave poor people alone. Yo, the youth them at the out of school and now them are turning a little dirty fool. The little children, them. Yo, the youth them at the out of school and now them are turning a little dirty fool. The little children. Whoa, tell me some joke.
The youth of our first never from the culture's way until the days of peace.
Lord have mercy.
Want the youth of our first never from the culture's way until the music was sung.
Yeah. I'ma need a minute, been a hell of a day. Chasing all this money in an elegant way. Sometimes I just wanna throw it all. It's hard to play fair when you're trying to ball. I'ma need two of everything that I asked for. Need a new crib and whip and a passport. Wanna blast off, I'm sponsored by NASA. About to take off and land on the. Tell me would you love me if I never had a mansion? Living in a cabin on the way in Wisconsin. T-Pain with it, can we do it? Yes, I'm asking. Needing your permission, cause without it, it ain't happening. I mean like, ooh. Someone to call. Can you hear me like, ooh, baby, ooh, baby. Can you be the one to follow? Had you on Snap, cause you snapping like you going off. Eat you like a snack, egg noodles, beef stroganoff. I might need a nap and a blanket, how I'm dosing off. Knock me out, damn, you came in like a. Even if we don't last like it's old fashioned, at least we have fun in the past tense. Whiskey in my glass, pull me up in old fashioned. Cherry on top, yeah, the winning don't. Making new friends, but we keeping the old. No one feels silver, the rest of them golden. That's baby, money come and go, never selling my soul. See me on top, gotta stick to the code. I'ma need a minute, been a hell of a day. Chasing all this money in an elegant way. Sometimes I just wanna throw it all. It's hard to play fair. Can we do brunch with a bloody mimosa? Spilling on the tea while we sipping on the coaster. Summer out west, now we swimming in the ocean. Feeling so fresh, can you stack it, daddy? Tell me if you with it when you play it like Alexa. Courtesy of me and LQ, the banker. Move it like this, rowboat need no anchor. I need someone to call. Can you hear me like, ooh, baby, I'm lost. Can you be the one to follow? Ooh, we so bad you gon' probably get the cops called. Checking in your bag for the cash, got the hot sauce. Save the last dance, we can hit it like the Bob Ross. Even if we don't last like it's old fashioned, at least we have fun in the past tense. Whiskey in my glass, pull me up in old fashioned. Making new friends, but we keeping the old. No one feels silver, the rest of them gold. And that's baby, money come and go, never selling my soul. See me on top, gotta stick to the code. Baby, A cherry on top. A cherry on top, yeah, the winning don't stop now. Cheers to a better year. A cherry on top. A cherry on top, yeah, the winning don't stop now.
Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous slopes of California. But not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi. From every mountainside, let freedom ring.
I've seen a lot of hate, and I've seen a lot of pain in your name, and in your name. Well, I've seen a lot of sin, for different color skin in your name. But what I like to see is your kingdom come. What I like to see is your will be done. What I like to see is love in your name. In your name. Well, I've seen a lot of money made. Well, I've seen a lot of money paid in your name, and in your name. I've seen injustice justified. I've seen the oppressed cast aside in your name. But what I like to see is your kingdom come. What I like to see is your will be done. What I like to see is love in your name. And I know I've got sisters and brothers acting as your hands and feet. And I know I've got sisters and brothers who I love those sisters and brothers to meet. Oh, 'cause what I like to see is your kingdom come. What I like to see is your will be done. What I like to see is love in your name, oh, in your name. What I like to see is your kingdom come. What I like to see is your will be done. What I like to see is love in your name, oh, in your name. What I like to see is love in your name, oh, in your name.
And when this happens, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it ring from every village and every hamlet, from every state and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, Black men and white men, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual.
Free at last.
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 Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last.